Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, we are back. It's night shift number 18. I'm Puckett. I'm at the helm, which means we're going off the rails as always. We got DDK and Jake casting the first round of matches tonight. And Jake, looks like Leviathan wants a little bit more. Tonight, they've got a new challenger in Lowkey W.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see Cosmetical return to the field of play. He was like this much hyped player, came in right as Buff and Jars was starting to break apart, but we already get to see some glimmers of greatness from him, and I'm just excited to see what else he can bring. But of course, Leviathan, they won't be pushovers. They've been building their reputation, I think, for a while now in the scene, and could be a serious contender. Cosmetical won't be able to do it alone. He's going to need a solid team behind him, so we're going to see if that's what they're bringing to Night Shift today.
Now, DDK, our format is going to be fun as we have a new opening matchup, but it's going to be same old, same old. For anyone who is just joining us here at the Night Shift, how's the show work?
Well, you see, what we do is, first firstly, you need to like Deadlock. That's a prerequisite to enjoy this show. And then we will show you some of the best Deadlock teams in each respective region. We always start with Europe. We always start with a challenger match, which is usually going to be one of the top 4, 5, 6 teams in Europe. And then they'll be facing the previous, or rather, the previous loser usually is how it's going to work, of the previous week. And then the winner of that challenger match then goes on to face, in this case, as you can see, Abrahams, who won the previous week. So that's like King of the Hill.
Every championship match will have $600 with an opportunity to grow that number with community contributions. If you want to contribute, simply scroll down below this stream window and hit that donate button. All of the subs go to the production support. And Jake, we have seen some incredible support. And sometimes the community, they have to put us in our place. I owe everybody an apology for the way that I handled the conversations about the chat and not focusing in on the game and instead talking about a very important discussion. I thought ABL had written an apology, which apparently he did, but it was ChatGPT'd. I thought that he was remorseful and he was sorry. You found evidence, and others had been presenting us evidence that that was not the case, and the night shift crew came together and made a decision. So for anyone who doesn't follow our Discord, can you let me know what is going on with ABL, former player of the Abrahams?
Yeah, so, just for everyone to understand, is hit the greatest hits of the announcement I put out on Discord. If you want to see our full response, you could join the Discord, check out the announcement, and I kind of went into detail on everything. Of course, it's important that everyone in the community should know we don't support racism. We don't support discrimination. No. Those aren't things that you can do, and it's like totally okay to be here in the Night Shift community. That's not what we're about. We do want to create the opportunity, though, in a scenario where somebody makes a mistake, they put their foot in their mouth. It's esports, and a lot of players are kind of ignorant, and so I feel like it's good to give them a second chance. But in this case, the second chance was squandered, and especially after all the controversy last week, a ton of people came to us, brought us a bunch of evidence that is pretty impossible to ignore. That I like, who can judge the sincerity of an apology? Especially somebody who isn't like an experienced English speaker. Sure, they can chat GPT an apology. I don't even care, but it's about what you do after that really matters to me. That I think speaks about what you're really feeling.
And his comment was he didn't feel like saying the N-word was a big deal, right?
Roughly, yeah. And then there's other evidence too. There's other stuff different people from around the community have brought to our attention. We've been talking with some of the other organizers in the community as well. And there's just like too much stuff to ignore. It's way beyond just any one thing. It's clear that he didn't take this as an opportunity to think about the action or to try and be different. Basically just wanted to ignore it and treat it as not a big deal, which, for us is like pretty sad to be in the position of offering someone a second chance and they don't take it in that way. But in the end, we felt like there's only one way to move forward from that, and it's to ban them indefinitely for now. We don't know, what the future holds in Deadlock, what our future is as Night Shift, but it's clear that ABL should not be competing in the Night Shift, shouldn't be having that platform right now. That's about it.
Yeah, excellent summary. If you guys want to read the full thing, it is over on our Discord. We can drop that in the chat for you. Again, apologies for letting things get out of control last week. Tonight, we are excited to focus in on the new Abrahams, but we got to find out who will they be playing against. It'll either be Leviathan or Lowkey W. DDK, anything you want to tack on to all of the supporters who have been watching us and supporting? You told me before this show, this could be episode number 50 in Deadlock for a lot of the folks working behind the scenes and you on camera.
I don't know if I said that to you, fucking, but I will roll with that.
I think we're getting
ZP said it was 49.
I think that's correct. I think we're right there. Like we're coming up on 50 shows, probably more than 50, including stuff like the trolley tournament and maybe some other, small one-off events. And so it's pretty exciting, that even though Deadlock has not been around for that long, we've been kind of building something pretty cool to get to this point.
Yes, we appreciate the community. We are looking to continue growing the community. And just like Sergeant Sadsack, we appreciate all of your support. This is a non-sponsored show. So basically, we've been living off of a budget that you guys have contributed with all of your subs, with all of your ad contributions, with just your following. So we appreciate the support. DDK, I'm told we're ready to jump into it. Let's take a look at our Patreons here. We've got some big donors in the community who have been keeping us afloat between seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is just such a great moment to reflect on all of the support that we've had from starting out with shows which were not funded at all to getting, that first sponsorship on board with Intel. And then, we've been very fortunate in all the support that we've received. And right now, you guys are a part of that, especially on the Patreon as well as on Twitch with the subscriptions, really helping us keep the show going whilst Deadlock is still not even yet in open beta. There's still a lot of competition, and this really allows for the players to actually have a place to build themselves, to build their reputation, to have something to play for, and for us to build the storylines around them in the nascency of the Deadlock scene. And you guys are a large reason as to why that's even possible in the first place. So thank you very much for the support. And if you want to join, of course, you can go to patreon.com/Deadlock Night Shift, and you get some perks. But I have to say, before we talk about that, Puckett, we got a new addition to the board.
What's the new addition?
Matthew S. Isn't that a new addition? I think.
Welcome to the board, Matthew S.
Members. You get to make key strategic decisions for our company at this. No, I'm just kidding. Please.
You get to choose the first round of stickers we produce. Here we go, guys. It's time to jump into our pick priority and item priority. Every week, we try and give you an update on what the pros are running, what they're avoiding. And Jake, there's been a shakeup since the most recent patch. So what did you see in terms of character selection? What's the top pick, the go-to you expect coming into week 18?
Let's take a look at some of the stats here as we, look at the hero priority. One thing that's been pretty dominant is some of these heavy frontliners. Shiv has been just about as good as ever, right? Like he's either banned or first picked every game so far. Billy also getting a ton of attention here in the ban prio. So definitely a lot of focus there. Really surprising though that characters like Wraith, Mirage have really risen in this patch. I mean, Infernus still getting a good amount of playtime, but Wraith and Mirage seeing, pick or ban activity in every single game, I believe, in the last night shift. So, and then of course, Paradox, a little surprising that it's not contested. It's going in the second round, which is kind of, it's a big change for Paradox, but in the end, still 7 picks. So maybe not that big of a change. Probably not a change that's felt too much, at least in terms of the top level meta right now.
FaZe, thank you for joining the Night Shift crew. And DDK, I'm looking here, and Vindicta was banned 3 times, first round picked 3 times, and picked a 4th time. So is Vindicta another go-to character this time around in week 18?
Yeah, I think Vindicta benefited a lot from the new investment spikes that we are seeing, and the Spirit spike is pretty powerful for Vindicta. And then she just has, of course, like a lot of setup utility and can provide a lot of like damage in those keep early to mid game parts of the game with not necessarily with a lot of farm that has to go into that. And she obviously can generate a lot of extra cash. So Vindicta also having the control element for the big team fights into the late game just really makes her, I think, powerful in every stage at the moment. And she's also like a good counter to quite a few things. So yeah, it's good to see her back at the top.
That was the priority last week. We got to go to the item priority as well, I'm told. So let's take a look at what they are purchasing. Jake, walk me through it. The text is quite small, but we've got some big things here. Oh, these are the patch notes.
Patch notes for first. So I mean, this is going to be interesting to see Billy getting like a couple, I think, pretty meaningful nerfs to Billy actually in terms of like the chain gang in particular feels like it's a lot less broken in terms of the consistency. It's a lot more possible to get away and LOS that chain gang. So Billy isn't going to have such a monster team fight, but I still think, he's going to be a very powerful frontliner, especially given some of the carries being played right now, like Wraith and Mirage, where the chain lockdown is a really big deal against their movement skills. I could still see Billy getting a ton of play, just maybe less ridiculous. Dynamo getting a small nerve on the kinetic pulse spirit scale, kind of a little sad because I think Dynamo would have been fun to see more, and I still don't know that we were going to see that much Dynamo.
He got picked twice.
But and then Infernus, another gun nerf more or less, especially with the afterburn, right? So instead of one single bullet from Infernus re-maxing your afterburn, now it only is going to tick up a little bit. So you're going to have to be much more sustained with the damage you put on a target to keep them burning. So especially in the early game, I think this is going to reduce Infernus's laning power pretty significantly and make him a little bit more possible to lane into as some of these tankier characters.
Keep in mind, this update came out during our grand final for EU last week. Quite entertaining way to kick things off. We get a chance to see it for its second week after the players have had a bit more time to practice. With that said, are we ready to jump into our teams? I think the players are ready. And do we have a Movi mode today? That's what I want to know. Leviathan taking on Lowkey W. DDK, let's take a look here at our players. Who do you want to look at first?
Okay, well, production has decided for us. We're going to look at Leviathan first, and I mean, it's a really scary roster because I mean, there's obviously need some changes here or there, but Empty Dreams obviously really strong player that we're used to seeing, and obviously Pocket isn't necessarily something that's in meta as much. It's still good if you've got someone like an Empty Dreams who is could be considered the best in class on it, but otherwise like a very good playmaker player. Overseas really good on the pick heroes. So I hope we get to see some Bebop, or you might see Overseas playing that Paradox. OCs is maybe one of the ones to watch here on this team as well. I'm not going to go through absolutely everybody, but OCs I think has really made a name for himself in the last few weeks since the Trolley Invitational. Actually, when we first saw him as the king of farm, any hero that requires farm, OCs will get it and then be way ahead of anybody else you could expect in that role. So very strong player to watch.
Who is the top farmer right now? Is it Mina? Is Seven still in the mix? That was the first character I saw be a farm god.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see how the patch changes EU's preferences, because this patch actually hit last night shift, but in the middle of the show, just after EU had completed, and so it was the EU didn't really get their chance to try out some of the new patch heroes. And for NA, they were going a little bit more of like the Warden and Geist direction with these like really big frontliner tank style carries. Where EU is playing, I think, more of the conventional backline carry. So I think this is going to be the moment where the EU teams get to really show, hey, what they think about the new patch. And I mean, Leviathan, just looking at this roster, I mean, this looks scary, right? These are all players who have had a lot of success on other teams coming together to form something new and potentially dangerous, even for foes like Abraham's waiting, of course, in that money match. So Leviathan, I'm really excited to see, especially some of these, like you mentioned, some of the heavy farming players, like what direction they go in this patch, like what's their priority in their look to carry the game.
On the other side of the matchup, we've got Lowkey W. Let's take a look at the starting six tonight. Trax, Vrake, is that how we're saying it? Blob, Doi, Captain, and Cosmetical. Cosmetical, the most hyped up player I've seen so far in the chat. What are you looking forward to from this lineup, Jake?
I feel like Captain for me is particularly exciting. He's looked really, really good on the Abrams. I mean, I just like finding a ton of initiations. I'm kind of hopeful that he gets to bring that hero out. A bunch of the players I haven't really seen, I think, in a night shift event before, but of course, Cosmetical, I mean, on the signature pocket, another player hero combo. I really hope they're able to get off in this draft, because I just think, getting these guys on their best heroes is going to be exciting and it'll give the playmaking potential they need to maybe get what I would consider an upset over Leviathan. I mean, Leviathan, all those names, experience, probably all those players have like won a night shift and certainly competed enough times to really be experienced here in this competitive environment. And so for some of these other players, I don't know that we've seen them before. Trax, Vrake, Blob, and Doi, I truly don't think we have. And so, like, to get them onto the server to see what they've got, this is going to be their first showing. So definitely underdogs here, but maybe the experienced vets on the team can bring the heat and get the job done.
EU chat never changed. We have Icron, DL, and Do17 saying, hey, could you move over Mo and Krill and McGinnis for Leviathan so it looks like the characters are kissing? No one's kissing on this screen. Simply guns and a lot of scary faces. Will we see a Haze in action? Because she was only picked once last week. Is it still a viable character? DDK, what do we think?
Yeah, I think so. I think EU has always been a region that has found utility in Haze, because Haze actually, I mean, the funny thing is that Haze is one of those heroes that I think plays at the pro level almost the most different to what you would expect in like a pub capacity, because in pub capacity you're expecting to see Haze as a DPS, whereas in at this level of play there's a lot of kind of better options for that, and so Haze often ends up being more supportive with the dagger allowing a lot of ability to do setup and also allowing a lot of roam, a lot of scouting around the map with the smoke bomb and so on. So Haze kind of functions a bit differently at the top level. So we'll see if EU decides to keep it going.
Lowkey getting rid of the Shiv, even after the rage nerf.
Shiv still just, it almost feels like the nerfs just never matter for Shiv. I mean, the execute is still ridiculous. The spirit scaling is pretty potent, especially on your knives. If you're able to like stack those up, get the rapid recharge, it just feels like almost anything can be chipped down, finished off by a Shiv. And even if your farm's not the best, your execute is still going to give value in the late game. So Leviathan also going to take away the Mirage, what they think is the top carry right now, and Lowkey W rips it in with the Billy. They take away the Shiv, who's probably one of the only heroes in the game that can really take the fight to Billy. And so now the question for Leviathan is, what are they going to deal with this Billy front line? I mean, that's been a question for a lot of teams that have struggled to answer.
Abrams keeps coming.
I think one consideration too is what you decide to do with the Page, because I feel like the Page Billy combo is reminiscent of the Shiv Kelvin combo of the past, because of what the shielding can do for Billy. Billy can just dive in, and then you can get the full up with the Page ult. That's kind of very similar to like the Kelvin dome as well for the dives in lane. So the Wraith comes out. And Abrams probably like the top tank other than Billy and Bruiser, and then Wraith the top damage dealer outside of the Mirage. I guess Mirage is probably the only thing comparable to DPS now.
Wow. A Drifter's a wild pick here. I mean, I think there's some theory about this being a decent response to Wraith, who wants to go for these split pushes, and maybe Drifter can be a hero that actually punishes Wraith for those moves, but still, Drifter even got nerfed this patch on the bullet damage scaling, I believe, or maybe just the raw like level 1
the
bullet
raw damage. I think
it's still a big deal, and I mean, I'm kind of surprised by this. I feel like Drifter historically has not looked good in competitive play with people being really good at working together, but Yamato doubling down on the front line here for Lowkey W.
Today isn't the day for
yeah, I think the Drifter one's interesting. Drifter, I think, had before the nerf, had the best gun damage, base gun damage of any hero in the game, and which is, I think, one of the reasons why we're seeing him get picked. So he was kind of just shredding people. So he'll probably still be pretty strong there. But I like what you're saying, Jake. I do think it can make sense to be able to pair him against the Wraith, especially because Wraith can TP and that provides some safety. But if Drifter can hit a Wraith with the dot, then he'll be able to like TP after her. So it makes it a little bit less safe to play against if the Drifter plays it correctly.
Yeah, haven't been seeing people get those stacks up on Drifter. It feels so unrealistic. Lowkey W taking the pocket away now. Interesting choice here. I mean, they are really lacking lockdown. It's pretty much just Billy for the moment in terms of like actual control, and maybe they just feel like, hey, we're gonna need any stuns we do pick for already characters like Wraith and Vindicta to like stun them, lock them down. But Leviathan take another of that. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a Mo. I wouldn't mind. I mean, there's things like Paradox and Holiday that I probably want to see first, but honestly for Lowkey W, I'd love to see like Paradox plus Mo here. I think you're going to need a ton of catch. I think Abrams in particular, I kind of don't mind the matchup as Mo, but they go with the Page first, as you're saying, Dan, like really valuable for that laning combo with the Billy, but could be a great follow-up lockdown if they have somebody who can catch and set up. I think that's kind of what they're missing right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of awkward as well when Leviathan picked Doorman, because Doorman's ult, I think, really counters like some of the Doorman's kind of the problem for Warden, I feel like, is, because it just takes him out of viability completely. In terms of what Lowkey are missing right now, I'm trying to think like what I want them to have as that final pick, Jake. I'm not sure.
It's interesting because it depends where Drifter really is in the draft. Like if Drifter is your primary gun carry, which personally I just hate, I don't think is good for that. I think you need like a true M1 carry. And so I think that's really, for me at least, is what they're missing. Some teams have gone with drafts that kind of ignore that. You could go with like a Geist and try to, be a little bit more frontline heavy. But Leviathan even snagged that away. So Leviathan have, for me, a very balanced draft. They've got like the pick, they've got the mobility, they've got the frontline. Lowkey W, I think, pretty over-indexed onto like aggression and diving on top of you, but maybe if they can bring that kind of pace, I wouldn't mind. What about like a Mina carry here to just like really push the pace? They just go with the Warden though, so okay. I mean, I think this is going to be like a full gun Warden, which I will say is less countered by Doorman. Like if you're not really reliant on your ulti, Doorman is going to struggle to like hold the ulti to counter Warden ulti, because we're just running at people with gun, and you're just not really going to be able to save the ulti for especially when the Warden ult comes out. But I am a little curious because I think Lowkey W, I think they're a little bit lacking in control, honestly. I think that they're going to need some powerful items, like maybe the knockdown on the Page, and maybe the Paradox can lock people down for enough for the Warden trap to proc. But otherwise, I could see Leviathan kind of like dancing in and out of these fights and playing on the mobility pretty effectively.
Yeah, I was actually, when I was thinking about it, instead of the Warden, it would have been really cool to see Sinclair, because it does provide some of that extra control. And I think it would have liked Sinclair tempos really well because he's actually so devastating in the early to mid game. So yeah, interesting draft. I think I do agree. Leviathan, if you just like ignore the players playing like on the actual roster, I like Leviathan's draft the most for sure. I think it just provides a bit of everything. And Geist is, I feel like, a sleeper threat as well, because you're thinking about Wraith, who is really deadly in lane and hard to itemize for because of the split of the spirit gun damage. But Geist is gonna, get that what's it called, the spell slinger online later on, and that's the DPS and gets out of hand real quick.
Yeah, I also think the Geist health swap is going to be pretty free this game, right? Like every one of these damage dealers is pretty close range for Lowkey W. I mean, even
Right.
Warden is like just the nature of your gun. You do kind of want to be right on top of people, gunning them down. And historically, Geist has just been amazing against that type of a carry because they just don't have a real way to play around the health swap. You know, she turns around fights, gets kills, and even if she ends up dying, you know, if she gets that counter kill after the swap and then it lives a little bit longer, like she's done enough in the fight and the rest of the team is going to be able to clean house here. So I definitely think Lowkey W are going to have to like get ahead of the game and kind of like keep the pace up to keep Leviathan on the back foot. I think Leviathan can make it to the late game and feel comfortable. I think they do have the better draft, but maybe the Yamato, I mean, the mid-boss contest is also pretty sick for Lowkey W. So I will say if this comes down to contested mid-boss fights, I do think that actually could be pretty favorable for them, considering the Leviathan draft. They got the Doorman, but other than that, it's like Abrams is okay, but like other than there's no like really potent AoE stuns that are gonna like set up for a secured mid boss. That being said, you got to be able to get to the point in the game where you can properly force the mid boss for that to really be relevant. So I think Leviathan have the more well-rounded draft, but Lowkey W, there's certainly ways to win if they can kind of corral the game into where they're strong.
Yeah, I agree. I assume that OCs is going to be on the OCs will be on Wraith. Yeah, Wraith, right?
Yeah,
Leviathan Lowkey W. It's game number 1 on the mic for your EU Challenger matchup. It's Jake with DDK. Jake, are you excited, buddy? Let's get into it.
I'm stoked for both of these teams. I mean, for Lowkey W, I'm really excited to see some of these new players coming onto the scene. I think that's always exciting. And, you know, you got to remember, like in every crop of new players, there's going to be some players who end up being, you know, really top tier stars, right? And you know, we're still so early in Deadlock history. There's going to be many more rounds of new players coming in and kind of taking these top spots, but it's so competitive right now. I think that's always going to be fun. At the same time, Leviathan are like a reformation of a lot of players we've come to know and love on Night Shift that could be, you know, seriously strong, effective players. If you check out the lanes here, it's going to be Drifter and Warden laning together versus a Holiday and a Wraith. I mean, the Holiday Wraith, if they can just play range, they're going to be so strong, but if Drifter Warden get on top of you, you are going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, that's a lot of gun damage. The threat's definitely pretty heavy. This is a really important lane, obviously, to also be a victory for Lowkey W up against the Wraith. You want to definitely keep the Wraith down as much as you possibly can. This mid lane matchup is an interesting one. The Paradox Yamato for Lowkey versus the Geist and Doorman. Geist Doorman definitely feels pretty difficult to be up against.
Yeah, I do think the lane pressure from Yamato Paradox is going to be really aggressive. Oh, wow. Geist just no fear taking that trade, huh? But I think this is like both mid lanes look pretty strong. I kind of think Paradox Yamato might be even more threatening. But Geist with his headshot booster is going to be punching back very aggressively. I think this one just comes down to execution. Maybe Geist can sustain. Now taking a look at the third lane here. I mean, Paige Billy versus Abrams Vindicta. Abrams Vindicta is powerful, but it mostly has a ton of lockdown and control, and I'm kind of worried about how it's going to do against a Paige Billy that almost don't care about being stunned. Like, I feel like this Paige Billy, Billy's just going to go on you, and you just have to parry. I don't think there's anything else that is really going to save you from Billy running you down with Paige Shield.
Yeah, pretty much. It feels. I think that's why it feels like the Shiv Calvin. It feels quite undeniable in terms of you can't really stop them. You can't really stop them. It's very hard if they play it correctly, at least. Abrams though definitely pretty tanky, and you know the stake, a well-timed stake, can definitely punish an overextension. So definitely some tools to work with for Leviathan to be able to beat it. And I don't know. I feel like on all these lanes, for me, all of them except the Billy and Paige feel like winners for me for Leviathan, because I actually think the guys would like, if you go for like the life drain opening, you know, level 2 life drain, I feel like you can, especially against the Yamato, because Yamato needs to be a little bit closer. I feel like you can trade pretty effectively and prevent the Yamato from getting too much momentum. Well, you know, we'll see how it plays out, but that's kind of my theory of it.
Mid lane being pinned in deep. Yamato looking to catch. Looks like maybe a Geist caught behind, but Geist slips away. Of course, takes that save. Oh, the headshot booster. Watch out, Yamato in real trouble. Could be going down, and yes, the follow-up is there. So Geist finds one, and might be another on the cards here. I mean, Paradox is in deep. Paradox is aggressive here. trying to trade out Doorman, but Doorman, oh, okay, Obikin is down, but yeah, Cosmetical surely is going to be going down here. The heavy melees, he's tanky on this Paradox, so hold on. One more shot, one more bullet will do it. Oh, and it comes down to the headshot. Nice cleanup from OCs.
Yeah, that was getting kind of sketchy there. That was getting sketchy. And it's interesting to see, again, OC's on the Geist.
You could be dead here.
Ooh, got a heal.
Got the heal. Yeah, they should be just in time. Action on the side lane, though. Billy low. Shields also running dry. Abrams is holding his own here. With the help of the Guardian Ward from Indicta, it's not as easy of a lane as it might otherwise be. And a double bird here puts more pressure on. Got to be a little bit scared now with Abrams and Billy. Both of the frontliners taking the brunt of the pressure. Drifter doing what he does best here, diving into the backline, but gets absolutely turned on, and what a sick parry as well from the Wraith. Insult to injury.
Good trade out though coming on through, although another trade to be had, so Flammable is going to clean that one up and have a lane to himself. If he wants to take these creeps, but it's just going to freeze them, let his teammate come back to lane. And here's that mid pressure again. You got the Geist performance looking really nice here. Geist is very strong in lane. Just a beautiful work there with Obikim as well, adding a lovely hand with the Doorman, who's got a really nasty 4.8k spirit spike as well on those doorbells, Jake. It actually is kind of ridiculous the damage the Doorman can do early on.
Yeah, you get that. Maybe go rapid recharge and start really just pumping in big damage. Geist holding the front line down. That next death for Yamato is pretty painful for Blob, right? Like significantly falling behind the game now. And as buffs come up, this could be a scenario where Leviathan are grabbing both buffs, which is a huge tempo swing this early in the game. You get both buffs, come back to the lanes and start dominating. And there's not really a winning lane on the map here for Lowkey W. I mean, all three have been taking a bit of punishment. So Leviathan showing their advantage here in the laning prowess. Lowkey W, heavy melee does connect though. A nice greedy catch there from the Warden to kill off Flammable.
Pretty nice, and Warden can really farm very quickly. I would be very curious to see what sort of build we'll find from Doi in this game on that Warden. But yeah, Warden is
he's ulting for tower too. He's all in. Oh, Billy though getting punished. Support not quite there, and a parry onto the Billy. Great catch from the Abrams. Could have followed for more, but Billy's still tanking this. Getting the help from Page is enough, and another parry this time onto the Abrams. Billy going to be very happy to clean this one up, and might even find another Vin. Tried to get cheeky with a defensive parry there, but it could end up costing her life. Fremont, that's it. Dead to rights now with the parry used. Wait, this legend moving? No way, right? No way he lives this. Billy refuses to let him live, but he's going to take a ton of damage for this kill now. The escape is still very valuable.
Against any other hero, you're able to get out of that situation.
Billy. Oh, never mind. The Page ult? Oh, close one, though. I mean, they forced Page. Like, the fact that Fremont dances back that well actually pulls a ton more resource out of Captain on this Billy and is going to make the push on this Guardian a lot less effective.
Yeah, it'll certainly slow things down. But that is just... This is why Billy Page is so scary. Like, the fact that he's able to do so much there is impressive. Quick swap in mid here, another skirmish, and a quick slap, Doorman slap. Unable to find the finishing shot, though, onto the Paradox. Oh my god, just chilling.
Kinetic Carbine can't quite get the snipe off either. The action's really starting to heat up here, especially in the mid lane. Geist diving is super deep. Recognizes Paradox is just out of gas here in the mid lane. Yamato does have ulti, but I think Geist is just happy to take that tempo swap here. Get max HP and push Yamato back into the lane.
Yeah, Yamato got to go back to base, so you can see why Geist is really, really good. And it's actually interesting because I felt like NA was faster to this than EU, and we don't often say that, but Geist is super, super strong, and OCS is really providing the answer as to why that is. And here's a Drifter chase down coming on through, again looking to try to take down Empty Dreams. Really important to just keep the big nerf hammer on that Wraith as much as you can in this match. And again, I think you're right, Jake. I think Drifter really is a pick for that.
Yeah, definitely an aggressive build from the Drifter. Needs to get them tempoed out early game. Geist doesn't have swap in the mid lane. Oh, what a beautiful catch here, Cosmetical, with the swap into the power slash. The power slash just is good enough for the kill, though, as Blob chases it down. That's a crazy catch from Cosmetical. I didn't think he had any chance to get that one, but here comes one more into the mid lane, just turning this one around. Holiday surely caught dead to rights. No, wait, hold on. Even Paradox goes down? Okay.
Wow, after missing the lasso, I thought that was it, but this is crazy. Obviously, okay, like Holiday is still pretty good, pretty good, even though she's lost some priority. And I gotta say, Jake, I'm surprised. Lowkey W, they were looking like they were trending to go just kind of start losing and bleeding out on the lead, but they've done a really good job here to keep this relatively even despite some initial losing trades.
Yeah, definitely battling back in a couple of these key fights. You know, looking now to the Warden, and Cosmetical's almost at 8K, so he's kind of leading the game here on Paradox. And Paradox is one of those heroes that does deceptively significant damage in the early game. I'm kind of curious, maybe we could take a look at the Paradox first place and to check out some of the items, because if Cosmetical builds into some early gun carry, he could kind of get some of his other teammates back into the game. A fight with a rapid recharge holiday, though, is maybe not something you want this early in the game. Flammable looking to force the issue here, putting some pressure on the Paradox. Heal right forced, and oh yeah, with the darkness on top, you're a little bit scared to continue to chase. Hoping for a counter kill. You can see Holiday just can't really see anything here, but there's just enough players around where Drifter can't really get into the action.
So 44k to 49k, and 2 towers up a side right now, and was into the 10-minute mark. So there's the Billy dive. Really hard to deny Billy when he really wants it. Just dancing around the tower, but just Billy just tanking for days, not really caring about that tower at all. Is able to just be completely like Bruce doesn't seem to care at all. He's just allowing Billy to be there, and suddenly Billy once again just like fighting under the tower. There comes the page ult again. This is why it's so ridiculous. Billy able to survive absolutely everything. Abrams there with the live train trying to see if he can finally get this kill with the help of Flammable. It will come through, and the chase comes on as well. Is Page going to go down also? Might be a chance of that. Nice charge to try to find the finish. There's the keg as well, and Page surely going to die.
If they can do this without lasso, that's a big deal. Yeah, Holiday keeping that tempo up, and with the Guardian down here, I mean, you can be aggressive on the Billy, but you don't have any way to fall back into the lane. They're able to save the Guardian as well. So a couple good rotates from Leviathan. Kind of stifle some of that momentum that Lowkey W was starting to build. Warden ulting to defend this tower, but I believe he was just sent to the Baroness in his ulti. No value off of that. Gets cleaned up, and Freemuck as well getting into the action. So some of these early game laners activating. Empty Dreams already has that big power spike here on Spirit, building into the gun as well, really building towards the late game. And now Drifter's caught. I mean, Flammable is just taking over this early game, man. He's actually hard carrying.
Yeah, Flammable is doing so much to just even out lanes that suck and just create so much chaos, looking to get more damage on this one. There comes the Guardian Wards to try to keep him alive. Back onto the jump pad for the evasive maneuvers, and he's going to be able to just be safe. And his teammates now in the 3v1 against the Yamato. He's now on the escape, or trying to, but he's getting sandwiched here. There's nowhere to go. Although Shadow Form coming out might help him survive for just a few moments longer. In the meantime, Billy still back at it here, trying to catch Flammable. Finds him on the periphery in the fight and gets the punish. Beautiful turnaround coming on through from Lowkey W, as Billy coming in on that back line is really doing all the damage here. Great collapse from them.
And this could turn into more. It could turn into an urn. Drifter running down Lady Geist, has no swap left. And with that isolation benefit, the damage is good. Cosmetical finds the finish. Stack for Drifter is a nice thing to find early in the game. The urn has been juggled back, though, so Leviathan do deny that turn in here. That's a big fight, as you were saying, for Lowkey W. It's exactly the kind of action they're looking for at this phase of the game with the Billy.
There's more action in middle as well, because the fighting just continues here, it seems. Now it's going to be Leviathan looking to pursue the kills. Defensive maneuvers there from Lowkey W not really working out. And finally, these mid Guardians are going to go down. And in fact, all those stage 1 Guardians are now finally gone. But the urn is being run. Leviathan holding on to that one, looking to make a dash for it. They've got positioning, and they've got the better half of the map to do it.
The doorman just makes it so difficult. You're just not quite ready for that. So Lowkey W invests a lot of resources into a fight in the mid lane, but ultimately that leads them giving up the urn. So nice macro victory here for Leviathan, despite taking a couple of relatively painful deaths. Also, Empty Dreams, by the way, 15k on the Wraith. I mean, he's hitting multiple spikes here, has the Spirit and gun, so all damage in terms of his early spikes. Yamato into the Baroness. Is she going to be able to get out without blocking the damage? Just barely, but there's so much follow-up. Yeah, waiting on the other side. Abrams here to carry your bags, Yamato. Hey, check out anytime you like.
Okay, well, Geist is actually getting caught alone. OCs is going to get, I think, chased down by like 4 or 5 players here. Not too fun. Able to make it back to the Walker, though, just in time. And the turnaround here from Lowkey is going to find 2 players. So Leviathan have to be really cautious here that they don't get caught and isolated. This is an opportunity now. Lowkey W able to catch Flammable here. Trying to escape on the jump pad. The quick swap there, straight through the time wall. Somehow still alive, but surely not for much longer. He's out of the fight, though. And Flammable will stay up, it seems. And now, is there a problem for Lowkey W? Are they too deep here? Billy goes down in the fight, and I don't know if they can disengage. They're going to try to do so. Guardian Ward, and looks like they are able to escape, but they will lose Captain, but at least they traded onto Flammable.
It's a big push as well on the side lane right now. Looks like Wraith may be able to find a kill. Yamato has the ulti, but the damage is good. I mean, Wraith can absolutely pound through this, and yeah, the ult only delays the inevitable. Considering a Waka push here, and Wraith strong. She has the TP still, so she's going to take this risk. Has debuff remover, has all 3 early game power spikes, but the appearance of Cosmetical is going to be just a little bit too scary. The threat of that silence, too real. Forces them back for now. But I mean, Empty Dreams kind of continuing on a bit of a rampage here. OCs as well. So the players who need the Farmer Leviathan are getting it. And now immediately into the other Walker. So the lane scenario is getting really bad now for Lowkey W. The macro play is dominant here from the Leviathan.
Yeah, this seems really problematic at this point. Wraith is starting to get way too far ahead of the pack. 19k souls, really far ahead at the moment. Kill onto Ebikim is going to be nice. Finding the doorman.
They're through the door, but
find more.
Surely OCs is out. I mean, OCs just have swap anyway, so it's not really a kill you're going to feel great about. But I mean, the pressure is coming thick and fast now. All offense here. Lowkey W bringing some rotations in. They do get this trap onto Abrams and a lot of follow-up control, but Abrams is definitely one tanky MF here. He's just trying to run out now with a big chase down being attempted by Lowkey W. Seems like it won't be enough, though. Yeah, that charge gets overseas out, and that's an expensive rotation. You brought a lot of prayers to kind of make that defense, and the whole time, Empty Dream's just farming up, man. Was not even committed to that fight.
Okay, here comes the bridge buffs. Oh, nice parry. OC steals that one away.
Wait, Cosmetical, he's strong, though. He's still fighting this one out. Yeah, and Geist has swap, but you're pretty low on some other characters. You have to be careful. I mean, a low HP swap. Ooh, Geist trying to get something off, but the swap is good enough. The follow-up is there, and well played around the threat of that swap. It's exactly the kind of counter kills you need. That's a good point. Take down that life buff before guys can really get to use it. And oh, just a little old Page trying to defend against a Wraith? Surely not. Surely not. Yeah, this guy, Wraith, is way too farmed. That's an easy kill, and there's no one else here. I mean, this is a free Walker. Does he realize, though, if he can stick around for this?
Yeah, looks like they will. But in the meantime, this fight in mid is everything. Lowkey W have to make good of this. They're going to lose a Walker in the meantime, so they have to get some kills here. But are they going to get much?
They're fighting a good amount. They already found a couple kills here, right? Yeah, they lost the Walker, but I think Abrams just has the health maybe to make this defense happen. And so in the end, it's a 2-for-0 Walker trade. A few kills going in, but now there might even be some counter kills. Wraith is coming into this fight. You're going to have a real problem when Empty Dream shows up here. Abrams running it down, knows that the support is coming in. Lasso onto Yamato, has no ulti to continue this fight. And it's a dominant 3-0 fight in the mid lane. And Wraith goes straight to the mid boss now. I mean, Leviathan smell blood in the water. They're going to try and end this game sooner rather than later, Dan.
Yeah, this is a big problem. A big problem. There should be the rest of the Walkers cleaned up after the rejuves. There's nothing really to challenge for this. I mean, there are some ults that could work out quite nicely for Lowkey W, but they just don't have the players up. They're going to try to disrupt it, though, slow it down a little bit.
But he can't even fight with his ulti in the staircase. That is a damning sign for a Warden. I mean, tries to go for some sort of a counterplay here. You could look for the Page ult, maybe go for a last hit. I think they will. Drifter looking to get in. Instant lift under Drifter. Here comes the Page ult. The stuns are good, but they're not good enough. Leviathan dodge it, grab all 3 crystals and some kills to boot. Page following up with a quick death. And it's going to be a clean fight. I don't even know if you're going to get a single crystal down. Billy, 1v5, no chance into this one.
There we go. Quick wipe makes it even worse. And I mean, 23k on the Wraith is ridiculous. Like Wraith right now, like for those people who haven't played any Deadlock, to be honest, I assume that everyone in our chat is like actively playing right now. You're gonna understand that Wraith is really the scariest carry, and you just can't. I feel like it's so impossible to do anything against a Wraith that gets this far ahead at this point. I don't know what tools you need, but they're not gonna have the money for them anytime soon.
Yeah, debuff removers is a huge deal. And we kind of talked about this for Lowkey W in the draft, right? They're a little bit light on the control. And a lot of the control they do have is pretty much gated by you know, a debuff remover. OC's does have that Reju Crystal. No swap available, so they are going to be able to get this first kill, but is the support going to be there? They would love to be able to kill this Geist twice, and it seems like maybe she did just come a little bit too far out into the wrong neighborhood. Solo buff here from the Drifter, but hold on, now here comes the support, and maybe Lowkey W stuck around a little bit too long for this. Leviathan into the fight. And they're just trying to get out now. Lowkey W trying to escape with their lives, but it feels like that's not going to happen, man. Run down by Overseas on this Abrams.
A little bit too tanky on that. That's that Geist. Delicious morsel, but the Wraith actually getting caught here. Yamato on the pursuit, flying strike, and that should be the finish. Oh my god, there's the turnaround coming on through, but there's the rejuve, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day here, Jake. It's still everybody up here for Leviathan as Lowkey W. At least they're taking them. They're forcing the initiative, I suppose, but
I mean, I think it is good. I think you like need to get these crystals down prior to like the base push. So I mean, it's preventing like the end of the game for Lowkey W, but the deaths are expensive, right? They've lost so many players for this. The lead now expanding to 30k, and you still have that one last reju. Wraith is going to be a viable kill target. Oh, what a pin down from Abrams. Gets everybody here. Billy Page trying to fight, trying to do what they can, contesting, trying to get one more crystal down, but no one dropping in Leviathan, sharing the pressure admirably here. And Lowkey W wiped off the server. Wraith doing what she does best, cleaning up base. Still a little bit of time left on this rejuve, but Leviathan could just reset this. I mean, you've earned such an enormous advantage off this rejuve. There's a lot of map to be farmed. And, you know, now you start to think about the money match, right? You start to think about, okay, like, just secure this game, get this dub. And, I mean, this is the Leviathan that clearly came to play for that cash in tonight's night shift.
Yeah, their lineup is really scary. They've got really good players in all the different positions. And it's always cool to have a team that has somebody like OCs where you're not going to have someone that can really go toe-to-toe to what OCs does in any other roster, I feel like. So that's like always a fun dynamic when you're playing in these drafts. But at the same time, like, you know, OCs plays a lot of different heroes. Like, we're seeing Geist here, I think, maybe for the first time on night shift, for OCs at least. And right, also not quick. Being
what's the buy? What's the buy? I vote Leech. Okay, he goes, oh, it just goes reactive and surge. Okay, fair enough. Using his slots. But I mean, he's enormous, right? Surge is pretty sick on Wraith. Use like every aspect of that item, and
oh yeah,
probably one of the best rate of fire users in the entire game. Probably the best, given the nature of the kit. Lift coming in. Hold on, this is very deep for Wraith. Remember, he doesn't have that rejuve credit. Has already utilized it. Drifter just absolutely aping him, running him down, but the lifesteal is good. He stays alive. He's kiting through everything. The lasso's coming in. The team are supporting, and Wraith baits himself perfectly there. Running low on CDs, though. Warden would love this kill, and that's a very valuable one, not to mention an enormous bag. But there's no chance you can even keep it. Not even worth the time to deliver the melee. Just dead to rights here to the Vindicta. Oh, and it's a team wipe.
Yep. I like that as well from Fremont, taking the extra like 200 milliseconds to line up the headshot for that one.
Just guarantee it. Lock it in. Wait, does Vindicta snipe headshot? I thought
yes,
it didn't.
does 25% more damage.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually kind of
it's nice.
It's kind of a nice bonus, yeah.
Then again, I mean, it is like the nuke, right? Just the raw nuking power of it is so crazy. So
yeah,
25% is a big deal, especially if you get like boundless, as we sometimes see people get. I mean, it's just Leviathan just out macroing, keeping this game very clean. Like, there's no reason to risk attempting a game end here with mid boss spawning in a couple minutes. That's much more likely to be the end of the game. But Overseas looking, I mean, he doesn't have a warp stone. I don't know how he's ever going to catch anybody, but just the threat of this Abrams is so real. I mean, if you get pinned out of base at this phase of the game, Abrams is just not somebody you can ever counter kill, I think, with where the game is at. And so he's kind of just standing here with impunity, keeping you corralled in the base while the rest of the team farms up. Maybe even a little too greedy. The rest of the team is nowhere close. So as I say, he's not punishable. I mean, in a 6v1, surely anybody's punishable.
And that's always the thing with this like situation where it's very hard to play it, because it could very well be just a trap. You know, because they can just trap you if they get like 1 or 2 picks. They can like lead into the just end game. So you got to be so careful when that you're playing with your life in that way. So a lot of teams end up being too passive.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you have to take gambles now for Lowkey W. Like, there's no way you're back into this game with like a normal team fight. A normal team fight is not possible at this point in the game. It can only be like risky pickoffs that you end up getting away with, and the other team overextends into you. And they do have the big mid-boss contest tools, but I think we are kind of reaching that point, Dan, where I just don't believe anymore, you know, in the mid-boss contest. I'm like, you might have a lot of ults, but we're talking 32k Wraith. Like, Wraith is effectively 2 players on Lowkey W right now.
That's fair. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, Warden was never really able to do too much in this game, and to be honest, we are seeing like a gun build. Like the gun build Warden is really nasty, but you got to get going at the right time. But we got a fight. Let's see if this one goes well for Lowkey W, the engage.
Wraith is waiting for this blind end. She can deal some real damage. She's living through it. 1 down, I will say, for the Leviathan. It's an all-in here on the Holiday. It's worked for now, but this is still a healthy Wraith, and you're running very low on skills. Swap is in, keeping people mobile, but nobody can stand toe-to-toe with this Wraith. She's just looking for targets, struggling to find anybody, though. But it seems like the fight going quite well for them. Still with so many players low, someone's eventually going to drop. OC's hunting, and see everybody falls at once. I mean, Lowkey W did a great job that fight, I think, spreading the damage around and trying to do what they could. But in the end, it's just a full 6-on-6 team fight with, a 50k soul lead. It's just not tenable at this phase in the game. And a couple players trying to...
But they're just going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could... Maybe you should just do mid-boss here. I mean, I think it's... Maybe you look to drop and then go mid-boss, but Lowkey W... I mean, without ultis, though, I don't even know that mid is contestable. And there's a chance you just stick around for this. There's players already doing mid-boss, though, so I think that'll be in the end, the call. OCs has this swap. You can't overextend into him. Dangerously low. Warden, just... You have to go for it, right? But, I mean, any one of these corners is such a problem.
I like that, you know, doing both mid-boss and getting there's enough players dead to get the patron down, the first stage patron down. So now it's just, you know, Rejuve Crystal into end is the move. And they've got a massive lead.
You got to fight out of the base. I think this is a good call from Lowkey W, but in the end, it's just not enough. 1 down for the Leviathan, but they're just going to respawn back into this. And Lowkey W getting cleaned up off the server. Empty Dreams headed straight for that patron. Actually, no, he started straight for the heroes who are trying to live in the fountain. There's absolutely no mercy into this game as Leviathan stake their claim here. Going to be going to that money match. Absolutely no shot for Lowkey W in this game. There were a couple early fights that were competitive and got interesting. Leviathan out macroed, outplayed, out team fight. I mean, just every level of the game dominated here by Leviathan. And honestly, that's a good sign for Leviathan. You're going to need to have a crushing victory in the challenger match to have a chance against Abrahams in that money match.
It was close for a little bit, and then it wasn't. Leviathan walking away with a dub. Obakim, Freemock showcasing their skills. DDK, did you have a favorite player in our challenger matchup? It can be from either side of the fight.
Probably Flammable, I want to say, because of the Holiday play. I think in the around like the 8 to like 15 minute mark was really game changing, I think, for Leviathan, and just kind of allowed them to take control, like truly take control.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, Wraith was kind of a talked about hero last week. We expect to see more of her. Jake, are they truly Thanos? That's what the YouTube chat was calling her.
I mean, Wraith at this farm level is a little bit Thanos, I gotta say, and especially given the lack of lockdown on Lowkey W. I mean, it's kind of just cosmetical trying to get these catches, and you don't have any like hardcore stuns. I mean, the Billy ulti is like okay, but a lot of your lockdown is just countered by debuff remover, and you know, Empty Rooms made it a priority to get that item up after, you know, she got some of those power spikes, she was into the fight. So well executed for sure by Empty Dreams, and Leviathan just set them up for success, right? So I definitely think, I mean, Wraith, I'm starting to be a believer after that game. I feel like she was able to really get into the action in fights, maybe more so than in some of the previous games we've seen Wraith struggle to like really get into those fights. But I think a lot will come down to the draft, and I'm just very curious to see how these teams take it going into that money match.
Streaking towards the end, we'll take a look here at some of the numbers in just a bit. Chat was saying, though, that this was one of the most exciting games through the first 15 minutes. There's a lot of activity. There was a lot of kills. DDK, do you want to see this matchup again next week? Should we just run it back? Is there a big parity between these two teams? How close are they?
I mean, I think it's like the classic thing in Deadlock Night Shift that we see, where that challenger team is often like they're definitely really good players and they're a great team, but Leviathan is definitely quite far ahead at the moment. I think it's fair to say, just in terms of the hero pool, and like, I think also the understanding the meta, right? Because the way that they picked, the way that they played this was really, really powerful, and I didn't see enough from Lowkey W for me to think they're gonna be able to like have a close best of 3.
Not yet. Empty Dreams taking over the game, nearly the rainbow. Jake, if you're looking at the builds, anything you think we should call out to the community?
Yeah, I just think, I mean, playing around, it's clear one thing right now in the meta is that like these early game spikes, like it feels like the moment that a lot of players start hitting 2 spikes, whether that's like Wraith goes for gun and spirit spike, you know, but some of that more frontlining heroes are going to get like vitality in gun or vitality in spirit to be a little bit more well-rounded. But it's like that moment in the game is crucial. So whatever items you buy, it's about getting that 4.8k investment in a category and then really getting active, especially like 2 categories online. The fights come thick and fast. And I think that's something we're going to see more and more of is teams just hitting that spike and starting to put the pressure on, starting to force objectives, and the other team needing to make a defense, like needing to also be at parity at that point in the game to be able to like really progress to the mid game on even footing. So I'm definitely interested to see some of these item builds, people, you know, what spikes they go for in the first place to try and hit that key mid-game spike.
We're told there's probably going to be this game mode, the current patch, for a little bit through the holidays. So lock in and perfect your game at home. Learn from the pros. That is our stats and reminder. We do some awesome breakdowns over on our YouTube channel of our weekly pick rates, also item rates. For now, though, we have to crown our MVP. Let's run it. Is it flammable on the holiday? No, it's the one leading in 4 different categories. Empty Dreams on the Wraith. Leviathan showcasing the strength of this character as we take a look at the highlights. DDK, what makes Wraith so scary?
I think one of the biggest things that makes Wraith scary is it's hard to itemize against Wraith. Wraith has a really nice split between super high gun and spirit damage. So Wraith is able to reliably output insane damage, especially once she gets those spikes and gets going. And also, you know, Wraith has a really good escape tool in having the TP. The teleport as well can allow her to sync up on somebody and then ult them and then disable them, silence them, so they can't really do anything, and they're busted down. Like, there's just the 1v1 potential is really strong, so you can like split push really effectively with Wraith. And in the team fights, if Wraith is able to position well, she does so much damage and it's hard to like just lock her down. So it's a super strong carry at the moment.
Yeah, I have to say the Drifter got shut down in lane. Empty Dreams doing work throughout this one. We appreciate the highlights. You earned yourself an MVP award, and we expect you to keep it up in your next matchup because they're going to need you against the Abrahams. That is our EU final just around the corner. Jake, final thoughts here on our MVP for the first match of the night. This is our EU Challenger match.
Yeah, I mean, great performance from MP Dreams. It's exactly what you want to see out of your carry player in a dominant showing like that. I was also impressed, though, by like Cosmetical in particular on the Paradox on the other side of the field. A lot of really impressive swaps from the first person. I was like, okay, they came to play. There's shooters on this side as well, and I want to see more out of Lowkey W, but I'm just happy to see there's this new Reformation team in Leviathan that is actually pretty competitive on like a macro look, right? Bringing some of that experience of players like Obakim and Flammable in, like tempoing out the early game and great decisions through the late game. So I think they've set themselves up well for the money match, and I'm excited to see how they tangle with Abrahams coming up next.
Chat, was Empty Dreams stats, were those off? It said 20 assists to go with the 12 kills and 2 deaths. DDK, they're going to need them against the Abrahams. That is our matchup coming up next. Currently, we have the grand final prize pool at $600, but those at home can help that number grow. What do they need to do?
All you have to do is throw the tips to the channel. We have a specific spot for you to be able to donate to the prize pool to pay the players, get them back up to what might be the more regular prize pools that they were experiencing on our sponsored shows. But obviously, you know, we had to drop the prize pool to keep our runway so we can keep the shows going. Yes. But obviously, that allows you guys to chip in if you want to sweeten the pot for the players. The players, right. The players.
The players. We got a whole lot more talking to do on the other side of the break. When we come back, we'll update you on a roster change involving a very talked about player here on Deadlock. We'll be right back. One and all, welcome back. This is Night Shift. We are rocking out to some Deadlock today, and it's time for our EU finals. Here on episode 18, we had to bring in the business owner ZP for the EU final. That's right. DDK, I found out this guy does all our paperwork. I was so impressed. But let's get to the story at hand, because ZP, we just saw a fantastic start to the challenger match. Then it kind of spiraled out of control. And now we have Leviathan facing off against Abrahams, where the Abrahams are looking for their 5th win in a row. What's different this week, though, is we had to make a ruling as the Night Shift crew that ABL, one of their star players, will no longer be participating in these competitions after 20 weeks of people talking about it. We received a lot of information, a few clips, and it didn't seem that his public apology for previous language use was real. So can you give me an update where we at right now? If I'm a fan of the Abrahams, what's the team looking like?
Well, the team right now for Abraham is a little bit of a blast to the past, where before they had picked up ABL, they had Hoot on the team, and Abrahams looked really good back when Hoot was on the team. Then Hoot had joined Buff Enjoyers when Mikhail S retired, and that's when ABL joined Abrahams. So we've kind of turned back the clock a little bit, and Hoot is back with Abrahams. And I mean, look, you look back to Abrahams' play in that era, it was still really, really good. Hoot and ABL were able to play very similar levels of roles for the teams, and it gets a little bit crazier here tonight, though, Puckett, because Sanya's internet went out. We just got the update like 15 minutes ago, and Listic is coming on in to play for Abraham. So we almost got the old Abrahams like Buff Enjoyers super team going down today.
Thank you all for being here tonight. Night Shift officially does not support any racist or discriminatory remarks. Please keep them out of the chat as we focus in on our player. Sonya Sniper gone, Listic in. What does that mean, DDK? Listic's always one of my favorites to watch.
Yeah, I mean, role-wise, definitely a slightly different players, I suppose, but at the same time, like, together, Saint Taz, Demov, Hoot, Listic, this really is kind of like the who's who of Deadlock in Europe. I feel like you got some of the absolute best players, so I don't think it's going to matter too much that Listic is going to play like a slightly different role. They're going to make it work. They also have Hoot, who can basically play every single character to the best of that anyone's seen, just period.
Ridiculous. As we take a look at these preferred characters, ZP, is there anyone not in the meta right now? Anyone on this screen you don't expect to be contested in the draft?
You know, right now, the one hero that really has fallen off, that you'll still see here and there, but may not see in this match at all, is Kelvin. I mean, you can make an argument for Kelvin, but a lot of teams have kind of moved away at times going, look, yeah, Dome is still really good, but you get it maybe half as much as you used to in the past, and your laning phase is really bad. So it's that note of Deadlock where even if your overall kit is good, if your lane phase feels bad, teams tend to move away from you, and the age of Kelvin perhaps has passed us by. The other hero that you might not see is GT. GT's kind of here or there. Like, sometimes GT will be picked in every match, and then other times GT just kind of randomly disappears. I think teams go through a vicious cycle of overrating and underrating, everyone's favorite old man.
Gotcha. On the other side of this matchup, we have Leviathan, and we just saw them perform in the challenger matchup overseas. Empty Dreams, OCs could be the 3 competing for your MVP. And Empty Dreams just dropped a 12, 2, and 20 assist bomb on us. Does he get Wraith again, DDK?
It is possible. It's definitely possible. It will have to see how the bans work, because Wraith is quite a bannable hero. So that might happen. But then, if Mirage is left open, someone gets Mirage, and Mirage is kind of broken right now as well. So we'll see. But I mean, the rest of the players in this lineup as well are obviously very, very strong in their respective roles. Obi Kim forever the support, but if you see him on a Vindicta, he's an absolute savage on Vindicta. Flammable's holiday play there, playing the pick, was really effective. And then you could also see like a pick from overseas who's got an incredibly good bebop. And so there's a lot of versatility on this team. I wouldn't say it's going to be. This is the crazy thing. We just saw how good they are, but is it comparable to the other side of the aisle with Abrahams? Abrahams have better players overall, like across the entire roster, which is kind of ridiculous to even consider.
Flammable is one of our players to watch, looking very good on the Holly. So we'll see what's going to happen here as we get back in it. Mr. ZP!
Hello.
You look gorgeous in the horns. You're just missing a blue face tonight. My favorite Abrams. How are we feeling about this EU final? Do the Abrahams get their guy? Do they even need him in this meta?
I mean, look, based on all recent history, you got to give overall advantage here to Abrahams. But I do think Leviathan has been getting better week after week. And I mean, don't forget, too, this is the core on Leviathan that used to be with the one-win team that was at one point the holy trinity of EU. Yeah, they fell off a little bit over time. But, you know, honestly, we've seen so many cycles of Deadlock of a team just grinding up and eventually being the guys. I mean, Abrahams back in the day, that was kind of their thing, right? They used to get just throttled by Buff and Jors until eventually they overtook them. So, you know, any given week, interesting to see what comes up. And yeah, we had a request in chat being like, bring back the Abrams cosplay. Now you have a new camera. It's like, well, I can't paint my face blue that quickly, but I can grab horns that are just, you know, somewhere in my room.
By the way, big shout out to Harris Heller. He posted these awesome cameras for $100 on Twitter. I sent the link to ZP. We're both using them tonight. What are they called, ZP?
It is the InstaLink 360. 2C is the one I got. I think in general, it's the same hardware underneath, regardless if it's 2C or not. But yeah, that matches up well against like $800 DSLR cameras. So yeah,
we look good. We look good tonight. DDK, you look better because you have a real camera, but we look good enough on our webcams. We're about to get into this one. We were just buying a little bit of time, and a big shout out to Iron Falcon, who is kicking off our EU final with some positivity. That is a 5 gifted on the channel. Reminder, we are currently at $600 until Deathy hit the $50 donation. So that's going to split 25 more to NA, 25 more to EU. Be like Deathy. You can drop a donation. It'll appear on the screen. You'll get thanked by my man ZP or DDK, but it's time to focus in on the draft. Abrahams, Leviathan. It's going to be Abrahams banning first.
Yeah, and we'll get to see how things have evolved. I mean, clearly looking at the last game, it seems like Wraith has gone up even higher in priority, but the ban on Holiday makes sense. Leviathan, I think, is clutched on running Holiday more so than any other team we've seen in NA or EU. And with their entire game plan of early rotations and pressure kind of revolving around the Holiday, I think banning the Holiday first makes a lot of sense. And I don't know if you do this against every EU team, but you do it against Leviathan.
By the way, quick shout out also, and congrats to Deathy, who also just launched his podcast recently. I saw his Deadlock podcast, so congrats.
Hell yeah. That's over on his Twitch channel?
I think they have a separate YouTube channel for it, but I forget what it's called. So Deathy, you should probably drop that in the chat for people.
Turn ZP Blue production. It's a demand from Sketchy. Billy is locked in with the blue feet gone. It's time to find out who's going to be locked in for Leviathan.
Well, if you can't get blue feet, you might just get a blue body. I still think you're in the world where you don't really want to give up both Billy and Abrams. And yeah, they go, yeah, we're going to pick up Abrams. We're not going to give up all sense of frontline here. Now you kind of wonder, okay, do you grab a Shiv here, secure the rest, or do you go Yamato? I mean, Abrams obviously has changed a little bit, where Yamato's probably less a priority with them with the roster changes, but Yamato still wouldn't be a bad shout. But instead, okay, they go, no, give us the Shiv.
All right, it's at the ship. I guess it makes sense, ZP. But I mean, Mirage is, I think, pretty insane right now. But so is Wraith, who is also available. So I feel like we gotta get the Mirage Wraith in before the first stage of the bans comes in. Oh, shout out to Jamside.
Small distraction, just a 700 viewer donation from our guy Jamside, and ZP. His horns are getting pink on us, DDK. I think that means he's excited.
We're not blue. This is not blue production. What? Okay, we're getting a little bit more blue.
W Raid, thank you, Jamside. Sorry, back to the Doorman and friends.
Doorman, super nice pick. You know, I mean, with the doors, obviously unique ability, can do a lot with that, but also the ult is going to be able to just lock out shit from a fight, lock out Abrams, lock out anyone. But there we go. I think this is really important. We get Mirage to be the counterbalance to the Wraith in terms of that insanely scalable DPS that spikes really early on.
Yeah. Also, as I'm looking here, I really respect the draft coming in from Abrahams, where they looked at Leviathan in the last game and said, hey, you looked really good at the Holiday. We're taking that away. Oh, your Wraith carried the game? We're going to take that and carry it with Wraith ourselves. Or, by the way, grand return of Wraith to EU, where you go back enough in Deadlock history and Wraith was always first pick, first ban. We're back. Wraith is higher in priority here once more. But yeah, for Leviathan, this is where you're going to have to prove that you have more in your hero pool and you're not just, essentially one-tricking to an extent on the heroes that clearly you're already good at.
I gotta say, by the way, ZP is also giving me more Oompa Loompa vibes, I gotta say, than Abrams right now. I don't know why.
It's the pink. It is
Yeah, the
definitely
thing's making the horns look edible.
Can you rub your horns for us,
confusing.
ZP?
What, you want me to rub
Just give him a little tweak. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
I wanted to see if they would turn colors as your hands went up next to it.
No,
Close enough.
They're not color change horns to the best of my knowledge.
Not yet. We're gonna work on that. Every donation that you guys make goes to the players, but every time you sub, we spend more money on ZP's horns colors. Yamato is going to be locked in, and backing that up, we got a Lash. So Lash, only seen once or twice last week, back in action here for the EU final.
Yeah, I think Lash is definitely really good. Definitely one of the bigger winners of the newer patches. One quick thing I'll say though is I think it's really important that Leviathans took the page away to deny the Billy page, but they get the page Shiv, which is like the Shiv Kelvin. I wonder if page Shiv, if there's an argument that page is better than the Kelvin combo. I don't know that makes sense, but it's pretty damn good.
You're doing it for the lane. I think at that point, you're definitely doing it for the lane. I mean, Page works well with most frontliners. You could also run Page Abrams, to be honest. We'll see which of the two they want to go with. But Leviathan going with the Bebop makes sense. You still need something to make plays with Holiday off the table. Overseas still has an absolutely fearsome Bebop. So yeah, I think for Leviathan, they need something that would actually give them the ability to make plays, and they decide to go for it. The interesting thing for Abrahams, though, is that Paradox is on the board. They decide we're not going for Paradox. Of course, they took away Holiday themselves. Bebop is gone, and they go, we're okay with just making some plays with Lash and Doorman. So it's a bit of a different approach than how teams have normally constructed their teams in recent memory.
Thank you for the tip. We just got another $50 coming in from SLID B729F9B806AB. We appreciate the support here on Deadlock Night Shift. Sinclair coming in. Viscous is getting sticky. We've got our two teams locked in. DDK, who had the better draft?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's super interesting that there's no Paradox that gets picked, which is that a first? That no pick, no ban, nothing?
Right. Taz is in the game and there's no Paradox? This makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a few drafts in recent memory has been picked up, but even then, like, Paradox has been coming in at around like 5th or 6th. So the fact that Paradox doesn't get picked at all, and instead you go, no, we want the Lash. I think what you have to take from that is that because Paradox's kit is still really, really strong, it means that general nerfs to the level of like stats and damage she's bringing to the game have been so severe that people would still rather go with other options, because the kit itself is still quite good. Just what you're getting outside of it, people aren't rating it as highly right now.
I saw a great quote. We should turn ZP's current face into a special emote for those who have been here for 5 months or more. If you want the pink horns, slam a pregnant viper in the chat right now. We've got our EU final. It's the Abrahams taking on Leviathan, kicking off in just a moment. DDK, are we going to 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a distinct possibility. I really do. I am loving that Abrahams have Lash. They have Sinclair. This is going to be a really fun matchup. They've also got the Doorman as well. So they've got like a lot of like really fun playmakers, and they've got really skilled players. So I just never know what Hoot's going to play. So I'm also excited to see that. Is he going to be on Lash? Like, what's he doing?
I would almost guess Doorman here. I mean, there's multiple different things you could put Hoot on, but Hoot did have a really good Doorman, and I think you want someone to play it here for Abrahams with the overall like comp they have. You're probably gonna have Together on the Yamato, right? Like that is the most likely hero. I mean, there's a world where they change it up and like Hoot is on the Billy too, but I would love to see Hoot on Doorman, or on the same note, Abrahams. It could be Demov on Doorman. No, it could be it could be Listic Billy, Demov, Doorman, and then there's so many different combinations with the depth that they have.
Who actually won with a trophy collector Sinclair in a previous DLNS, so we'll have to wait and see.
According to the chat, Oasis is going to pop off on Mirage. Hoot is going to play 6 different characters for the Abrahams, and Wraith or Billy will be played by Listic ZP. Which one of these is accurate?
Who knows? I think especially when you're changing up team stuff and the team hasn't been seen in this composition for a while, there's a lot of different ways it can go, because players like Listic and Hoot do have really deep hero pools, and they're filling for Abrahams at the same time. But hey, I mean, look, you're looking for a classic frontline. There's very few players that play Billy better than Listic, so that wouldn't be too surprising here in the moment. I think when I look at the Abraham's comp, though, the interesting thing for me is that you're really going to clutch pretty heavily on Doorman making more plays than normal and Lash getting a little bit more higher value, because otherwise you're not really getting the pick potential that you have if you're running something more traditional like a Paradox or a Bebop. And all of this is to make room for your Wraith to get really farmed for the end game. And, you know, ideally your Billy gets part of that too, because Billy's still an absolute beast if he gets a bit ahead of the game.
Leviathan needs one more minute, so if we have any mods, I feel like we need to get the predictions brewing. Over on YouTube, we've got over 1,000 people concurrently live streaming this one from around the world. Over on twitch.tv, we're sitting around 1,800 viewers, all of you supporting Deadlock, and this is a community-funded show. Thank you for the donations already. You guys have upped the prize pool, $50 in Europe, $50 in NA, and we've got some celebrations of our own. In the last 30 days, Pregnant Viper's been spammed 1,900 times, DDK. We never thought this was a thing. Now it's more than a thing. It's something that's being spammed nearly 2K times.
It's a movement.
It's a movement. Lash
boy.
Viper ship is the current. I was told McGinnis Mo is the future. Go ahead and weigh in however you want in the chat, friends and family. It's time to get into game number one. It's the Abrahams. It's Leviathan. This is episode 18, EU Grand Final. On the mic, DDK with ZP.
Yeah, the fact that the follow through there are people saying like, get the McGinnis Mo ship. I mean, man, oh man. You know, I'll just leave that one as it is. But getting into the game here, Dan, this is going to be really interesting. I think anytime you have roster changes on a team, there is like a level of vulnerability that you do potentially experience, but also the players who have subbing in are so battle tested and so veteran that it's almost hard to say that you're actually at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I actually don't think so with the subs that we see here, Listic and Who. I mean, you couldn't probably really ask for better subs for this, but like for the specific team as well, not just like the quality of the players. So it very much does feel like that, and it feels like we're going to get a great matchup here. And I'm curious about
Metro, though, to be fair.
how these lanes will go. You what, mate?
Yeah. No. I just said they could have gotten Metro, but. As we look at the lanes here, so we got a little bit of illumination on who's playing what, and it's Demov on the Wraith. So that is one thing I didn't necessarily see coming. I thought it would have been Demov Doorman after looking down on. You got Hoot on Lash, and you got Listic on Yamato, which also kind of interesting because I rate Listic's Billy really highly. Listic's Yamato, he doesn't always play as a greedy Yamato, so I don't think Listic has had the best performances in Yamato historically relative to some of the other players that play it, but you know, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the Hoots anything, but Lash as well, just because like Lash actually is like, quite good right now in the current patch. Obviously, there's always the element of counter spell that can deal with his ult, but beyond that, Lash has I think benefited a lot from the power spikes, and obviously just in general, I think is seeing a lot more viability. And against a lineup like a Shiv, Abrams, the Viscous, like there's definitely some good front line that you can catch with some ults, I think, and some of the AoEs that Lash is going to be dishing out. So I'm liking it.
We're wondering about the lanes, and you still got pretty decent support to the Shiv with the Viscous, but the person who gets the Page, it's Abrams. And I mean, I think in terms of power lanes, Page Abrams has been one of the stronger ones since the lane changes. So to me, I think it makes a good deal of sense that you would swap this in here on the right-hand side. Also, you know, not only a lane that has a lot of power, but a lane that you kind of need to win because you're up against the Wraith lane. If this lane goes way out of hand, then there's a real chance D-Mob just takes over the game, as not a lot of fear. Some of the pressure coming in.
And it also makes sense because Shift doesn't have any lockdown, whereas Abrams does have the charge. So the charge can serve up or serve as a setup for the captivating read follow-up from Page to actually like lock down Akira and kill them. So there's actually more kill potential, like just straight up kill potential if you get close to the Abrams. So I guess it allows him to be more of a bully in pretty much every respect. So I totally see how it makes sense.
So far, things relatively even as far as Guardians go. Looking at HP for Together, things a little bit on the lower side. Like, you know, for Abraham's lane wise, that is the Billy Sinclair lane, and so far the Viscous Shiv lane doing a reasonable job there. I mean, honestly, I still think when it comes to Viscous, while the pick rate for Viscous still varies in comp, still one of the most deadly laners in the entire game, the ability to take things over and, you know, be highly bursty, put people in a rough spot. So anytime a Viscous lane does well, it's not really a surprise to me.
Really nice early kill onto... wait, who died? Who's with Yamato?
Now someone
Overseas.
Dan, are you seeing the future? You're just like, who died? I was like, no one has died, Dan. It's like your brain actually just overclocked into the future.
I don't know. I'm going precog. My precognition. I don't know. But I was going to say that. Okay. Oh, this is a great catch. Who on the box run there? Really nice snipe onto OCs. But I was going to say, like, that mid lane, I feel like that mid lane, in theory, should be kind of dominant for Listic and Taz for quite some time. Because I don't think, if you're in, you know, Mirage and Overseas' position, I don't think you're looking to really get too active until you get to that 4.8k, like, Spirit Spike, at least for the Mirage. Because otherwise the lane's, like, very dangerous. There's just a lot of burst damage and slow from the Doorman and the Yamato, so... Pretty nice early start, I think, despite OC's getting caught there on the box run.
Also, we are $6 away from the 90s early aughts classic of 1337 to the prize pool. I'm just saying, you know.
We all eat hacksaws.
That's how you really date yourself. Because like, what is a 1337 anyways? You know, Deadlock trend's a little bit older. People definitely get it, but there's some people scratching their heads going, what in the world are you talking about here? D-Mob, though, off on the right. Able to find one, and the Abrams Page lane having some difficulty here as D-Mob 4.2k. Not the start you want to see if you're Leviathan, because a Wraith that's starting to get ahead this early easily can go even further ahead. Now a little bit of buff contest here. Up and over, 3 men for Abrahams, all for the buff that goes the way of D-Mob. Vitality, and not gonna feel any fear diving this one down.
Yeah, Mosey's getting caught out, slowed down a little bit in terms of the farm. Again, he's going to be the counterbalance to the Wraith when it comes to that just pure DPS. OCs is... I feel like OCs is also going to be one of the best answers for actually taking down Billy. Given how tanky Billy can actually be when he's running at people. Just getting the spike that you get on the Jin's mark is pretty insane. And that's a great tool against the Billy.
D-Mob just picked up another. This is the one interesting thing with Deadlock relative to other MOBA flow this early on. If you are having this good of an early game, there's not a ton you can do. I mean, there are cases where we've seen people lane swap, but it's really an emergency maneuver. And generally speaking, it's up to the lane itself to figure it out, but there starts hitting a point where you get this far ahead. You get a Page at 3.8, the Abrams at 4.2, and now D-Mob about to hit 6k. I mean, it starts getting untenable to do anything of use into this lane. Ooh.
Closing the distance. And yeah, this is looking really, really nice here for Leviathan there, in that position. Oberkin on the Viscous is pretty awesome to see. It's great to see how much Oberkin's flexing onto other stuff in the last couple of months.
Yeah, even in his time in Buffingers, Oberkin definitely didn't have the more locked-in support hero pool that some of the other players in the role might have had as Listic. Finds OCs over in the middle. Mid lane, in terms of Guardian HP, actually a slight advantage of Leviathan, but you know, the last few minutes has been much more in the Listic and Taz starting to take advantage on the lane. Though directly into the Hyper Beam, things getting a little bit precarious here for Listic, who decides to charge it, understands his fate and where it's going to go.
Oh my god. He's got like, oh, he's less than 10 HP. That's so ridiculous. I was like, how is he alive?
I mean, at that point, Listic made the right call to dive in. Like, he was going to die there no matter what, but he had a real chance of at least making it an even trade.
That is true. More skirmishing here on the left side. Oh my goodness, Overseas making an appearance after that heal session earlier. Trying to take control of the lane with Freemark here on this Shiv. And this is the point when you're starting to expect some of these Guardians to go down around this 8-minute mark. And the Sinners are spawning too. Oh my god, look at that. Wow. The parkour. Crazy stuff. I gotta say, that is some sick movement from Freemark.
Yeah, also Sank got saved by 2 seconds from Killing Blow being back up. Still gonna have to retreat as lane control goes, wait, still may be dead. And look at there, yeah, it's dead, very dead. Look at the menu. I was like, wait, Saint, you gotta leave. He has killing blow. And Saint's just like, I don't care about killing blow. Well, maybe you should have in this instance, which is also part of Shiv's dominance in lane, is just effectively Shiv is taxing everyone 25% of their HP because, you know, he can just end you at that point.
Totally, yeah. One of the reasons why Shiv is so powerful, and it's getting really off to a great start, I would say. The bounces from the Viscous, Overkim doing great job at the disruption, creating a difficult spot for Billy, but the shield comes in just in the nick of the time to keep him up. And with that said, though, the aggression might continue, although looking to end the situation, Sane there. If he's able to TP away with the assistant. The assistant change is really nice, actually. You can kind of TP back and forth.
You won't be able to convince me that it is not actually overpowered and people just haven't adapted to it. I think Sinclair, you can make the argument at times for being one of the most slept on heroes, especially for what he does in the early game, but overall game state right now, Dan, is looking pretty good for Leviathan. Able to get the left and mid Guardians down, pushing pretty heavily. OCs has gotten a boatload of farm, almost on par with Demov, where, you know, if you're Mirage, that's where you want the farm to go nowadays. And in terms of map access, Leviathan has way more map access here at the moment. So it's Abrahams that, you know, have to hope to bring this back a little bit in 20 seconds when the next round of buffs and Earn comes on down.
Yeah, I don't disagree. You know, and a lot of it comes down to, you know, if Demov can keep pace on the Wraith, obviously, because that's always going to be something that can really turn these fights. They're just raw DPS, but as we see the buffs and the unspawning, it's a great find onto Empty Dream's going to force himself out of the fight with a seismic slam. So defensive play. He's looking to go grab the buff, though. I think that's a movement buff up there. Did get intercepted, I want to say, by the Wraith there with the TP. Really good work again from Demov. Listic, on the other hand, is going to fall. But the urn will be in the hands of Abrahams, who are looking now to stand on the cross for a turn-in. The flog and the card is going to finish off that one.
I gotta say, it's a little bit wild here to see Demov in more of the carry role. Demov generally is on heroes that tend to be a little bit more supportive, but putting Demov on Wraith, I mean, it is full hard carry mode, but you think about so many times that he's been the hero, it can work out. Chain Gang, though, in on the Obakim together, camping out, looking for a little piece of the goo, gonna get it. We'll see how much further this push goes here in on the left as, looks like, is that OCs that's rotated over the be a bit of impediment? It is, and no one wants to fight OCs right now, least of all Saint.
I gotta say, the nerfs that we saw, I think the only like really big loser was probably Infernus. Obviously, he had the most difficult ones, but he's still really good because of some of the ways his abilities work. Also, I think the rest of the cast that got nerfed, like Billy, I don't think that those nerfs actually changed the priority too much in the current meta.
And the body block! That was so good. Not only did you get the doorman, but you walk in front, eat the hook, which would have interrupted, and you door out. That is an absurd sequence enabled by Tass to get Abrahams right back into it soul-wise. 61k, things heating up a little bit more. In on the secret shop, knockdown here on the Gather. He's full HP, and yet, looking here, Empty Dreams doesn't care. Gets back up from Flammable, and it's a go. Gets parry, goes for the quick melee, and runs into all sorts of trouble. Captivating Reed, and he is getting hard punched right now by Abrams. This is a crime in the corner.
Nice. That is exactly the synergy that makes Abrams Page so dangerous when they're working together. And we've got the chase down from Who. Very healthy. There's the ground strike to finish off Overkim. So that's good work there on the cleanup from Hoots. Not seeing a trophy collector anymore. It's like even Hoots has abandoned it after the most recent nerf it received.
Yeah, the trophy collector nerfs are pretty severe. Also, kind of interesting. You don't really see as often, or you weren't seeing last week, but Who picks up Mystic Shot, but it's not an early Mystic Shot buy. Usually when you were getting Mystic Shot in the past, you'd grab it early for lane presence, but this was a Mystic Shot bought post-lane phase in from Hoot, who may be buying off more than you. That's an 8 stack of Jin's Mark, and he just explodes, Dan. He just explodes, but the punishment does come in the OCs on the return.
Have a beam over the top, though. Control some of the space here on this fight. And another catch coming on through onto Saint. So 70k to 71k, so still neck and neck on the overall souls. In terms of the objectives, So I have that right side tier 1 Guardian that is up in favor of Leviathan. That is being assaulted right now. That should go down pretty easily. There we go. Gets finished off. Abraham still like keeping themselves out here, looking to fight. Looking to deal with the defensive forces of the Leviathan squad. Before like falling back from that one. Might be a pick in mid. You got Overseas pretty deep. And he's going to be falling back. In the meantime, this left side Walker is under attack here. Is being fully sieged. This actually might just go down. 30% more health to take out. Are they going to be able to finish it off here? Here comes the reinforcements.
Yeah, here comes Hoot. Straight off the zip line over and smash down on the OCs. Gets him before he can tornado away. And now maybe not. No, it's not enough to defend the Walker. So Hoot gets some key cleanup kills, but it comes at a cost towards the end. One interesting thing for me, though, when I look at the comp here, I definitely say Abrahams has the better scaling of the two teams. Like, yeah, you have a Shiv on the other side and you have a Mirage, but dealing against Yamato, Billy, Wraith, and some of the shenanigans Doorman does at the end, I do think Leviathan is under a little bit more pressure to end this earlier, and Abraham's keeping it even. Not too bad. They are falling behind in walkers, but I think from the comp both teams have, you'd expect that a little bit. All in all, pretty even here, even with Abraham's down to walker, I would say.
Question. Do you think Deathy is loving the fact that Hoot is playing Lash right now?
I think people overestimate that a little bit. Like, on one hand, I want to lean into the meme and be like, yeah, Deathy, ultimate Lash enjoyer. But Deathy himself would be the one who's like, no, dude, I just play a bit of Lash. Like, Deathy has never struck me as the Lash fanatic.
Well, way to kill a narrative.
Right? Like, I don't think he has, like, the Lash build. He's I know. I'm just... but then again, Deathy could destroy all this, like, on stream right now. Just show the Deathy box with shorts as Abrams comes on in. Forces out the Shout transformation in out of Listic. And Listic eating damage from all ends. This is a very defensive Shout transformation to just get out of there.
Yeah, and this fight, both teams kind of trying to ensure that the positioning works out here. Hyper Beam obviously going to really make a mess of that one. We'll get the pull onto the Hyper Beam Thief. Insane there on the Sinclair. And it will be controlled here this turn by Leviathan. So they're going to have that one. That's a really nice pickup. 90k to 90k. Completely dead even on the souls. And right now with this earn run, Leviathan looking to get an edge on... Whoa, okay, we're doing mid-boss? We're doing mid-boss CP right now.
A little bit risky, but there's no Shadow transformation up. The main thing you have to worry about is Lash, and is Hoot going to get in there in time? It's looking like there's a possibility. Yamato is there. Here we go. Page Alt is in. It's a full melee here in the Rejuven. Two of them are grabbed by Abrahams. So they're able to do a good contest. Listic loses one charge immediately. Both charges gone. We'll see if Leviathan can hang on to their charge after this Doorman play from Taz. The rest of them try and get out. Now, a little bit of isolation on the Overseas, who followed them through the door. Dan loses a charge and may lose his life here thereafter as he quickly tries to get away. Ends up with a stay into the Baroness Hotel. We'll see if the standard welcoming party is waiting for him. 1400 HP on the exit. And yeah, service is there, but may not be deadly service, as one tanky Bebop as Overseas doing his best to try and get away. Flying strike in from Listic will not be denied. Finds him at the end.
What a crazy series of trades there. In the meantime, obviously the stolen Walker by Dimov is going to be really painful for Leviathan, who again, it felt like that wasn't a bad call there to go for the mid-boss at all. And with all the Reju crystals that are now gone, it does seem like Abrahams might be taking advantage of the overall game state. The overall lanes are slightly more pushed in favor of Leviathan, but here comes Who with another find off those ground strikes, doing insane amounts of damage. I got to say, he's having huge impact on the Lash. And
I feel like, Dan, I feel like the observers are just catching every single moment that Hoot does his best Mario impression on the OCs. I think that's maybe the third time on camera I've seen OCs just lose almost all of his HP to a ground strike. And yeah, I mean, shout out observers for catching the moments. As
how much has OCs died, actually? Because he's doing all right on the farm, but I know that he's gone wrecked quite a few times. Yeah, 7 deaths. I wouldn't be surprised if that is, of course... Well, obviously, we saw him get caught early because he was going for the box runs. But who was the one that was looking for that? It feels like who has been the architect of OC's demise. And it's funny because OC's is 4 and 7, but still, like, his farm is basically just out on average. A bit like...
Yeah. And also, of those 7 deaths that OCs has had, I would guess like 3, if not 4 of them have come from who. Like, you look to the other side, it's like, who did 6 kills? Who's he actually been killing here? Also, in terms of item trends, things that have not changed over time despite balance changes and it actually getting nerfed, everyone loves Cultist. Everyone. Like, actually, literally everyone on Abraham's has bought Cultist here, Dan. And then it's only for Leviathan that you get Overseas and Flammable not joining the cult.
Yeah.
The cult is one. Like, everyone is drinking the Kool-Aid.
The stats on it are still so good, even after the changes. I think the stats are really helpful for pretty much everybody. And especially now that the creeps, the jungle is harder to deal with, it's just very efficient. It's just really efficient to be able to grab a bunch of extra souls as you're going past those tier 3 camps. So it makes sense. It makes sense that we're seeing it. And also another thing, ZP, is it's a pretty good way for someone that's itemizing, not necessarily hard into gun, to be able to get like a pretty nice chunk of that gun investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3,200. You only have to get a 1,600 item to get your full gun buff if you're looking to spread out your stats for efficiency. And Cultist is something that gives you a discount. It pays for itself. So right now, it's still in the category of everyone loves it. And I mean, part of it too, you mentioned the ability to just walk by a camp and take something. When you're invading the enemy jungle, it's also pretty easy to walk forward and be like, oh, your tier 3 is up. I'm just going to gobble up one of your tier 3 creeps. And the ability to use it to, near risk-free steal parts of the enemy jungle is really, really strong.
That's a great point. This is useful for burglary.
Well, I mean, it's a cult. It's not ethical, you're gonna do it a little bit of stealing. I mean, show me your ethical cult, is what I'll say.
Yeah, I guess that's the antithesis of moral action.
As we look into it here, Dan, 116k, 114k, Leviathan ever so slightly behind as far as overall soul count. And the walker situation has also been evened up, where Leviathan ends up giving up their right walker, Abraham's is giving up their left walker. Realistically, we're in a spot here where a big team fight, especially one that takes place in middle, could lead to mid-boss when it's back up. But we've entered into a period of stability here where neither team is really taking too much of risk and, just housekeeping on your own jungle.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the part of the game that for a lot of people, they're like, okay, this is where we would want another objective. Because there are these lulls that exist still, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but right now, really all there is to do when the jungle is not even present is try to look for picks. And so you're kind of relying on pick setups. And right now, the positioning is around the bridges. We've got the bridge bus coming up in 40 seconds with the urn as well.
I think the other thing of note here, too, and why we've kind of hit a period of silence is, in terms of picks, it's really just kind of overseas that would be looking for a pick right now. For Abraham's, they're not running A characters that are more of the raw, in-your-face, look for a pick. Sure, you're willing to punish a positioning error and have people rotate onto it, but you're not outright opening with swap, lasso, or hook. Whereas, Leviathan, they still have hook options, but all right. We get positioning engages. Here we go. Into the battle we go. Empty Dreams finds Tass immediately in off the pickoffs. 2 quick ones here for Leviathan.
Here we go. Looking to chase it down through the corridors. Abrams, no fear at all. Oh, the catch right before the door, right before the safety was reached. And that is just Abrams just bullying absolutely everybody there. Leviathan, they will lose Empty Dreams, but he did his job. 3 players down for Abrams at the moment, giving Leviathan full run of the map at this point. There is still a bridge buff up. The urn is being carried across the map as well. Creeps are actually hitting that left side walker for Leviathan, so they got to be cautious of that, but they're in a great spot. And look who picks up the spirit buff. It's actually Mirage. That's going to make the Jin's Mark absolutely nuke opponents.
OC is going to be scary for a while. I think the interesting thing is, even with those picks, Leviathan wasn't able to be swift enough to get the urn over. And in fact, maybe a catch here. We see Hoot directly on top of Obakim right now. Of course, Viscous still slippery to deal with. Not stopping Listic and Hoot, though, from poking and looking for the opportunity. But we do see Obakim able to squeeze away. but you're not able to be swiftly taken over to the other side, and Abraham's very invested here, Dan, defending it. No death slam, no problem, as the ground strike is massive in off the top, followed by the call bell. Freemock's HP just completely annihilated off the initiation from Hoot.
And now suddenly big problems for Leviathan. Now, who's going to be able to save them? I feel like OCs is a part of that picture, but he's just like trying to kill base guardians right now. He's not even in this fight. He doesn't have Traveler, so he can't join the fight, and so his teammates are completely routed. But OCs is going to be the key in these fights, these team fights in the future, I think, because the damage output otherwise is not going to be there. Still, though, big damage done to the Walker. Look, you got the escape made by the Abrams. Empty Dreams trying to get out of this position. And you got Doorman looking for him.
Wait, hold up. OC's there too. That wasn't... No travelers were involved. That was just a quick teleport, and the chase down here. Listic is out for blood. This is like, I got him. Wait, flag strike over and in. This is maybe a little bit wild. We'll see if this works out here for Listic, and the chase down still absolutely fine. Not met with the charge by Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams full on retreat. Doesn't want to take the fight no matter what. Listic still going on in there. In off the power slash and our flying strike. Not quite enough to finish off Big Blue. Looking here at together though, laying into the front line. Death slam attempt here by Hoot, not quite hitting what it's looking for, and the chase down there, as explosive as it was, both teams leave unscathed.
Yeah, Abrahams didn't get the key connections they were looking for. Oh my god, look at the tech. Hyper beam up high, in mid. And oh wow, that is the power. That's the power of the Mirage. OCs is going to get scarier and scarier as time goes on, as he starts bursting away at the mid boss. I don't know that he has any life leech here though, so that's a little bit annoying, but does get the page shield coming on through. That's going to make him do even more damage. And right now, Leviathan once again going for the mid boss the second time. They're going to be able to come out of this one better off.
Abraham's, I mean, if they contest, they don't have a lot of tools here. This is just kind of the raw going on in. Page ult comes in. One rejuve, though, already stolen. This time, though, Leviathan ends up with two, and immediately, like they'll be taxing Abraham's rejuve, they were able to steal. Both teams trading back and forth. OC's first to go down, gets this new lease on life. Abraham's loses their rejuve. Leviathan still up one. And now for Abraham's, the objective has to be the leave. You've taxed Rejuvenator, but you cannot give up extra kills here in the moment. You take down the Abrams, you get the last rejuve, but now you're going to pay a price on the retreat. You've already lost two. And we'll see if this ends up with the Midwalker going the way of Leviathan, but a pretty good contest from Abraham's, given where it started.
Oh, huge follow-up. Oh, wow. Freaking bot coming on with that Shiv execute one after another, killing blows, doing so much work here. Really good stuff from him. And of course, a bit of assistance from Empty Dreams on the Abrams, coming out of the hotel guest, as the hotel guest, into a massive anvil. Never too fun, but the pursuit continues. Look at the movement here coming in from Freemock here, looking to hunt these players down. You might just get another one. Killing blow is online. Can't get the doorman low enough though.
Dan, the anvil comes complimentary with every stay at the Baroness. Just, another way they're improving service over every other cursed hotel in the country.
I respect it.
As I look at
I respect it.
As I look at it here, yeah, Abraham's fell behind on kills, but the net effect of that contest is that instead of Leviathan getting able to push with 3 rejuves and basically guaranteeing a free fight, they just get the kills and then they lose all the rejuves in the process. Given how Leviathan was able to start that up 1 with the pick on the task, who's your best person at contesting mid-boss no less, that was about as perfectly played from Abraham's as you're gonna get in that situation, and it's how you stay in the game when you're in that spot. So Leviathan, really good call to go mid, but an even better call in my mind for Abraham's to go for the contest and how they played it.
It's kind of insane that the score in terms of souls is even right now. 23 kills to 25 kills. 122 action points to 122 action points. Like it almost cannot be closer.
No, and I think for Abraham's, again, I think they're the team that probably wants us to go longer a little bit more. It's a soft edge, though. It's not a dramatically defined edge between the two. Obviously, you look at farm targets, you got a really, really farmed OCs into a really farmed DMOV, and you can argue between the two. I think it's a slight edge to the Wraith, but it's not dramatic of the two. And we'll see where this Urn fight goes. Still give me a long while before next mid-boss is up. That's the rejuve timer that you see in the lower right, not the next mid-boss. So I think it's around like 3 minutes till next mid-boss. So this is a time where you can take a fight and not have dramatic consequences. The one thing that hurts Abraham's a little bit, though, that they did eat his attacks for the last fight is that they also lost mid-walkers. So, Leviathan has a little bit more room to chase down if things get a little bit frisky.
Well, the Urn positioning is obviously key right now. The threats from Abraham's that they want to go for the turn-in is there. They actually have the better side of the map to get the turn-in. You get all that high ground where you can kind of like drop in on top of the Urn as opposed to the more concealed ground on the other side. But forcing out the Shadow Form, that's nice. That's a really well played move there from Empty Dreams on the Abrams. And now back at it again, Freemog. Okay, escape through the door. Got to escape from Freemog. He's extremely annoying on this ship.
You're happy with that. You get Shadow Transformation out for a while, and now if you can force another fight, it's pretty good because Listic isn't going to be the same level of threat. Abraham's still in control of the Urn, and I feel like if you're Leviathan here, I don't know if you love the idea of giving up Urn the way you're positioned on the map. Well, the issue that you have here is that you can't turn this into a trade right now, Dan, because the lane is so pushed up on the right that you can't ignore Urn turn-in if you're Leviathan, and then take a walker. It's not going to happen at the lane positioning here. So, that part is good for Abraham's, but also Abraham's, they just dropped the Urn. They're not actually interested in turning this into a turn-in just yet.
As he's just hit 40k souls, so just finally taking a lead on Demov's Wraith. All right, the door follow-up. Yep. That's some focus fire. Oberkim is gone. And here comes the follow-up push from Abraham's, looking to chase down the rest of the Leviathan. They've got to fall off of this one.
Well, this is going on, by the way. You don't have your main frontline character in Fremont there. Fremont's off playing with the Urn as the rest of Abraham's is just running down Leviathan post-pick-off on the Obakim. You get OCs, which is the best pick you can get thereafter. But it goes to show here, Dan, how formidable the walkers are at the moment, that even with the 2 pickoffs, you don't see Abraham's deciding, all right, guys, go mid. Like, just push mid. It is still a risky endeavor. And if you're going to give up picks like this for Leviathan, that was the time to do so. Because mid-boss isn't up for another 25 seconds. You're not able to convert this into a direct mid-boss take. I mean, I guess if Abraham's is feeling frisky, there's a small window where OCs isn't up, and they are pulling around middle here, Dan. Are they just going for the straight mid-boss take on respawn? It's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a bad move either from them. I mean, we'll see how it pans out. Abraham's do have Shadow Transformation, so that's always really good to have. They've got the door setups as well. This is the other thing too. If you can get your doorman set up well, it's always going to be a benefit.
You got Traveler. They have Traveler in 2 seconds here. So if they go full engage, they're going to be able to go in. Or you just give it up. Do you fear the doorman? Here we go. Contest coming on in for Leviathan. Death Slam up and over. All 3 rejuves secured by Abraham's. Courtesy of the Death Slam, providing a little bit of covering fire, but 2 rejuves immediately down. Leviathan playing the long game here, taking advantage of the poke from the outskirts. OC's got a lot of damage in. Now Demov getting chased here by the Abrams. Off to the side. Charge comes in. Does not connect. Demov able to not get hit here in the moment. 1 rejuve left here from Abraham's. Both teams pretty darn low here in and of the moment. Leviathan doing a great job burning on the rejuves. OCs and overseas grab another 2. All the rejuves are gone, but the fall through on the other end from Abraham's able to clean things up. 2 for 3 here so far. And this is again turned into another mid-boss here, Dan, where neither team may end up with a huge advantage.
There might be enough of an advantage, though, and mobility for Abraham's. Only 2 players up, and there's 2 walkers that are up for the grabs, as well as the Urn, and this might all get cleaned up here in the time that it takes to respawn, because there's just not enough defense, and with overseas going down, this is surely going to be 2 walkers and an Urn, and that would lead the Abraham's to have a decisive advantage. Already 10k in advantage right now, looking like it'll probably extend to 20-30k, and they'll be in prime position. The only thing, though, ZP, is that there's no mid-boss for quite some time, so the next stretch is into the base for objectives, and I don't know how they're going to do it, even with a 20-30k advantage. Not anytime soon. Okay, all right.
Wait, that didn't need to happen! Flammable hyperlines himself because, okay, in fairness, I don't think Flammable thought Demov would keep chasing. But if Flammable just kept running into the fountain, that wouldn't have happened. Demov just goes super aggro, and Flammable gives up the hyperline. That's unreal. And now you have this moment of window here where, yeah, no rejuves, but you're able to get the walker. You might be able to get the walker here on the left, but okay, the full contest is coming out. We'll see how quickly they can burn this down, because in off the top is coming in Empty Dreams and Free Mock. The meat has arrived.
Yeah, if Abraham's not careful, there could be an issue, but a nice grab coming in from who's able to kick down the Viscous. At the very least, Overkim is in trouble, has to cube himself out of that one. So with all of that said, is OC's able to get the damage in there on the back line as he's firing away. He's got the tanking from Freemock, and eventually that front line is gone, and now all focused onto OC's there on the Mirage, unable to escape. Absolute decimation from Abrahams as they look to wipe Leviathan yet again.
Dan, you know what would have been really helpful in that fight? You know what could have turned that fight for Leviathan? A Paige, if she doesn't hyperline herself from Demov going super aggro.
True.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And now the base is going to get destroyed. There's nothing to stop it, really. 3 players are up at the moment for Leviathan, but they've got to be so careful not to stagger their deaths. They need to, essentially, they just have to say, yep, we'll do some poking, but that's basically it. We need everybody up to defend the pit.
This is brutal. Leviathan was playing such a good game. And yeah, I mean, the mid-boss overall went in favor of Abraham's. But the real tragic part was losing the Page for that Walker fight. I honestly think you look at the sequence of events there, Dan, it may have been better to just give up the Walker. Because by losing the fight at Walker, you end up losing both shrines, you lose first stage patron, and now you're a good 30k behind, which is very significant as far as team fights go. Mid-boss is coming up in a minute 20. Still not out of the realm for Leviathan to turn this around, but they are now clearly behind, whereas up until this point, it had been very even between both teams.
Oof. It's crazy. I mean, when it rains, it pours. In this particular game, it was just neck and neck until like a minute ago. A very exciting matchup so far between these two teams. The way back in is going to be very difficult. It's going to require like a really perfect engagement, initiation, maybe a mistake, an overextension, allowing an early pick. These are the types of things that Leviathan kind of need to go their way to have any chance at bringing this one back.
Okay, step one for Leviathan. You want to win the next team fight. This is ultimate free, like 9,000 IQ advice. Kill Demov. Kill him. Take him out. But realistically, you do need that sort of freak play where you're somehow able to catch Demov out of position and eliminate him at the beginning of the fight. Then you have a chance. But you have to get through the overall positioning of Abrahams. You have to not get crunched by Hoot, who's done a great job at initiation in a lot of these fights where, I mean, look, a lot of people for MVP, maybe you'd have to give it to Demov if it was a best of one right now because of the hyperline play. But prior to that, I would say Hoot. Hoot has done such a good job at a lot of these open initiations to find pickoffs, to put Freemock in a bad spot, to give Abrahams an edge, even when they're behind. That, you know, Hoot arguably is still the bigger threat as Demov right now on the hunt, looking for his counterpart here on the carry. The telekinesis in. OC's getting slammed and is done. The Page ult a little bit too late, but you know it's not late. The death slam is Hoot. Looks to put this one away.
Yeah, this is going to be it now. This is such a strong advantage. No players left to fight. It is just a full escape attempt. And I mean, you can only go so far to escape it. The base is basically gone at this point, so what are you even escaping to? And the mid-boss is up now too. So at this point, Leviathan are fully checked out.
Leviathan, they're in a tough spot. If you're Abrahams, you just end it. You don't need the aid of mid-boss. You got plenty of an advantage. You just gotta go smack what is still a very weak second stage patron. Yeah, there's Hyper Beam up above, but the backdoor prevention is gone, and Abrahams, who are at death's door at points in this game, they bring it back, and they take down Leviathan for map 1. But Dan, it was...
Map 1 in the books. Wraith reigns supreme here on our Deadlock servers. It's week 18. The Leviathan are our challenging squad. They came in pretty unscathed, but now Abraham's handed them the first loss of the night. It's first to 2 wins. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as we welcome DDK and ZP back in. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we want to thank all of the subscribers during that last game. Generic being our most recent Prime subber. Here we go, starting things off with the Blue Man. He seemed pretty filthy until the late game when the Wraith took over. What'd you see from him tonight?
I think what I'm seeing from Empty Dreams is just the biggest player glow up I've seen in a long time from multiple players. I mean, Empty Dreams has never been bad at the game, but Empty Dreams has shown really good versatility, whether it be on Abrams, whether it be on Holiday, even Bebop. Empty Dreams is just looking to be the universal playmaker no matter what he is on, and has been such a threat for Leviathan, even in games that they have lost, that to me, I feel like his superstar status has gone way up the last few weeks.
Is this where the game flipped, DDK?
The mid boss, yeah, I kind of felt like that second mid boss, definitely. I mean, both teams, really trying to contest it, and Leviathan were the ones that like really trying to initiate some of those, and Abraham's coming away with like better timings. I think it was the case that Leviathan just like couldn't get there in time to really have the proper contest, and so they couldn't stop the rejuve crystals going out of their hand. And although we had some like good favorable praise on the rejuve crystals, ultimately Leviathan couldn't get it done.
Is there anything better than a blue ZP? I don't think so. Fantastic win from Abrahams. It was tied up at 183K each. So bit of a swing after that final mid-boss. And then, of course, sealing the deal was the Wraith. I assume our front runner for MVP is D-Mov right now, ZP, right?
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, if you're talking about players in EU, when you look at players that continually get their teams out of trouble, when you look at what D-Mov has meant to this Abrahams team, I think you can make a strong argument that D-Mov may just be the best player in EU, possibly the world overall, in terms of mechanics and playmaking potential. Yeah, there's other elements of play. Be like, are you always making the smartest decisions? Well, in D-Mov's hands, it feels like he's always doing the right thing just because he's able to make plays out of nothing. I mean, in this game alone, forget just being farmed on the Wraith, having the game sense to be like, no, this guy's got a hyperline. He's going to make the dumb decision if I just keep going in, and it actually pays off. It turns into be the game-winning play. D-Mov does this on the regular. His consistency is unreal.
The man can play everything, and he does it at such a high level. Ridiculous performance. We do have to talk about the newbies here on the squad. We got Hoot, who's actually an OG, but Listic is filling in due to a last-minute internet issue for side. So let's talk through this one. DDK, how do we score the performance in game one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they both played really well. I think Hoot was a bit more standout, I think, in terms of the chase downs and just the interceptions. Just having the presence of mind as well to understand what his job was, to keep OCs down. We saw a lot of targeting, very targeted attacks on OCs. He was very early on, as we pointed out, trying to run those boxes with the intercept. The ground strikes looked really, really good. I think you can see how Lash can be really strong right now in the damage output with the way that the investment spikes work. So overall, I think Hoot really displayed that Lash is really good. I don't think the Death Slams had all that much impact, but to be honest, I think it's kind of hard with Counterspell in the game anyway to ever really expect that.
Okay, we'll see what we do in the next draft. ZP, if you were coaching Leviathan and you wanted to see a game 3, what's the biggest advice you got for him?
I think you got to either lock down the Wraith for yourself or ban it. I think that is the one thing that we've been seeing across both games now, regardless of teams. The Wraith has been too good. Yeah, Mirage is pretty decent, but yeah, D-Mov may be a good player, but we also saw what Empty Dreams was able to do in the Wraith in game 1. Wraith may just be too good to give up right now, so either lock it down for yourself or ban it. Those are your options.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a quick break in between games. While we do that, shout out to Slime, Vachi. Let's try this again. Vacachimuela 15. Thank you for rocking the Prime. Give us Amazon's money right before Christmas time. Also, reminder, you can hit the donate button directly below the Twitch stream. All the money raised through that button will go to the players' prize pool here on episode 18. It's DDK, it's ZP, it's Abraham's Leviathan. Game 2 after this.
Derry.
Welcome back, everybody. DDK rushing back with a full jug of water because he knows he's going to need it. This one's going to a game 3, and Jake told me during the break, nothing. Jake, you just rejoined the show. How we feeling?
I'm excited, man. That was a great game 1, honestly. Like, I expected the Leviathan would be able to put up a real challenge for Abraham's, but I didn't think it would go that close, that down to the wire. I mean, it comes down to a couple key moments, key fights that decide the course of the game, but these are two teams that look very evenly matched. I wouldn't be shocked at all to see a game 3.
So far, has it been superpower or teamwork that's been the difference maker through game 1, DDK?
I mean, I don't think you can separate them. I think everybody's doing their job. Some of the team that the members of the team have roles where there's more star power that's kind of inherent to that role. I think what's going to be really interesting is how the reaction is now in the draft, because when you get, you post that first map, that really tells you so much. Even if these teams prepare a lot, nothing is going to tell you more than the first map of the series. So now we get to see like what are the bans, and having the Wraith Mirage like counterbalance the situation. That might get mixed up now, and I think that could be pretty powerful in terms of how it could change the game. So I'm excited for that.
The viewership number keeps climbing, and we are not even halfway through the show. Reminder, after Europe, we go over to North America, but we got to remind you what just happened here in the first game. It was tied at 183K net worth for both teams. In the end, though, you saw D-Mob going on a 6K spree, a bit of a pull-away 10-kill difference as Abrahams lock up a comfortable finish. You see that line graph at the bottom. Can you walk me through that, Jake? For anyone who's new, how's that thing working out?
I mean, the game is basically a dead heat, completely even, and the advantage is actually being traded back and forth for almost 30 minutes into the game until Abrahams finally take a lead, which is actually pretty long by Deadlock standards right now. These days, usually a team will have pretty decisive lead by 15, 20 minutes and start to snowball from there. And for the fact that Leviathan were able to even keep up in the lanes against Abrahams is something that not many teams have been able to achieve. Taking a look now at some of the stats too, I mean, D-Mob has pretty rarely been on like these hard carry roles where he's getting a ton of farm. He's usually played like a little bit more of the high tempo, early game snowballing fighting heroes. But he looked amazing on the Wraith, great risk management, and kept his deaths down to 2, which is crucial when you're on this heavy carry role.
I noticed the player damage. Hoot led the lobby with 45K. Is that something we expect to see from a Lash, or is that just Hoot being hootish?
Honestly, that's pretty crazy from Lash, right? Is because, I mean, he builds a lot of damage, but he still has like Curse. He still has some defensive tools. So he's not like going for just the raw gun carry by any stretch of the imagination. He really is playing for the team fights. He's just happening to have an amazing game on the Lash. And I think that's more a testament to Hoot's individual prowess as a player than the role. I mean, Lash is not a character we typically see go top damage in competitive play.
We're wondering, what else does D-Mob have in his character arsenal? Same can be said for Hoot, and we're about to find out. Draft number 2 is coming our way. Leviathan should have the advantage here. It'll be the Abrahams banning first, and we'll see what they want to remove from the game. Do both teams let Wraith out the opening round here, DDK?
It's interesting. I feel like it's definitely a move. It's definitely a move. Let's see what Abrahams decide to do first. Okay, so they're going to get rid of the Wraith. So... Leviathan, what do they ban? There's a lot that you could ban here. You could ban Billy, you could ban Shiv, you could potentially ban the Abrams. There's a lot of like top bans. What do you think, Jim?
I would just take away together Shiv. That's just my personal feeling about how good Shiv is. But instead, they choose to take out Mirage, which has some sense behind it in my mind because, right, like now, okay, Wraith and Mirage, the 2 top carries of the patch, neither of them is available. So Abrahams, you get the first pick. But, whatever you take, there's going to be some responses. I kind of like the Shiv opener for Abrahams. Makes the Billy feel less potent. But Abrahams actually going to prio the Billy over the Shiv.
Out of the gate?
Yeah, for me, I kind of like Shiv versus Billy in this matchup. And now Leviathan get Shiv +1. So I think overall, I kind of liked how the draft has started here for Leviathan. Maybe they want to go for like the Shiv Viscous. I think that's a really potent lane. It's a great combo throughout the game because, of course, Shiv's bloodletting still ticks down while you're in the cube. And so you just never take some of that deferred damage.
Is Shiv Kelvin totally dead now?
I mean, people aren't. I mean, Kelvin was uncontested last draft, or did it get banned?
It's just not touched, I don't think.
Wow. I mean, so maybe the Kelvin is. I think Shiv is just still a monster, and there's just other tools that enable him. They go with the Abrams rather for Leviathan against Abrahams. So they're trying to be able to match the Billy front line. And honestly, I kind of agree. Like Abrams plus Shiv can do it. Like these 2 heroes, it's going to be hard for Billy to get in there and not get like pulled way too deep. But now Abraham's double down, so neither team wants to give the other the advantage here in the front line. Seems like a super high prio here at the start of the draft.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. I think Abrams is really crazy in this patch too. So, that's one thing that it's like easy to overlook sometimes is that, Billy's crazy in this meta, but at the same time, my God, Abrams actually got a lot better too with some of the changes. So Paige and Billy is secured. And that was like one of the questions I had. I think that's going to be really beneficial for Abrahams. We're going to see how that lane matchup is going to work. And Vindicta, nice. We're going to see Vindicta get some play. That's really cool. Seeing the Oberkin Vindicta is always a pleasure, honestly. And I think he plays the role really, really well. And then you get the Vindicta Abrams combo, which is really fun.
I wonder now where we go in the bans. They take away the pocket, which I like. All right, you're going to run a lot of frontliners. You're a little bit low on characters that really get on top of pocket. You have like better catch and damage for a little bit less mobile heroes so far in the Leviathan draft. And so taking out pocket is just that like X factor threat that you don't want to give into a player like Hoot, right? Who can just take the game over. Kelvin Ban comes in, so still a little bit of respect here. As what is going on in the third phase? Is that like Wraith twerking? What was going on?
Yeah, no.
I am honored to serve at your
Okay,
pleasure.
Doorman coming on through for Leviathan. That's a really nice steal. I feel like Doorman is, if Doorman was like a top 2 pick, I wouldn't bat an eye at that. I think he's really, really good. I think, like you said, Jake, he had the emphasis on the front line, but the Doorman ult is like so powerful in these plays. Bebop coming on through is nice. That's your pick for Abrahams, and obviously this Taz on Bebop is pretty insane. So great pickup. And does that leave a holiday for Leviathan? Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, I
Maybe?
wouldn't mind seeing the flammable holiday. Abraham's triples down though. It's so much frontline. Every character they have right now is either frontline or like catch and support, right? Like they don't even have a traditional carry. And honestly, based on the way the draft is going, I don't think Abrahams are going to finish with a traditional carry. I think they're just going to let Geist maybe be the carry and go for more catch. Leviathan, go with the Ivy. So going back to the well for, I think, the hard carry role here in a character that really hasn't seen play in that spot for quite some time. Still some faith, though, that Ivy can carry the day. And in theory, I like it. I mean, Ivy has great mobility, great escapes, and Abrahams might struggle to catch her. But oh my God, that's a Viper
Interesting.
pick here live in the night shift. I'm really
Infernus?
interested. Who knows what they're going to play on this Viper in terms of
Chat, you know what to spam.
We could see an Infernus coming out here to finish this one off. I think that could make quite a bit of sense. He's still pretty good, but actually the holiday gets stolen away. So you're right. You're totally
Could
right,
be
Jake.
Carry
There's more
Holiday,
catch.
honestly. But I mean, this is an Abraham's tempo draft. Like this is a way they've been willing to play that not many other teams have. I'm curious to see a couple things about how the builds end up going. Does Holiday end up building towards that gun scaling? Haven't really seen that since it got nerfed. Same for characters like Bebop. I think the Spirit Bebop looks insane. Like jumping up into the skybox and lasering people seems like a very potent way to play Bebop right now. Like team fighting with a laser in the sky is a lot of damage, and there's not much you can do about it. And so I'm kind of a big fan of this Abrahams draft. I think it's very fast. I think Leviathan have been pushed into a weird place to make their draft work, right? They have Viper, Ivy as their last two. Kind of skeptical for these two. I mean, theoretically, they have a lot of damage to carry, but can you actually play properly on especially Viper? I mean, do you not just get tempoed out? Maybe the bullet shot is going to give that team fight value, but we just really haven't seen Viper work, frankly, at this level of play.
Are we able to donate specifically to a team, like not the overall prize pool? I'm asking Jake here because he's our CFO. Like, is there a way for Viper pregnancy enjoyers to maybe just
give the Viper player
support
money?
anyone that plays her? Because I feel like if you're brave enough to do it on Deadlock night shift, you deserve a tip, right, DDK?
We should do some kind of hero bounties, get people to play like McGinnis and Viper for a couple subs here and there. But I think you're gonna have to see who pulls out the Viper and show them your love direct on the socials, direct on their Twitch channel.
It's true.
Or you could just give us money and it'll percolate down to the Viper.
It'll trickle down eventually.
Trickle down donations, guys. That's how it's all reliable.
It's math. It's science. Much better vibes today here for episode 18. We love the love. Thank you for all the supporters. I was just scrolling through and our subs are popping off. We're at 701 and we started around 620. So that's 80 subs already on the show. Over on YouTube, we are reaching some ridiculous numbers. We are peaking at 1250 so far for game number 1. Let's break that. Tell your friends. It's Deadlock Night Shift. EU Grand Final Game 2. Abrahams on match point.
Okay, Viper gets picks, but I'm kind of scared for Viper's life expectancy, Jake, because, you got the holiday lasso kind of just going to wreck the Viper.
Yeah.
I feel like anything that really just, locks Viper down, obviously, is just insta-kill on Viper. And you got the Bebop hooks there as well, so, like, picks are plenty. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, the tools exist to deal with the Viper, but as I think more about this draft, I mean, relatively speaking, you're a little bit light on control for Abraham. It's really just hook and lasso, and then Paige has follow-up, but Geist and Yamato have zero control, like of any kind. And Billy, it's just the ult. I mean, I guess the Rising Ram is okay, but I sort of can see the vision. I mean, I think Viper theoretically has like some of the craziest raw DPS in the game when you're just sliding forever and like all in on damage items. The key question in my mind is like, what's the build going to be for Empty Dreams? I mean, if they're picking this is obviously something that they've, practiced, they believe can work. And it's been a unique draft in which some of the top tier carries have been banned. But I mean, this is Viper being picked over Infernus. That is a bit of a wild moment here in DLNS history.
Yeah, that's very true. One thing that we should say, actually, we didn't make the point with the Ivy, is that it's not just Ivy, but it's OC's Ivy, and nobody has come close to doing what OC's can do with Ivy historically. So the only thing with that though is that it does rely on OC's getting space. His team have to kind of win some of that tempo game to be able to create space for him to do what he does and basically dominate one half of the map. And usually it's going to be that side of the map where his opponents have the, if I'm not mistaken, have their farm is like heavier on their side, if that makes sense, because obviously the map is not like completely even. So it's pretty optimized. I'm just skeptical here, Jake, if he's going to be able to just farm like he can usually farm for free.
Yeah, right. Like the Abraham's absolutely going to be putting the pressure on with the draft they have. They have a lot of that mid-game fighting tempo. I think I'm definitely going to be looking for around that time those investment spikes start to come out, where that's where it's almost the peak of this composition and where you want to start developing some kind of a lead for Abrahams. For Leviathan, it's about getting to that point in the game and being at least on equal footing, right? Being able to deal with some of these pushes coming in. You can't just cede the map to Abrahams as they start to deathball you down in the mid game. You've got to be ready to fight that, and it kind of starts in the lanes, right? The early laning phase, these heavy tanks, like, they're okay, but they really do need to get into a few items before they can really get in the mix and fight aggro. And Fremok on the Shiv, I think, has a lot of weight this game. Like, if he's able to have a great start and able to get like that max ult, get some of his damage online and start cleaving through the tanks, okay, maybe this just doesn't feel like that hard of a game for Leviathan. But if Shiv has a rough game and is getting just killed first in the fights, it's going to be a very different story.
Well, first blood on
first. Oh, wait, hold on. Viper lane just we got to go over to the Viper lane. We got to let's see what's going on with Empty Dreams. We got a Viper participating in that first blood. Abrams Viper. I mean, kind of a nice lane, like a lot of damage, a lot of catch. He's doing a little aggro box run on Viper, stealing the enemy boxes after the kill.
I mean, that's a
Billy Page lane.
That's fair. Yeah, it's not supposed to happen. But like the Screwjob dagger though, it kind of feels like it has the potential to be like a Shiv ult in some respects, because of how it does more damage, the more health it's missing. It is like it actually makes it like the most insanely powerful nuke. Sometimes you can do like 300 burst damage with it very early into the game.
Billy getting in there, gets parried. Oh my god, wait, Viper, the damage is real. MG Dream,
yeah.
Perfect parry so far. Not being baited into anything. But still, this is a Billy getting big melees with Wrecked on. Yeah, they're gonna have to chill this guy. There's no respect for him right now. Ooh, gets a heavy melee off. If they get that parry, it could have been okay, but now Billy dive in the tower. Uh-oh. It's all gone wrong. Nice attempt to parry from Empty Dreams. This time it doesn't work out. The trades are gonna be good at that parry just enough. But man, that is way too close for comfort. Billy is ridiculous right now.
You can kind of see some of the logic as to why it makes sense because Billy doesn't die, but he will get lower on HP, and that makes him super susceptible to the Viper nuke with the Screwjob
that lethal
dagger.
poison. You could just get popped, right? When you get down that low, like, that's true. I think Billy often clutches on low HP because people think they're going to finish him, but Viper is, of course, amazing at finishing low targets.
That's pretty
also, Fremok on the Shiv is crushing the game right now. I mean, he's leading the game. Like, this is, I think, the most important player to have a great game. Mid lane, though, is proving a little bit more scary. The hooks are coming in. Both players pushing each other under towers for now. And Ivy just trying to hold on to this Guardian, clear the waves. Yamato is just really aggressive with the build, with the playstyle, though. And there's also Taz and the Bebops, so you have to put so much respect on these hooks.
I just had a quick thought of self-awareness. Wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone, because in comes Demov on the holiday. We were talking about Demov being ZP's estimations of Demov couldn't be higher. He's basically called him the best player in Europe. So we'll see how he works on holiday, who is insanely strong in terms of the playmaking options. It's going to be very exciting to see that play out.
Flammable, I think, super important as well in the early game. Has already gotten a successful roam on the mid, now continues to come back. I mean, Fremok is happy to get some of the solo souls too, so it's letting Shiv continue to snowball and escalate their game. Now as buffs come off, this could be a key fight. Abrams and Viper both coming to bail this one out. Big commitment here in the side lane. Pinning the Page off that buff is huge. I believe Ivy was able to grab that movement buff, so it should be no problem to chase down this page. She's juking well, though. Saint, hold on. Oh, ooh, a little bit of a flub movement from Overseas. Actually, Paige might be able to get out of this unless... Okay, Viper. Surely this is enough. Paige just trying to make what time she can, but it's kind of turning into a serious chase here. A little bit of Benny Hill music, but finally, eventually, it will come down, and the flight should be enough to get away from Listic. Wait, no, the right click is good. Listic. Wow, what a follow-up shot there.
Oh, it's like shooting clay pigeons there with the right click from the Yamato. That's pretty sick. Taz on almost no help.
Those are some huge punishes. I mean, it looks like just some crazy movement from Saint, and it ends up actually mattering so much with the team there, ready to bail him out. Now lassoing Doorman deep. They just have the damage. Listic pops the all in commits now, and OC should just have to run out of this one. What is going on here? Just stone farming through the window out to the high ground.
I just had a thought. Is Deadlock Night Shift just the open beta waiting room?
I mean, in fairness, all Deadlock is kind of the open beta waiting room right now.
That's fair.
Uh-oh. Billy, does he have the tankiness? Has the ult from Paige. Surely if he could take anything, it would be this. It would be this moment. Viper running for the hills. How dare you attack a pregnant woman? Give her your seat on the train, Billy. Billy is a scoundrel, an absolute scoundrel.
But he's got to be careful, though. Again, like, I mean, getting low. Did Viper get forced off the lane? Empty Dreams did get forced back a little bit.
Base, right? Oh my god, the Yamato in the mid lane. I don't know about this door, man. Oh, with the cart under tower. It's not quite enough, though. It doesn't pull Demov through, it seems, to get back under tower. Nice attempts, though, from Obikim. But they're just taking big hits from Listic in exchange for that kind of a play.
Fun early game so far. Catch, though, onto the Vindictor. Flammable goes down. And it's actually a Flammable on the Vindictor instead of Obikim. So that's actually a surprise to me as well.
Obikim on the Doorman. I think that's... Doorman's a hero, though. I think that a lot of players are starting to play more and learn. Here comes Shiv, though. Fremont, he has these executes online. You got to be so careful getting low against him. No swap for Geist, but he just takes a lot of poke on that Shiv. Bebop kind of sends him packing with that full spirit investment. And the mid lane is just turning into an absolute bloodbath now. They kills back to back to back. Listic is starting to kind of heat up in this game, which is not exactly what you want, right? Yamato is definitely the hero to take an early game lead and really get active, really start to snowball into other lanes. But before they can even get here to this rotation, it might just be a double kill in the side lane. Saint, though, deja vu. He's going to live a little bit longer into this. There's rotations coming in. Viper now sees unwelcome visitors in the lane and just trying to play her way out of this one. She's got the moves to do so. Wow, just goes all in on the Page. Hold on, maybe Page doesn't have much left. Gets the heavy melee in too. The lethal poison is good, but still 2 kills for the mid lane rotation. Still value, I think, for Abrahams in the early game.
Yeah, I agree too. And given the fact that, like you say, Listic is so far ahead, he's almost... I think he's about to pick up his Torment Pulse, I would imagine. He's almost at 3,200. He's going to be getting those spikes soon, and his ganks are going to get very dangerous.
Taz down in the side lane. Fremont full HP. Has that heal bane as well, right? So if he's able to start snowballing some kills, he's going to absolutely heal up through it all. Tons of melees here coming up from the Billy, but OC's just going to walk this one off to the Walker. Take that harassment. That's all he can really do. But together is a bit of a lane bully now. I mean, it's hard to stay in lane against him. Holiday shows up. Holiday's big spirit power as well. A lot of nuke threat from this hero. But with rapid recharge on CD, there's not so much you can do in the fight.
Yeah, fight for the Sinners. The bridge buffs coming up soon as well. And both these side guardians, or all 4 side guardians, are actually up still, which makes it really interesting by the time the urn comes around.
Oh, he slipped away. He's going to take full hit here, but the follow-up's not there. I mean, the rest of his team is actually bailing him out, killing Obikim while he's in the hotel.
Yes, guardian's going down.
Abrams is thinking about doing something here, but maybe we kind of bait some kind of a dive. Here comes the lasso. Oh, insane max range lasso there. The bomb is good. Incredible follow-up now on Empty Dreams, who's just a couple pixels of HP. What a catch from D-Mob. I mean, talked about him making a case for himself as MVP, and that's a solid statement of a kill, man. I just don't think Empty Dreams have any thought that he could be caught in that situation.
I could just hear ZP in the distance going, see? See? On that one.
See?
There we go.
Crazy premonition. Okay, side guardian does go down, so I mean, the the load on Fremok's inflammable shoulders is going to get quite heavy right now. I mean, I think OC's probably still has a lot of farming left to do before he's really ready to participate too much in this game. I think a lot comes down to Vindicta and Shiv. How can they tempo this mid game? Fighting a Geist here, trying to just bully Hoot out. But, I mean, Hoot's getting the farm. I don't think he feels bad about solo defending this lane. I just don't know that a Walker push is realistic at this moment. So, game is starting to look pretty difficult right now for Leviathan. They're pushing a side lane, but a big rotation coming in once again.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Un's going to be delivered on the right side, or that's the attempt at least. It's a couple players are going to be there to defend it. And Vindicta and Shift to defend the right side.
If I just has to get out, I mean, all gun damage, right? Or rather, all spirit damage in the early game. OC's though is going to take an opportunity to get an easy kill on this mid lane Guardian. Has the slides to get out, has the mobility. Rapid recharge. I mean, he's all in on farming with his Ivy. Has a pretty incredible build for tempoing out the early game. But not so much escape, not so much tankiness. And yeah, Billy gets on top of you. And you're kind of donating a bag there. Abraham's, this early game draft is working out pretty much exactly as they would have planned it. Fremok should be dead to rights here on just a sliver of HP on this ship. Surely he can't get out of this, yeah.
For a second, I believed.
Choose to believe, and now an Urn turn in as well. And this game's starting to look like a little bit more out of hand for the Leviathan. They're in the comeback spot now. Lasso attempted pulling Abrams in. Page should get this Urn drop for free, yeah, relatively. And the fight is not realistically there here for the Leviathan. They need to back out of this one. Then the Baroness, but the lockdown comes in. Cart goes wide, Obacam. Flammo already down. Doorman maybe soon to follow. And I mean, this is Urn and kill, so a really dominant showing on the side of the map that Shiv was dominating with help of Vindicta for quite a long time now. It's forgotten, man. This Guardian is done.
So there you go. All the Guardians now cleaned up at the 12-minute mark.
Who's ready for a ride?
Definitely much more consistency around Guardians getting taken down with the way the resistances work now on the Guardians, the way it ticks down over time.
I mean, the farm speed on his Ivy is pretty absurd, though. I wonder if he even goes Tesla bullets with this build. I guess he does, yeah. He's got the pre-purchase on. So I will say, I mean, I think OC's actually is going to farm to a heinous level in this game if he's able to just have the space and time to do it. The key question is, can Fremok and Overseas hold down the front line until that time? Can Empty Dreams be like that early to mid-game carry on the Viper that keeps these fights going? Chain on the Bill, he's happy to fight the ship for now. I don't think he wants that smoke. There's way too many players now turning up in the mid lane. Could turn into a major team fight, though. Abraham's bringing numbers of their own.
Big fight in mid with Hyper Beam over the top there. That's going to disperse the rest of the Leviathan squads. They're going to fall off of that one. Got to respect the Hyper Beam, man. You must
happy to kill
respect
Saint, though, before getting his cavalry charge off, right? Like, to be able to get on top of this page, definitely the dream scenario, considering the draft you're up against with all these frontliners. Like, you almost have to kill the page first. If she's just there supporting the frontliners, you're going to find yourself in real trouble if the fights go long.
Interestingly, Listic kind of slowed down on his farm, you know, because he was kind of pretty far ahead of the pack, and at one point, it's actually Hoot who's on the Geist. We haven't really talked about Hoot really at all just yet, but on the Geist is a
side lanes.
Very scary prospect, actually, and he is the most farm player on the server right now, other than OCs. So keeping pace with OCs, which is never, I mean, if you're doing that, you're de facto one of the best in the world, like, to keep pace with OCs.
Yeah, I mean, Hoot's, I think, a very strong player to take this kind of farm. And one thing that's interesting about Abraham's is it's been really hard to pin down, especially today, like, who is going to get the eco on this team? You know, you see the players come into the lobby, and on most teams, like Leviathan, you know OC's going to be on whatever's going to get, like, that heavy gun carry farm. OC's going to be playing it, so, you know, like, whatever. Okay, if it's OC's Ivy, you know for sure what the build's going to be. Now it's Hoot. I mean, Hoot and D-Mob have, like, traded places as far as playing that carry style. Overseas gets the pin in, but no wall slam, and so Taz just keeps that laser going. And I mean, the spear damage is very real on this build, like, pretty unreal. And that, I mean, that laser beam is like a 1 minute cooldown. It's kind of a big fan of this Bebop laser maxing build. It feels like it gives such a crazy amount of damage in the team fight if you can't stun him out.
Guys, I have a update straight out of Twitch chat. Very sad news to hear is that Twitch has apparently banned Viper Pregnancy and Joy, or at the very least is making them change their name. That is the update in chat.
Oh my God.
More info as the situation evolves.
Probably for the best. Probably for the best.
VPE has a good ring to it, right?
That's true. Those that know. Those that know.
It might be sieging this left walker at the moment. Leviathan going for it. That movement, bridge buff is still up as well behind all this. They're using the door. They're using the door. This is why the doors are so good. You get all this walker damage, but you get a quick escape without being punished.
Well, we came on just a sliver. Risky. I mean, they'd lose a walker, and the defense is good, so it's just 1 for nothing in the end. I mean, there's waves crashing on Leviathan's side of the map, so I mean, Abrahams get drastically the more out of that trade. You get a little bit of walker damage, but just doesn't mean much. And I think Abrahams are able to kind of bat away that offense, and at the same time taking a blood price of their own. And I mean, now it's a comeback earn, which is honestly, I'm like kind of wondering if this is a game state where Abrahams might be able to take a comeback earn.
Here comes Fremork. Does get knockdowns, so activating read knockdown combo is nasty.
Knockdowns. And yeah, the Bloodlet is going to clean him up here. No chance. Abrams bolted over the top, but yeah, with that Taz Bebop Laser, you have no chance to really fight into this. Just have to take the reset. Lane's being dealt with. I mean, OCs is getting a lot of farm, but the game is just slowly but surely getting more and more out of control. Abraham's getting everything they want. They're developing that lead, and I'm starting to get worried. I feel like there's going to be an aggressive mid-boss force here at some point from Abraham's, and I'm not sure Leviathan are going to be able to keep up in that kind of a fight.
Yeah, not the neck-and-neck game that we saw in the first map, that's for sure. And Empty Dreams, 15k on the Viper. Outside of the early laning phase, haven't seen too much of that Viper impact. Obviously, one of the things about Viper is the bowler can be really nice for mid-boss steals, so there is a lot of utility to that. But with Shadow Transformation for Listic, if that's in play at the mid-boss, it's a good way to counter that or deal with it.
Burn would be a big pickup here, but Bebop just baiting it, gets a hook here onto the Abrams. Do they have the damage to follow up on Abrams? I mean, remember, this guy is not an easy kill. Here comes Billy, though. More numbers being brought in from Abrahams. They're forcing this kind of a team fight. The heavy frontliners starting to deliver. Leviathan down 2. More dropping. Shiv falls as well, and the frontline just eviscerated there. Abrahams flexing their strength on the map, baiting the urn. And now Billy baits a bit of damage of his own, but could get back in and maybe even start to threaten some of these other players. Flammable, I mean, he's just paper on this Vindicta. Shows up into the wrong party. And now Ivy has to get, I mean, you can't lose your carry. Surely not right now, Dan. This would be game ending as a mid-boss immediate drop from Abrahams. They were waiting for this opportunity.
Yeah, really great opportunity for sure. Everybody's going to be spawning in, and you guys talking about before where it's just like it's worth it if you can get rid of some of the rejues as soon as possible. Just make some scrappy fights happen, and they're not in a great position to do that. No challenge is possible, so they're going to have to try to find a way to create an ambush or something besides this. In the meantime, Viper's pushing that left side lane, but there's a quick entourage on the way, trying to deal with the Viper on the left side. And we get a team fight, a small team fight on the right side towards that urn. And this is not looking good right now for Leviathan here, Jake.
He's just really trying to get to the door, but they won't let him. Great punish from D-Mob on the holiday there. Denies the comeback urn pickoff. And I mean, Abrahams have just not been giving Leviathan any way back into this game. And it's honestly been pretty dominant from the start, right? Even off the early lanes. Leviathan had a couple good moments in like the first minutes of the game, but from there on out, this lead has just been building and building. Now, Hoot's going to attempt to siege here. The counter pressure comes in, but this guy's just tanky. She's not really taking damage, just getting stacked up on the Berserker and the aggressive urn steal as well. Game is well and truly out of control here. Leviathan just begging for scraps, trying to find any way back into this. They need some kind of a big mistake out of Abraham. So with 3 rejuves, there's a lot of mistakes in the tank for this team as they look to claim their trophy here at Night Shift. Abraham's on the verge of it, taking down this second sidewalker.
Big moves. And you know what? Hoot's about to get his Spell Slinger online, I think. I think that's his next item, if I'm not mistaken. So as soon as that happens, Hoot's damage output is going to start to get crazy. And he is far ahead of everybody. OC's is comparable, but I mean, it's what else is, what's going to fight some of these threats from Abrahams? They seem too tanky. The damage output's crazy high. They've got great CC and pick. And so this is just a difficult fight to play against. But the catch onto the Viper, such a strong way to deal with the Viper.
Oh my god, into the Bebop laser. She's just absolutely cooked alive there, Taz. Uses that Majestic Leap drop to back out of this one. And a hook onto Abrams. Doesn't even let him get the slam down. Maybe Fada more than he can chew, but no, the support is here, keeping Bebop alive. Page ult as well from Saint, layering on over the top. OC's getting low on the Ivy. The Ivy is all your net worth. You have to stay alive on this Ivy. You need to be able to continue to put out this damage. Kind of the last hope now for Leviathan. Snipe goes wide from Flammable. No chance to catch in the mid lane, and it seems like a chase down. Yeah, OC's surely dead to rights. It's a painful pause for OC's. And what I think, frankly, he's got to contemplate his demise.
I wonder what the items are looking like at the moment. I mean, obviously now there's a 30k deficit for Leviathan, but I mean, the problem is that Ivy comes online a little too late. Like, you know, okay, so OC's has capacitor.
He's got damage.
Siphon.
I mean, you just can't stand and deliver. I feel like the Bebop laser is another big part of this. Like, that laser fired from over the top. I mean, Bola Shot is actually one of the few tools in the game that could reliably stun the Bebop out of it, but they're focusing down Empty Dreams. And the Viper has just struggled to put their net worth into action. Like, this Viper's the second most farmed Puro on Leviathan, but there's just no survivability. It's kind of like the haze effect on carry. It's like you can get farmed and have a threatening ultimate, but then if the enemy team jumps on you, you just have nothing. No escape, no way out of a really bad situation.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it in. I think that's one of the reasons why the Abraham's roster looks so menacing, because the damage output on top of the tankiness is pretty ridiculous. Like, they don't have any survivability issues. That's like the furthest thing from an issue for them. But the draft overall doesn't have any inherent weaknesses like that.
All right, we'll see.
Can I interject, gentlemen? We have a little bit of lore being established here by AB Rad, who has been here for 16 weeks, it looks like. First of all, he just realized, wait, chat, banning Viper pregnancy is just like the birth of our Lord. Twitch pretty much saying there's no room at the inn. Therefore, Viper's child is our Lord.
Holy crap. So Viper, it's like, this is a religious awakening here on the night shift is what
because
what
Twitch
we're saying. It's what's possible.
Banned the word pregnancy, therefore Viper is no longer pregnant, so a miracle child will come to the world of Deadlock night shift.
At Viper,
and you can choose whether or not to support them.
Somebody in the chat, we've got at Viper pregnant enjoyer, so we're developing here. We've got options.
Viper eating for two is my favorite so far. YouTube, feel free to chime in on this. If you got something better than that, Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer has officially been banned as a username on Twitch.
It's a sad day. It's a sad day. Get your 07s out in chat, guys, because a lot of love. But clearly there's a lot of love for the Viper Pregnancy Enjoyer. Empty Dreams on the respawn. This is not a safe place to birth a child here on the Cursed Apple. It's not. This is not a spot for you. Yeah, it's not a spot. Not with Yamato, Geist, Billy, just absolutely running it down.
It's not the village I want to raise my kid.
No. I mean, Yamato does not know how to raise a child. Like, that's not happening.
We got the Independence Day lasers from Taz as well.
Chill. I feel like Billy could be kind of like that punk uncle. You know what I mean? He could be like kind of cool, low key. But Yamato, that's
always
like,
worried about him. Like,
Yamato is gonna kill your child.
It's just straight
no trust.
Not that we're talking about characters abducting children, but if there was one, would it be Ivy who just flies away with your child, or is it Doorman?
Doorman is actually the lore on Doorman is kind of disturbing. Doorman's like not a human, you know. The human is a costume. It's a disguise as Doorman. So I think Doorman also, do not let Doorman take your child into the hotel dimension. Bebop's a cool guy though. I feel like the vibes on Bebop, like people love to hate Bebop, but Bebop's a cool guy. I feel like he's like a nice guy. You know, he's trying to help somebody, right? With his wish.
100%, and you know he's gonna look after you, like the Iron Giant did. Dan, I was wondering, what are our odds of a game 3 looking at the current scoreboard?
They're looking good.
We're cooked, right?
All right,
OCs.
Okay. Oh, we back. Go ahead, guys.
It actually lived a little bit. Can get a fly off? I don't think so. Yeah, the follow-up is just too good. Stopping for the flies. A death sentence there, and DV picked up by Page. Yeah, it's hard to see the way back in.
The mid walker is going to be 4th wall. I think you're going to get some kills here, Jake, and then the conversion after that's going to be pretty strong. There you go. Flammable's already going down. Looking to still threaten the urn. Like, Empty Dreams is like
start
trying to
meleeing
defend
the
that
walker with an
potentially.
urn on his back. Like, we're in that type of a game here, Dan. There's absolute aggression here. Hoot on the Geist, no fear. Doesn't have swap and no warpstone either, but just the damage is good enough, man. And Lizard's able to kill Overseas somehow. Had to like drop the urn for that. Just took down the Abrams, but it's just this is a train wreck, man. These guys are getting blasted out. Leviathan, nice boulder shot from Viper. Makes a little garden of statues here in the mid lane, but it's just not going to matter.
There we go. And now they can go get their items. So, okay, Spellslinger's next, I think, here for who?
Look at this damn, look at the spirit for Taz. Oh my god, this is like the laser kill everything build.
I actually got to say that I definitely want to play this build.
Yeah, no, like I've seen this build and it looks super fun, so.
That's my takeaway from this game, is that build. That's literally it.
I like the Viper build. I mean, like the Spirit Spike with some Gun Spike. You have a lot of damage on this Viper build, but yeah, I mean, 50k disadvantage this early. It's not just 50k. It's like a 50% advantage here for Abrahams over Leviathan. So I feel like they could just run it down. Maybe they're going to play it safe. And I don't think you're going to wait for another rejuve, though. I think it's just going to be like another urn. And at some point, Leviathan are going to have to get some kind of contest off. And I just don't see it happening. Everyone being able to buy up a lot of huge power spike items. I mean, look at just Billy with a return fire here. Like, what are you going to do about that?
Oh my god, yeah. So, I actually think Return Fire is criminally underrated at the moment. I think it's really, really good. And
it's great in a game like this.
Buy it
when you're just crushing the game, right? Because you don't really need to do anything crazy. You just pop your Return Fire. Even if you do die, you might have just done enough with just the Return Fire damage. And Divine Kevlar for Listic could be a go sign. They're looking to collapse here. Big move down the side lane for Leviathan, trying to just get back into their base. Seems like they've done enough to push the wave out, but look at that. I mean, Abraham's just posturing menacingly, ready to gank anyone who shows up on Hoot.
OC's desperately trying to eke out some more farm, but they're lacking slots right now. 3 walkers still up. Oh, Hyperlight, let's see. There's the catch. Oh no.
Oh, not OCs. Anyone but OCs. They've got to try and take this fight now. There's no chance left in the game. Unstoppable picked up by Taz as well. Holiday does go down, does get bursted, but the trade is good, and I think you're happy to trade down in this kind of a game. Abraham's taking any kind of a fight they can get. Billy trying to get more. The bowler shot gives Empty Dreams out for the moment, but the chase down, I mean, look at who just absolutely doubling it down into base. Focusing down shrines. Most of the players are in the base, but I'm just not seeing the vision. Wait, Listic down? Hello? He got carted in maybe by Obakim? Obakim managed to type in the chat, I think, while he was like in the hotel, caught in the fountain. So the game's getting a little bit interesting now. Leviathan, it's a 4-on-4. They can play off the fountain well. This is on the edge of possible, especially as Taz has just utilized his laser.
Are you still playing Deadlock if all you're doing is just like lasering? It's actually like a different game entirely. But here we go. The drop in. Empty Dreams gets taken out. So he's just taken out in the mixture of all the action. And the cut comes on through as well. It's looking really crazy right now. 3 plays down there for Leviathan as Abraham's coming on in. That spell slinger, that crippling headshot is... Oh, the damage though. Ozzy's is popping the damage. And that's the finishing blow from Fremont. And suddenly looks like maybe this fight is actually being pushed outside the base.
I mean, Fremont playing into the fountain and then just coming out through the door to gank people as they walk up. It's kind of a nice way to make a defense happen here. Could be finishable, but it's starting to get scary now, and mid-boss is about to spawn, so I think you need to just get back, as Abraham's, shockingly, the game actually still in contention with a really nice play. I mean, Obakim playing the doorman there incredibly well to keep that one possible, but I just don't know that they can replicate that without the doors into fountain. It's kind of like the one tool they have left, and no, Fremont caught now, locked down, should be dead to rights with tons of players following up on it. It just gets popped even on the ship, even with the resist, it's not enough. Now Abraham's surely just going to go down, take this mid-boss, and force an end to the game. Leviathan, they have some tools for the contest, though.
Yeah, the tools are not bad, but there's a lockdown coming on through, and Viper gets taken out after the bowler. So it looks like the overwhelming forces are going to continue to overwhelm. Leviathan getting pushed back into their base, getting fragged out. And the push to finish seems nice, seems upon us.
Yeah, surely this is it, man. No reason to back down now. Laser over the top from Taz, just covering fire here. Absolutely no one is allowed to peek. It is against the rules here. Flammable almost dies to the laser in the fountain, but we're just at that point in the game. And Abrahams are going to claim what feels like their 10th straight win here in Night Shift with a double ringer. Still crushing it, still dropping a big dub here. And the Disbelievers are conquered. Leviathan, they made it close, they made it interesting, but man, the weight of Abrahams is just too much. Still the kings of Europe.
Sonya Sniper out tonight. Listic filling in. Hoot, of course, replacing ABL, and they get their 5th win in a row. Big money, big money, big money, but more importantly, they're the top team in Europe. People are asking, DDK, do you sign Zergy? Is there room for a trackball star? How do we start building competition for this squad?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, there's enough good players out there.
So in the scene, though, like he is such a pleasure to watch. And especially this is a good meta for Zergy, right? Like with Wraith and Mirage looking good. Could be a fun one. So I do hope we get to see him back in the lineup soon.
As we take a look at the highlights, let's walk through the Yamato plays from the fill-in. Listic, short notice, coming in, making his presence felt. Taz, no Paradox tonight. We see all the Bebop. How'd he play?
Amazing, honestly. I mean, Taz on the laser Bebop is this build is definitely taken over if Taz is building it, because historically Taz has played like more of like that gun carry Bebop style when it was good, just feeling like, you know, it just does enough damage and scaling to be insane. But now he's just playing off of the laser and making it look sick. But I mean, come on, Dmov annihilated this game. Like I feel like Dmov is the glue that keeps this team together, and especially in this kind of a lineup where you really do lack catch, right? Like it's you know, you have insane frontline and damage, but you need somebody to start the fights off for you, and Dmov made it look easy. It was like every single time he's opening the fight with the lasso, crush the lanes, crush the other side lanes too after he won his lane, and then every single team fight feels like he's starting it off exactly as you would want it. So I mean, Abraham's getting the holiday, and Dmov, what can he play? Truly plays every single character in the game as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
Victory goes to Abrahams for the 5th time. Sorry, DDK. What were the highlights for you?
I was just going to say, yeah, Demo's like kind of like a second Hoot. The fact that you've got multiple players that can kind of do that is kind of ridiculous. And also the fact that if we think about how impactful Hoot usually is on the game, he was like in a chill role on the Geist where he didn't really have to do anything special at all because the rest of his teammates were kind of crushing it. So really, really impressive. But you know, as a final note there, I do think the draft did not work out super well for Abraham's opponents there. The Leviathan needed to kind of work that one out a little bit differently, I think. Like being on the Ivy at the end, it just didn't come online quickly enough.
Yeah, it's a draft that honestly you'd only see an Abrahams go for, with like the really heavy early game snowball potential and then actually making it work and look sick. Like that's a draft that can easily fall flat and you just get too late in the game. You haven't done enough and you just don't have like a proper carry to deal with the enemy team. But in this game, they play the draft perfectly, getting those like the best carries in the meta band, and it makes their style look unstoppable.
We've got some legends in the chat. Listic dropping some hearts saying, delete the stream VOD. Maybe a few too many ints caught on camera for his liking on the Billy. Regardless, we take a look at some of the numbers here. What stands out to you, DDK? Who had the best game?
I think one of the things that stands out is you can really see, again, we didn't get to see who on camera too much, but you can see the
who
impact
was
here
the
in the
side
stats.
lane, the janitor this game. Bro did not leave the side lane until the game was over. But honestly, that's his job. So like, well done by
Farm it up.
Not the flashy characters we're used to seeing him on.
Almost more damage on objectives than on players, which is not something you see every day.
OC is dropping 37,000 total souls. Pretty solid game. Leviathan, where did they need more help tonight?
All right, Viper. Lowkey, Viper wasn't. It could have been worse. But honestly, Dmov was just on his own this game, right? In terms of like a different level, what he was bringing to Dom. He won the mid lane. He roamed, killed the sidelines. I mean, it's just like the masterclass in the early game tempo. And well, I was a little bit surprised to see him on Wraith in the other game, right? And still looking amazing, playing like a hard carry role, which is more or less 180 the opposite of what he's doing this game. But I mean, the guy does look like the best player in the game right now. Like he plays the two complete opposite roles, and on both of them he looks like best in class. That's like no one is doing that. I mean, there's a couple players with that flexibility, but I feel like Dmov is actually just the best in the business right now.
Since he came over from Buff Enjoyers, he has had some success, 5 in a row. if you're counting them on stream. 37 kills to 14 is the final score of game number 2. This is a 2-0 series, and we're going to be dishing out half of the cash raised by the community tonight to the EU champions. But first, we got to highlight the MVP. 9 kills, 2 deaths to go with his 15 assists. If you've been keeping track at home, I believe that is 35 assists so far. Not a bad day for D-Mov. DDK, what makes this man so fun to watch?
He is able to make plays, and he's able to find just all these like tiny edges and just find those tiny timings. He's got incredibly good awareness and game sense to really break open the game. And I think getting to see him play, obviously both the Wraith carry here, you got to see it from more of this like raw damage role where you got to find these fights, and you know, just getting the pick and the catch onto the page here was ridiculous. This was a very impactful kill, actually, and that ended up actually allowing them to very easily finish out what it was a close game. And then going into the holiday, finding catches like this, like you can't blame empty dreams ever for dying there.
Yeah, you let those go, and you see this clip, you're like, okay, I guess, man. Like, how do you deal with it? It's just perfection, man. I really think he's the best in the game right now. On this role in particular, we've seen him play like pretty much every different character that can play this style. And then the fact that he can just throw in the hard carry into the lineup like it's nothing is almost disturbing. It's like, I truly don't know how you beat this guy at this phase of the game. Like, other players are going to have to get to this level because he's kind of in a realm of his own right now.
Other players have to get to this level because he is in a realm of his own right now. Those are strong words from former pro player, GM worthy, and CFO of the Night Shift, Mr. Jake. DDK. EU's pretty damn good. Are they still better than NA, though? Because we still have a second half to the show.
Hey, you know what? Like, NA's been getting way better, and their scene's way more consistent, too. And so what used to be like kind of like sometimes you just say you on it, just given that you'd always get Hydronation winning. Now we get to see like really good players play with way more experience playing, top flight, like actual match Deadlock, and it's going to be good. It's usually, I think right now, actually, we've been going through an era where the NA broadcast delivers the tightest games. This was kind of an exception, seeing that first map be so close with Leviathan and Abrahams for the EU's like portion of the broadcast. So I'm pumped for that.
It's been a fun one so far. We're trying to get Hoot on the line, and it's going to be a good one. Jake, Hoot's going to be on this team full time. Is that the prediction now?
Seems like it. I mean, they're we'll see if we're able to get him in for an interview. We can maybe ask him, to get it straight from the horse's mouth. But I feel like Hoot is an amazing fit. He's been one of those top players for a while now, and kind of came into Buff and Joyers right as the team was falling apart. But still, I think he's a monster player. I think he's another one of those guys that is going to be around for a long time. For me, that's like as far as the players who are really good right now versus who's going to still be at the top in like a year. I think the number one mark of that is going to be these players who like seem to play everything. I feel like those are the players where I'm like, okay, how did you even get to that level on like 20 different characters all at once? There's even players right now who are really good, but maybe they play 2 or 3 characters. And I think they're much more vulnerable to like being replaced, other players kind of like coming up in the scene and competing with them. But you look at the Hoots, the D-Mobs of the scene right now, and those guys feel like they're gonna stay on top. They have not just the raw skill, but like the intelligence to keep up with the game as it develops and as things change. I feel like I have no doubt in their ability to kind of be there on any kind of meta, any kind of changes that come to Deadlock.
Production, if you're down for it, I think we bring him in. The one and only Hoot. Hoot, can you hear us? Hello, Hoot. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yep, I hear you.
Yes.
He's here.
We've got you. Congratulations on your win tonight for the Abrahams. How did it feel?
It's good. It's good to be back and playing. It's fun. It's good competition.
Did you have to change up your play style? I know you played with this crew in the past.
A little bit maybe. I'm like on the money roll now, you could say. I'm gonna be farming a lot. But then I have my flex picks like Lash that I really enjoy.
Playing
what
the
do you think is the
style,
most
always interesting. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I was gonna say, what do you think is like the most underrated thing in the meta right now? Because we had Leviathan picking Viper, and it does feel like Viper could work, but like the rest of the draft that they had, maybe not the best way to support it. But yeah, what's your take on what's underrated right now?
I I think Viper has a place in the meta right now with stuff you can do early game. You probably can see in the games that there's a lot more roaming going on in lane phase, and Viper's like kind of perfect for roaming because he has so much damage early game. So there might something be there with him, and then he turns into like an ult bot late game. Could be something like that.
Nice.
I'm just curious, from your perspective right now, as far as where the game is at and how things have changed with this recent patch. We talked about like a lot in the show that Mirage and Wraith are kind of like the top two heavy gun carry heroes. How necessary though do you think those gun carries are? Like, we saw them banned in this game, so of course you guys went for like a more of a like the frontliner carry draft with Geist arguably as like the heaviest carry. But how do you think that's viable even into things like Wraith and Mirage, or do you think if Wraith and Mirage are out there, you just almost need them to be able to keep up in the late game?
I think you need some late game carrying, because the jungle right now is very important to take. It is giving a lot of money, and if you don't have someone that can farm the jungle, you're just gonna fall so far behind.
Hoot, the chat says, and quoting Hazed and Confused, the Hoot is loose. This guy looks like he's having so much fun. Look at that smile. What brings you maximum dopamine in Deadlock right now?
I think it's gotta be Lash and getting some of these slams. It's just the best feeling, just one-shotting someone, and they just can't really do anything. They have no clue.
How many times did you get it done tonight? Because we weren't always on your screen, but we caught at least 2.
It happened a lot. I was deleting people. You could see by my damage.
Yeah, your top damage on Lash. We were like really surprised by that. I think that's quite a rare hero to get the top stat on at least a competitive play right now. Are there any other pocket picks or anything you're willing to reveal that's like kind of Lash-esque, where maybe we get you off the greed jungle farmer role, as we saw more on the Geist lane janitor mode? What else can a draft bring you that convinces you to get a little bit more active?
I mean, Dima played Holiday today, but I think I could also play Holiday at a pretty good level. I think she is kind of secret strong, maybe. We'll see, but she feels strong.
Final question for you, Hoot, tonight. What do we need to get McGinnis back at a competitive pro level?
Honestly, McGinnis could... I don't think she's that bad. I think she could be picked. Her Spear build, she can do a lot of healing and a lot of damage.
NA, let's test it out. Hoot, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We hope to have you on another Graveyard Shift again soon. For those who want to follow you in between now and your next time winning the 6th time for the Abrahams, where can we watch your stream, bro?
It's at Hoot DL. That's where I'll be streaming.
Hoot DL. Shoot him a follow right now. We got to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're switching over to NA. Your champions tonight, Abrahams 2-0, Leviathan with 2 fill-ins. We'll find out. Are they the core members? That's coming up on 19.
I got something for you. I see Viper.
I'm just getting started. Good night.
Let's go for a ride. Before they escape.
Chain gang's almost ready.
Can't hold them for long.
Abrams is on the roof. Killed the crowd.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We got ZP and Jake on the mic for the next one as we get ready for North America to take the stage. ZP, where are we at globally right now? Has NA passed EU?
Right now, I would say maybe not, but it's hard to say because both of these regions have very different takes on what is good and what is bad. And there's times where I think NA has actually been ahead of EU. Case in point, NA was using the Geist before EU was. Then EU kind of woke up today and who thought, you know what? Geist is pretty good. I should run the Geist. So I think the reality is right now, both regions may take from each other, but in terms of raw mechanical prowess, EU might be a little bit ahead right now.
Jake, as we take a look at the format, we should remind everybody this is the second half of the show. We just finished with Abraham's taking their 5th championship for EU in a row. NA has had their own juggernaut. They would go by the name of the Melee Creeps recently, and Sneaky Golem was kind of expected to be in their position. How long before Sneaky Golem retakes the throne?
I mean, tonight's the night. Maybe that's what Sneaky Golem are hoping for, right? They've made some changes to the roster, bringing back some old names and kind of resurrecting a bit of the Hydra Nation. Look, this might have been a Hydra Nation roster at some point in the past. And so they really want to beat Melee Creeps. And Melee Creeps, though, have been dominant. They've been kind of dealing with all comers. And in NA right now, the top 3 teams are all competitive. I mean, Bunny with Clock has been taking maps off Melee Creeps as well. So even the challenger match is far from free. It's far from assured because it's been BWC consistently coming into that money match and taking the challenge to Melee Creeps. Sneaky Golem has been on the outside looking in, and they're hoping to change that this week, but it won't be easy.
Sneaky Golem was able to win 3 straight. Then it was Melee Creeps back at number 30. They took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row. Looking for lucky number 7 tonight. We have to wait for that matchup a little bit later, but we do know we have our match ready in the challenger scene. Sneaky Golem versus Bunny with Clock. This should be a good one. Some household names. Let's get into it with the roster, Z-Pizzle. Who are we liking so far for Sneaky Golem?
Well, a big one here is that in terms of players are coming back, Lord NM is back into the fray. Obviously, last time I think we saw Lord NM was he was on Drifter. Chat was being a little bit mean. Actually, I think it was Vegas who started like the Lord No Mo chant or something. There was a back and forth. But look, Sneaky Golem did their scrims behind the scenes, said, nope, we want Lord NM back. And it was going to be Leffa back today, but Leffa decided at the last moment, vibes aren't right for me right now, and backed out. So they have Zerbzy in. So effectively, it is Goober and League are gone. Lord NM and Zerbzy are added back in. And for Sneaky Golem, they feel like this is going to be the right mix to take down Bunny with Clock, get back into the money match here tonight.
All right, that is Sneaky Golem, our one-time champion. They won 3 weeks in a row after Hydration joined up with Rocker Squad on the other side of the matchup here in our first to 1. It's Bunny with Clock. We got Gibbs. Aiden the Destroyer may be my favorite player on this roster to watch, though. Does he get his Vindicta tonight? That is the big question. Round out the rest of this roster for me, though. What do we think about this squad, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think across the board, they're pretty solid. Arctic has looked great. And then Aiden, I mean, even when he's not on the Vindicta, like he's looked amazing on the Mina too. So definitely curious to see where the meta ends up taking us. But Arctic, I think, looks amazing on the Mirage. I think he's definitely going to be hoping to grab that hero. But then Tanner and Cool Cheese playing some of these like frontliners, higher tempo choices, roaming, setting up pickoffs. They've been solid and they've been a big part of the reason Bunny with Clock goes far. You can't just have like your core players be super dominant carries. You need to have the rest of the team setting up those fights. And that's where Gibbs, Cool Cheese, and Tanner have really been coming in and paying dividends on this squad. So definitely I'm excited to see what they're going to bring. Bunny with Clock, they've been a mainstay. I mean, 3 times in a row, they've had a shot at Melee Creeps. They have fallen all 3 times though. So you got to think maybe that starts to wear on you as a team. I mean, will Bunny with Clock continue to put up these big performances week in, week out when Sneaky Golem's the team with, I think, a little bit more emphasis on changing and developing so that they can even get a chance in that money match?
Guess who's spamming Lord No Mo in the chat right now, ZP?
Yeah, I just saw it. Never misses an opportunity, it seems. But I mean, look, in fairness to Lord NM, they did have a lot of success with him on the roster. And I mean, also, if he does play Mo, a really good Mo player, a veteran of the scene back and forth. And sometimes when you're trying to put together a team roster, you're looking for the right mix of comms, vibes, etc. And we'll see if that is it here for Sneaky Golem today. All the intermediate beefs aside in NA. But look, all in all, I'm excited to see where how they go about this here, because I've had troubles with Bunny with Clock. And for me, if I'm Sneaky Golem going to the draft, I look for ways to deny the comfort picks from Bunny with Clock, because I think Bunny with Clock is more susceptible to getting crushed a little in the draft phase, because I don't think they're quite as deep as Sneaky Golem is overall.
I hope they prove you wrong today. But so far, you're not wrong, ZP. Let's take a look here at our draft when it's ready to roll. Sneaky Golem taking on Bunny with Clock. First to one is advancing to our NA championship match against Melee Creeps, which will be a best of 3. The bans so far today, a lot of Mirage, started involving some Wraith after seeing some games. Where do the NA boys put their priorities? Sneaky Golem up first.
Big mistake.
Well,
sorry, Aiden.
Instant Vin ban. Not gonna give it over to Aiden. So I mean, I do think Vindicta has been a popular ban in NA. Just the tempo she offers, the being able to roam into early game team fights and have a really ridiculous amount of follow up damage is a bit of a problem as far as dealing with the opponent roams in the mid lane. And BWC are gonna take away the Geist. So 2 of a very popular NA picks already banned out. So we're gonna see something new and different here from both teams. Sneaky Golem. I mean, Wraith and Mirage both on the cards here. Do they want to power them, or do they go with something more like the Shiv or the Billy?
They're going to go with the Shiv. And then also, Jake, as I look at that, I think that's a bit of a mistake in terms of the bans, because I think Sneaky Golem was going to go Shiv no matter what. I think given the fact that Pashi loves playing Lady Geist, banning the Geist here was, I think, a little bit preemptive. I don't think it was going to get first pick by Sneaky Golem, and I think there's a real chance Bunny with Clock would have been able to come back in, grab the Geist +1, Geist plus Billy would be good. At this point, I do kind of feel like it's a hard call. Do you go Abrams and secure the front line, or do you give up Wraith? I think that's actually the really big dilemma you have right now with the second pick.
I mean, Wraith is good, but I think Mirage is also really good. So I feel like, I mean, in the end, I don't actually love, unless maybe you're worried Sneaky Golem would grab both on their next 2 picks, so maybe you do need to secure one of them now. But Sneaky Golem almost certainly going to take a Wraith here. And then the question in my mind is like, what do they follow it up with? Maybe they could. Okay, they go Abrams. I would be surprised if this is not now a Wraith, but Abrams Wraith makes a ton of sense to me. Abrams Shiv, I think, has a pretty good matchup into the Billy, like working together to just overwhelm him when he commits into the front line. It's not so easy for him to, come out of that unscathed.
Also, I don't know where the 1v1 went. I did link over the 1v1. I don't know if there was another issue, but it was Sneaky Golem who won it. So they're the ones that chose first pick, and it put them in the spot now to pick up Shiv, Abrams, Wraith. And Jake, from what we've been seeing so far in the meta, to me, I'm looking at this, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Billy Mirage, it's not bad, but Shiv, Abrams, Wraith, like, I'm leaning a little bit towards Sneaky Golem here already.
Bennett's Clock going to grab the Warden. I mean, this is where the Geist ban makes a little bit more sense, right? Because Warden typically has a bad matchup there, but maybe Warden could be pretty dominant into this front line, like Abrams and Shiv. These are the heroes Warden wants to be fighting against as a carry, right? Heroes that he can just get on top of, stay on top of in the close range, and overwhelm, where other carries might be more on the back foot. But now, second stage bans is going to be the Kelvin taken away from Sneaky Golem, and Sneaky Golem their chance to respond with the second ban of their own. It's gonna be the Page. So both, I mean, denying the Shiv Kelvin, maybe it's fallen off a little bit, but still denying it, and same for the Billy Page. So neither of these heavy frontliner first picks is gonna get their dream lane partner.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back to the Warden. Like last week, we saw Pashi take on a different take on Warden, where it was a really fast spell slinger rush, which I don't think is bad. I actually think Warden, is one of the few heroes in the game that can really make use of it. Interesting, though, in terms of hero bans. Like, you think about Lord and M being back on the roster for Sneaky Golem. Big heroes for him historically are Lash, are Mo and Krill. Mo and Krill hasn't been as often picked, but, for a meta where oftentimes you pick heroes that you're comfortable on, I actually think the Lash was a pretty good pick here from Bunny with Clock, just to get that out of the way. What I'm wondering here, though, is what is Aiden going to play? The Vindicta got taken out early. Mina has usually been a go-to here for Bunny with Clock. So with Dormian now getting taken by Sneaky Golem, which again, might be a Lord and M hero. That's where, certain floor man memes came from. I'm curious if Bunny with Clock ends up going to Mina here, because it's, to me, just wondering what's Aiden going to play.
Yeah, I mean, Mina would... it's not being contested here. I think they're most happy to let it through. And yeah, Aiden is going to grab that. I think it makes sense, right? Get Aiden something where he can be really effective, he can be dominant. And I do think it's pretty light on catch here for Sneaky Golem. At least they have the Wraith lift to help maybe like supplement that. But curious if Paradox and Holiday, Bebop, I mean, there's only 2 slots left, but I feel like those are the heroes I expect to see. If Paradox goes to Bunny with Clock, Now for me, it's got to be Holiday or Bebop, right? Like I just can't see any other hero really getting picked here. And
they would be
honestly,
good.
I'm not sure what's better. I also think Bebop's nice into Lash, and I think it actually can be nice against a lot of these heroes. So I wouldn't mind the Bebop, but they do go Mo.
Ooh. Yeah, and that's got to be for Lord and M in all likelihood. So it's not going to be Lord and M on the Doorman. And okay, with Mo, you get a little bit of catch, but it's not the same level of catch. Like you have a good amount of threat, especially in the early mid game of Mo just running at you. But where you really feel the difference between like Mo and like a Holiday or Paradox, it's in the mid to late game when teams get in these standoffs and people are generally together. The Mo is not on the same level as the other three primary playmakers to make things happen. So for Sneaky Golem in a way here, Jake, they're almost hoping to get an early to mid game lead and then just kind of ride that until Wraith and Shiv become monsters effectively. He's back.
Which could be realistic, right? In this type of game. Also for Mirage, I actually don't mind the Mo matchup into Mirage because Mirage kind of wants to be doing these cheeky split pushes on the side lane, and you do have great tools to get on top of him, right? If you can just lock him down with a combo when he's TPing or the Wraith lift when he's TPing, you have enough of these hard stuns where I don't think the TP out is going to feel that consistent, and it might limit Mirage's ability to threaten the side lanes. And on the flip side, I think Wraith actually is going to have a pretty easy time at that. Like, Lash isn't the best catch for me for Wraith, in general. Like it's not that easy to Death Slam her. She could just blink away. And Paradox can be decent, but is not, for me, is at least like not the most survivable hero to fight with the Wraith in the side lane. So I think both teams are trying to deal with each other's carries, but also present a lineup that can actually go the distance, go down the stretch, and still be really strong. Notably, I think a little bit light on like major mid contest ultimates. I mean, it's basically just Yamato, but with Paige and Kelvin being banned, I feel like mid bosses could get really chaotic in this game.
He goes by the name of Jake Overwatch. You can follow him over on the Twitter sphere or listen to him here. It's Aiden on the Mina for Bunny with Clock. Let's get it going. ZP on the mic.
All right, Jake, we'll see how this one goes down. Sneaky Golem, this has probably been the longest stretch that this core has been without success, if you think about it, where they've really been tested by, not one, but two different teams in EU. And usually this core is able to swing things around by like week 3 or 4 and regain the championship. But this has been the longest drought they've ever had, I would say.
Yeah, and this is a test for players, right? It's like, do you have the stick-to-itiveness as a team to go through a hard time and stay together? And so far, they've passed that test, right? They're still here. They're back every week. They're contesting. They're playing hard for it. But Bunny with Clock has been denying them, has been asserting themselves as really that top 2 team in North America. And so it's been Sneaky Golem on the outside looking in. And this is, I think, maybe after this roster change is one of their best chances yet to maybe actually start to turn that back around and bring the form that we're used to from these Sneaky Golem players.
I didn't really touch on it in the draft, but getting Yamato is also huge. I mean, you talk about comfort picks, but Xeno on the Yamato, it doesn't get more classic than that. The one case where you talk about the NA versus EU, a lot of people would say that Xeno would have a claim to being, at one point, best Yamato in the world, right? So, honestly, I like this draft a lot more for Sneaky Golem, not because I think it's a better draft in general, but also the fact that I think they just got a lot of their players onto things that they really like playing. Like, the most person off their norm is AVG on the Wraith, realistically, because AVG used to be on the more frontliner things like Warden, as opposed to, a pure M1 carry. But, aside from that, everyone kind of got to where they wanted to be.
Yeah, Tanner and Cool Cheese getting a little bit of trade here, attacking some of these side camps, but I mean, Mo and Wraith is a bit of a classic lane. Like when you have their ultimates online, this is a really annoying lane to fight, right? You just get like double hard stun for 5-6 seconds. It's almost no way to fight this. As Amina, fighting off way more than she could chew, just sticking around way too long, taking a trade while I believe Billy went for a box run there. So a pretty big miscommunication there from Bunny with Clock.
Hard to get shot at when you're...
People need to do that more often. I think there's times right now where box runs get away effectively scot-free, and there are moments where if you recognize it at the right timing, you can just slam in the 2-on-1, and even if you don't get the kill, you get a big HP tax. But speaking of HP taxes, got a little bit of a slam down here from Gibbs, but immediately getting answered here by Rocker, laying in the knives and making Gibbs actually feel the worst for it.
Yeah, Rocker definitely punishing that one pretty hard, and Mirage sticking around to this, trying to get some stacks up, but this trade is not free, man. Trading with Shiv in close range. Shiv gets another dash up. Things could start to get scary. And I feel like Mirage is a hero that wants to not just get ahead early, but stay ahead in the lane. And some bad trades can really turn that around. Still a big death slam onto Rocker from Gibbs coming back into the lane just in time to deliver that real hurt. I mean, he's going to purge some of that off, but nonetheless, it's a lot of pressure on Civ. He's going to put him on the back foot for a while.
Okay, so it was getting teased by NA that there's like changes in the meta for how people are handling the early game. Do you notice how a lot of early farm in the middle was given the Yamato and Mortem respectively, while Abrams and Paradox just kind of went to the wayside? Look at the difference in mid lane. Yeah, just from boxing, but it's like a more intense form of boxing.
This is extreme. These guys are basically solo laning with somebody doing boxes.
Yes, like look at the allocation going on for both Zeno and Pashi. That is ridiculous. And I did get warned a little bit that the scrims are doing this, and I mean we'll see how effective it is. But that's a very early 3.7k respectively for Pashi into 4.1k on Zeno.
I will say, like, as good as EU has been, I feel like NA has been the region that's more willing to do some like really crazy stuff in terms of experimental economy strategy. Because I think Deadlock is a game that naturally pushes you to have a pretty split economy and to not really like, I mean, later in the game you can, attribute more souls to like your carries, but early in the game, it just doesn't feel that significant. But if you do this, if you're basically solo laning mid and having the other guy box farm, I mean, that's a way to really just juice up one player. And right now, Zeno, when we talk about Yamato being a hero that comes out, like if you're, a couple K souls up in the super early game, you can just run people down with your ulti. And that's already really what the game is looking like, despite this being, a relatively passive mid lane. So double kill in the side lane, that's not good.
Yeah, also nothing passive about that on the left-hand side. Middle lane, a little bit of peace. Left lane, all-out war between the Billy Mina dive. And I mean, truthfully, on the left lane, Wraith Mo, to me, is still a little bit more of a survival lane. The fact that they were able to get the early kill on the Aiden and make it a little bit more than that for a time, to me was overperforming, because Billy Mina realistically has way more tools to push you than you have tools to push them.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, I think it's a bit of an overstep from Sneaky Golem, because once they have their ults up, the kill threat is super crazy, right? Like even Billy, I don't think you're tanking through like a full combo into a Wraith lift. There's just so much damage, so much follow-up, and no matter how tanky you are, I just don't think it's going to be enough into the double ulti. But now that Mina's pretty farmed, it's like, okay, are you really just going to hit Billy while Mina just unloads on you? It's not going to feel so easy anymore.
Right lane's turned into a bit of a brawl on all ends. You had Mirage just surviving between both Doorman and Shiv. Rocker and Zerbzy still diving pretty heavily on the right-hand side. I mean, that is deep in the Walker. They're stuck in the corridor right now, Jacob. Reading the mini-map right here as things get a little bit weird. You got Doorman up here on the side, still enough to punch down Arctic. And you got doors for the escape. Dive in behind the tower and make your own exit. Right into Lash, who's there, who instantly takes a trip to the Baroness.
Takes a lot of tower damage for that, though. And yeah, Lash should be out of this okay. Yeah, the follow-up's not there with Arctic coming back into the lane of the Mirage. They don't want to overstay their welcome. Tanner finds hydration, so a little bit of a roam into the mid lane. And despite the Guardians not being down, I feel like the place down in the mid lane does leave a lot of opportunities to roam into it. Still, the hydration is pretty self-sacrificial in this mid lane, so it's not the kill that really feels that impact. Well, here comes that combo onto Billy first, the lift for the follow-up, but Aiden is just deleting them here, farming with that ulti as they're trying to desperately get that one counter kill. They will find it, but Mo now in real trouble. It's going to have a hard time playing his way out of this one, yeah, with Mina and Paradox on the chase. Good luck.
Still always fun to see a little bit of good movement. Now the Mo of all people is just like, yeah, the Mo has a bit of movement in him.
Oh, a little too high. He went up too high in the door out. So Rocker kills Arctic. Lash was just sleeping on it. And now with this door, yeah, they're both out. Billy and Lash. Door slammed in their face.
Specifically to the slams in the face, I feel like the Doorman escapes have just been incredible today, where Doorman play has gotten more and more comfortable on, yeah, you can use this ability to get out. It's no problem whatsoever. Just you see the punish come in, and before anything truly happens, they're gone. They're through the door, and with an audible click as the door shuts. It's great.
Slowing X picked up for Billy, so he definitely wants to get into some of these early game catch fights. Maybe they feel like they need that tool to just bridge those initial gaps, but Shiv now pushing it right back in the other way, and you got to be careful, man. Execute online. Billy's like couple spell combo into an execute, and he could just be knocked out of this one. 8 minutes coming, and Sinner's spawning, so there's going to be some objectives to fight over, and I think Shiv is going to be healthy and eager, really, to get into that kind of a trading engagement.
I see Lash.
little bit more doorman setup. Looking on the left-hand side, and again, AVG shot in the back of the head. Courtesy of Aiden. It has been tough going for the Wraith so far, and you think about endgame win conditions. If you're Sneaky Golem, you're banking a lot more on Xeno right now because AVG has not had that good of a time in the left lane. I mean, you've had more of the kills go the way of your Mo, who has been in more of the supportive angle because the dive onto the Wraith has just been so decisive. And I mean, Wraith will catch up as time goes on, but this is really going to change the mid game. Is wait, we got the $1 tip in. We did it, Jake.
Wait, does that get us to 1337?
It got us to 1337, baby.
No one
We're
donated
there
anymore. This is the perfect prize pool.
Still donate though.
Like, actually, like the players would still like money.
That is true. That is true.
Walker is under attack.
Sneaky Golem now.
See Shiv.
Like, this is a key moment in the game. Bunny with Clock have a lot of tempo heroes. They can get global with the Arctic TP in. They've got the Lash ult to force some early team fights. And I think Sneaky Golem may be needing to itemize a little bit before they really get fights going. And it's a double kill in the side lane for Tanner. Billy crashes his way through that side lane and defends the Guardian. Looks to maybe even get a counter Guardian take as it also drops here in the other side lane. So some really nice moments here for Bunny with Clock, and already not the best start for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think about the late game scaling here. If you're able to get AVG back online, maybe just spawn, a little bit of trouble here for Tanner. Getting hit on all ends. Xeno there on the finish. And over the top.
Armor Pulse, he's big on Xeno right now. He's got the gun and spirit spikes here. But Lash is just too quick, man. Can't chase the Lash.
See Lash.
At 12k, Xeno's an actual raid boss at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. He is kind of disgusting, but he needs to get active. He needs to find kills. And honestly, Bunny with Clock need to dodge him because he is the #1 threat on this lineup right now.
Of course, we
Or
just
on
saw
the Mo
Sneaky.
ganking. I mean, this is perfect, right? This is what Mo does. You know, he doesn't have much farm, but he just enables Xeno to get some kills, a combo into some damage follow-up. This is exactly what Xeno's looking for. So if they can find some people with this gank squad, could be the start of turning this game around.
It brings me back to the beginning of the year where Aegis Aurora was able to get to the top of EU. You know, one part player that was probably cheating at the time, but also the part that wasn't was they were running Yamato Mo. Like, that Mo is one of the best enablers of really adding to a Yamato's ability to get kills and go from there. So, I mean, you know, you use Yamato Mo, it is a proven combo, even if we haven't seen it as much in recent times. So I do like the idea of, you know, getting a little bit of roam time between Xeno and Lord NM.
Yeah, real assault on the doubles there. Bunny with Clock. I mean, Tanner gets out with one, but I believe, yeah, Xerxes should have stolen the other. So advantage Sneaky Golem on how that trade went. Still the soul lead, a few thousand in favor of Bunny with Clock. This urn being brought, though, could change that, right? This is the key moment.
Help me deliver this.
Bunny with Clock want to open their lead further, but they're missing a couple key ultimates, like no Lash ultimate, Billy ultimate, just a little bit longer on CD. This won't be a free urn, and it looks exactly like Sneaky Golem are posturing to fight this one. AVG happily farming the opposite side of the map, but it's going to be a 5-on-5 here.
Let's take out the doorman.
Yeah, this urn fight super crucial for both teams. As you see Lord NM waiting, the Warp Stone and combo, both good to go. Billy, the first one in. Who's he going to go for? He goes for Cool Cheese in the back. Instantly takes him out with the 8 of hydration. So quick execute, but it was not the target you wanted. So far, Bunny with Clock on the receiving end. Tanner can't get away. The onslaught of focus fire from Sneaky Golem really hitting, but so is Arctic in the back. Jin's Mark stacking up on multiple people. Hydration, though, doesn't care. Finds Lash off near the urn turn-in, and so far, so good for Sneaky Golem. A little bit wounded, but way ahead in actual kills.
Yeah, big power splash there by Xeno. Tornadoing in aggro, super aggressive move here. Does have that debuff remover, so no respect being given here by the Jin, and the urn walked away during that time, so it's a good fight for Sneaky Golem, but there's not going to be an urn price for it, as Mirage wants to continue this engagement, feeling really confident with that debuff remover in hand, to the point of now diving under this Guardian. Tornado down, this could be a little bit risky.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, you get some kills there, so it's plus benefit for Sneaky Golem. It is not the overall win they're looking for, because, you know, they abandoned the urn.
They were behind though, so that's a pretty big soul swing, right? They were behind a few thousand in that fight from before that fight, and now they're up 1k, so it's a good start. And now they have urn control as well, so I think this is kind of turned to the tempo of the game. Just a few of those kills coming in, and nice power slash from Xeno.
I think the scary thing here, if you're Bunny with Clock, is that when you lose early urn control versus a Doorman team, the odds that the urn just gets turned in without you being able to do much about it is pretty high. Like, Doorman gives you a lot of options, but all right, fight here. Just pull Billy off the rooftops with the combo. Swap coming in thereafter, and still not enough to clear out Tanner. Xeno, Shout Transformation, use Power Slash in, Gibbs just getting ripped apart from afar. Final Yamato right click, gonna seal the deal. 3 clean kills here from Sneaky Golem. And they have urn control, going to be an urn turn in on top. And Jake, that is the first definitive advantage we've seen in this game.
This is the exact fight you want on Xeno, right? Being able to tank the engagement, combos going in, you're able to just pump damage, getting a couple kills with the ulti to extend Shadow Transformation. And that one was really decisive. Bunny the Clock, going to be hurting for that. An attempt on the other side of the map is now AVG. Might get caught up in this engagement. He's just been farming up, getting this recovery game so far, and I think he's going to be happy to continue to do that, but tethered by Billy now, and yeah, Wraith dead to rights. Once that Billy chain comes in, it's just no way out.
That's an 18k Yamato, Jake. I mean, yeah, it's an 18k Warden on the other side.
True.
But
I feel like the Yamato right now, though, with the power of the ulti, is just uncontrollable. You know, no matter how farmed you are on this Warden, if you get combo down or like lifted and everyone's just on top of you, you don't quite get the ult off, it gets interrupted. Like, there's a lot of ways this farmed Warden just won't feel as dominant in the fight, where Yamato, as long as she presses that ult, man, you're gonna have problems. And there's not really like a hard lockdown way to stop her from ulting. It's just not realistic on the Bunny with Clock draft. They're gonna need curses to accomplish it.
between the two, if you had to choose, I want one of these heroes farmed on my team. And while arguably Yamato's gotten a little bit weaker in recent times and Warden's gotten a little bit better, I still think you'd rather be the team with Yamato in this situation. It is definitely better. The big thing that is a little bit worrying still for Sneaky Golem is that AVG just had a hell of a bad time. Like, if 4 deaths, only 2 assists, so he hasn't been in team fights, so he has been isolated while just trying to effectively mind his own business and get farm here in the side lane. Now, Warden versus Wraith in the side lane, this is actually the pacifism lane because neither are really going to be trying to make plays on each other in all likelihood, but into the middle, you have a little bit more action here. Nox Nostra coming out of Aiden. But for the most part, it's more of a zoning Nox Nostra here, Jake.
They're chasing deep. They do get the swap in on the Shiv. The damage is good. A lot of players here in the mid lane for Bunny with Clock. And they burn down Rocker on the Shiv, disrespecting that damage deferral passive. It does give Urn control over to Sneaky Golem, but that's a nice kill to be finding. Hydration. Ooh, has that extended duration. That's a really nice pick up here for that charge and the first kill both. I mean, just a lot of stall and delay in the team fight, a lot of stun control to be able to burst down some of these frontliners, maybe a setup for the Mo or to follow up. There's constantly kind of a lot of stuns in general on the Sneaky Golem draft.
They're waiting for Door. Well, you actually see the Zerbs he's spamming like Door on cooldown, Door on cooldown. But they're not going to take this Urn fight straight up. They're going to look to be a little bit, to their namesake.
Oh,
sneaky with the Door as, okay, a little bit of vertically challenged gameplay coming here from Hydration. Just put the Door down the other way, and they sneak it.
Wow. Okay, this is the new Kelvin, man. This is like, what do you do about that? He's even off the air. It's just a counter push on the mid walker, though. And if they could kill mid walker, this would be nice. Lord of them is actually doing really nice, I think, to tank this. I don't know that they're going to be able to kill him. Okay, they do. Okay, they just have ridiculous damage. What am I saying? In the tornado, 5v1. Mid walker is down, but both of the side lanes are being pushed right now. So there's a big decision here for Bunny with Clock. What are they going to do? They're going to defend. And the Wraith lane gets bullied away. Of course, the threat of rotations in is too scary for AVG there. But the other side lane walker is going down. This is going to come down to a big fight. Bocce Pop gets the ult off the pin. It's just not quite enough, though. He does get the last stand off. And so that forces Hydration out of this fight so incredibly close. But it's enough to kill Xeno, and that's a big kill. You trade a walker and you kill the most farm hero on the enemy team. I think this is a winning fight here for Bunny with Clock, but now they need to find more.
Well, Zerbsy with the hotel guest puts Aiden off the battlefield for a little bit. Still not looking good for the Doorman here. I mean, Doorman, the most slippery hero in the game at times, depending on where the door is. But this is going to be tested here. Zerbsy, enemies all around. And it's looking like he's about to check out this time around as gets caught at the end by Cool Cheese. So you get the final kill on the Doorman. That is your big threat for contesting mid-boss if you go for it. But Bunny with Clock not looking like they're all too interested in going for the mid play. I gotta tell you, Jake, if this was EU, they're in. EU's
That's
all
true.
really
especially
big.
with no Yamato ult. I kind of would have liked it there, but it's such a big risk. And in a best of one, I feel like neither of these teams wants to really take a big gamble, right? Maybe you shouldn't be scared to. Maybe there's something to be said about being willing to take those risks. As another doubles take comes in Both teams happily just kind of farming it up on their side of the map. I mean, then souls-wise, this game is about as even as it comes, man. Both teams, I feel like NA has built a very stable game style where we see a lot of times there's a bit of a stalemate here in the mid game. Neither team really wants to force anything. Both are very ready for the opponent to come onto their side of the map. So it ends up just being a little bit of box running.
Jake, there's a really big loss here, though, for Bunny with Clock, is that AVG took out some loans, made some good investments, and AVG's right back into it. AVG was behind the game, and okay, in
What a
off
combo.
the door, man.
Oh
into
my
the
God.
low combo. Cool Cheese just was the victim of one of the biggest crimes I've ever seen.
Oh my God, they're just in and out. Shiv is still in, but he's tanky. He's full rage. This could turn into a big overextension now. Bunny with Clock. One down, two, second down already. Shiv still healthy. Doesn't have that maxed ultimate, so there's not going to be any more executes in this team fight, but AVG is here. Xeno as well, layering in that damage over the top. This time it's Hydration, one of the least farm heroes in the game, and he's the one cleaning up the side lane. Now AVG coming to the fight, and we really feel the impact.
Jake, it's all fun and games till a door opens up behind you and a mole comes out and beats you to an inch of your life. That's one of the better engages we've seen, really taking advantage of both Mo and Doorman, giving Sneaky Golem more room on the map. You just look here, just immediately converted into taking the jungle, taking more space, getting a little bit ahead soul-wise. Still not enough, though, to go for mid.
Yeah, that'll be a nice victory, and it definitely shows a threatening combo now that you're really gonna have to worry about. Like, how do you counterplay this, right? Like Mo waiting on the other side of a door to just combo you, somebody else following up with the damage. I mean, Zerbzy on the doorman now, just anywhere he goes on the map, you really got to respect it because he could just have a door with an entire team ready to be pouring out.
I see paradox.
Yeah, it's scary. And in the draft, you're kind of wondering, going, okay, hey, you don't have a Bebop, you don't have a Holiday, you don't have a Paradox. What are you going to do? Well, we found the engage option, and it's pretty effective, as it turns out.
Nice,
But
yeah. Double
you
buff
can't- you have
claimed
to
as
get
well.
Urn. If you're buying clock, you can't give up Urn control here. You actually cannot let Sneaky Golem just get the Urn. You need to contest the pickup, but I don't know if they are, Jake. Okay, the Urn is picked up, and they're going in. Bunny with Clock, looking for the engage. Off the swap. Is this going to be good enough? They take down Lord NM immediately as Billy goes to town.
Lash, big death slam over the top. Does get somebody knocked down. Now, Baroness Hotel being deployed by Doorman. Warden's starting to run out, though, and Sneaky Golem are still alive. They're still fighting this one. Wraith pushing the other side of the map, but he's equalized, and Xeno still has ulti. Like, Xeno is strong in this fight. This one is far from over. Billy continuing to push the offense here. Pops the ulti as well. Xeno's getting incredibly low now, forced to pop the Shadow Transform. Is low, and it's Billy now holding the front line, but Xeno getting those big power slashes in. Billy has to just back out of this engagement, looking for some kind of a last hit to maintain. He doesn't get that Healbane buff here. Aiden, though, could clean this one up. He's still healthy relatively. Xeno just barely on a sliver of HP. It's not going to be enough. And Mina just the perfect hero in this kind of a team fight. Ooh, takes a big hit from Shiv, and what? Just gets his head blown off.
That was scary. I mean, both could have gotten bursted down there. But yeah, you got, okay, Mirage is over it in, wants a piece of rocker, and as good as Shiv is, as durable as this, it's not going to survive in that moment. Lord M, though, back into the fray, picks off one towards the end. This has turned into absolute pandemonium on both sides. Zerbzy, though, falling towards the end. AVG, back alive. Same with Lord M. Both teams trading out pretty evenly. As that goes on, 2 walkers still up for Sneaky Golem, 2 up for Bunny with Clock, and neither team, Jake, as the dust settles, with enough of an edge to go mid bosses, it's 138k to 138k. The one thing you do get if you're Bunny with Clock is you do get Urn control, which stops some of the doorman plays that Sneaky Golem wanted to get.
Yeah, and I think in general, I think it is a winning fight, especially one that Arctic profits on hugely. He just picks up the inhib. So he's got Ricochet, inhib, Toxic. I mean, this Mirage, like, cannot be allowed to bring out DPS in the fights. I feel like Sneaky Golem must kill Mirage in the fights, and if this comes down to a spot where both teams' gun carries are free farming, I don't think that's good at all for Sneaky Golem. The lift delays the Urn drop, but Warden just cleans it up afterwards. Xeno into this fight too, and then we got another major team fight back to back, both teams doubling down. Xeno's in from behind, big power slash hitting. Still has that
Warden's
ulti as
getting
well,
crushed.
but they're routed, they're running, they're just trying to get out of this one, but Sneaky Golem are on the chase. They have no intention of backing down out of this one. There's Mo combo as well on the cards. AVG
so
over
low.
the top.
This is a
Dives
shift
in
playground
now.
if Rocker can get in this position. He's taken down one. He's got the knives out. Aiden is down. Bunny of Clock is low HP across the board. The full cleanup is going the way of Sneaky Golem. So you get the Urn, but you lose the war. Coming on in now for Bunny with Clock. And you take a look at this. If you're Sneaky Golem,
Mid boss.
do you go mid? You got to go mid off this opportunity. You're not going to get a better chance.
And Xeno's been doing so well on this Yamato. He's not overcommitting, forcing the ult early. He's living long into this fights now, and the fact that he holds onto this ulti means I feel like a contest is almost impossible here for Bunny with Clock. They might be forced to go for it. Hydration immediately preempts it though, swarms into that stair room, attacks Arctic, wants to deny this Mirage, takes a lot of damage for it, but doing God's work, and it gets a triple rejuve for Sneaky Golem. Hydration is going to go down, but will they be able to find Arctic as well off the back of this? That would be a well worth it death.
They're getting him.
To drop
He's
a
too
crystal.
low. Yeah,
and yeah, he is going to get cleaned up. Then now, just with that one kill coming off of the mid boss, I really think there's a huge push to be had here. Sneaky Golem could be seeing their first appearance in the money match for quite some time.
It's looking good. They only lose one rejuve in the aftermath of the mid-boss fight. 2 walkers are on the menu. Not easy fights to defend here for Bunny with Clock. I think you're being economical here for Sneaky Golem. You still focus on the right walker first. Mid-walker is actually very scary to go after, even when you have rejuves. Is probably the hardest objective to go for in the game, even more so than the base itself, is just how it's worked out. But one thing you can do here for Sneaky Golem, you establish full dominance over the jungle, you take enemy sinners, you push up your waves, and then when the other team has too much to give up, that's when you bring it all down on the right walker or mid if you've got a few picks at that point.
I like the way Sneaky Golem, though, they're prioritizing the farm on the map first, right? They still have a lot of time on this rejuve. They're going to be able to clean up most of the map. AVG, curious if he buys into Merkmag here. I feel like Merkmag Leech for Wraith, it's going to be a while for that Leech, but Leech is going to be a pretty big game changer here in the ability to stand toe-to-toe with some of these heavier frontliners that Bunny with Clock have running you down. I think Aiden is also going to reach a point in the game where finding burst kills gets more and more difficult. I mean, a lot of spirit resilience is coming out, especially for Sneaky Golem on their key damage-dealing carries that you really want to be bursting down first as Mina.
I mean, the problem for Mina is that to be relevant as Mina, you have to be rich over the rest of the game. If Aiden was at 40k right now, you can still burst down anyone you can want. You can look at Doorman and kill him with a wink. At 25k, you're not that level of a threat. So the farm curve is kind of past Aiden by a little bit here, and it means Mina is not as scary as she otherwise would be. Also, in terms of financial recovery stories, AVG is a massive threat now at 35k. Caught up to Xeno, Jake. I mean, there's a point in this game where Xeno was at 12k and AVG was at like 7k. And then later on, it was like AVG at 11k, Xeno at 18k. So the amount of work AVG has done to get back into this game farm-wise is really paying off. And you're going to get the uncontested earn to put yourself even further ahead.
Yeah, he's been hustling, that's for sure. Earn pickup is big. You still have that one last crystal as Shiv dies once, might be dying again, and hold on, Mo's here too, so this could be actually a big feed from Sneaky Golem. Bunny with Clock bring numbers. Pashbop is traded by average in the chaos, and Sneaky Golem also coming into this fight. They're not backing down. They're not letting Rocker die for free.
They're getting
a couple nice punishes as well. And yeah, the mid walker is a nice one to find. Now an opportunity for Xeno to collapse on the side lane. This should be all walkers crumbling. Without Pashbop, I feel like fighting is so difficult here.
I mean, if you're Bunny with Clock, you can't really defend this. And I mean, the scary part here is if you feed kills towards the end, you're gonna lose first stage patron, but they are committed. And Sneaky Golem
Hydration
working around the outskirts. Here we go. Seismic Slam up and over for Hydration. Arctic's able to take down one at the start of the fight. Hydration, charge from the back. Cool Cheese super low, taken for a ride. Xeno in on the finish. 2 down for both teams here so far. Walker's still alive. A reasonable defense thus far for Bunny with Clock, despite the pincer from Sneaky Golem. And a lot of this, I think it's just Arctic. He's been pounding the damage, Jake.
Yeah, he's healthy, man. He's swarming in now. Xeno low. May have to just ulti just to live, but I don't know if he's going to get out of this. The damage is good. Mirage willing to stand toe-to-toe. The lifesteal is keeping Xeno alive. Tanner finds Zerbzy, though, and with the help of Mina coming in, the proc from Mirage finishes it off, and that turns into a really crucial fight. I mean, Sneaky Golem still have a pretty big lead, but now about 30 seconds for some uncontested farm on the map. But the fact that lanes are so bad against them kind of minimizes the win for Bunny with Clock.
I mean, that's wild. The Sneaky Golem went in, all players up, had a rejuve in the bank, and they walk away. Not only do they not get the walker, they don't even really damage the walker there, so that is ridiculous. However, Mina caught from behind. It's Abrams in on the charge. Sanguine Retreater, no, you are incredibly wounded. But looking at the map, it's going to be a Mina escape.
Average down, and a big bag goes the way of the opposition. Rocker kills Arctic, though. Got greedy. Looked for that bag. Now the combo on the Lash in the back line. Debuff Remover keeps him alive for the moment. Warden ulti popped as well, but Rocker's no cares, man. He's diving forward. Execute does miss. It's not able to get that threshold onto Lash, who is ticking and bleeding. But man, this is turning into an absolute bar brawl, ZP.
Yeah, I would prefer the term slop fest to an extent where it's about, because you got kill into kill into kill. And the rhyme or reason is, yo, get back in the fight, get on zip, bro. Let's get back into it. And okay, the dust settles. And Bunny with Clock, I think at one point they were down as much as 30k. Now that difference is a mere 13k. So they've kind of, you think about it here, Jake. They defend their right walker. They even up the souls after the mid boss. All in all, they gained ground back after the rejuve went away. And that's not the easiest thing to do. So you got to give a lot of credit to Bunny with Clock. I just wonder how long they can stick with this, because even though they've been able to focus down AVG pretty effectively in some of these fights, when I look at how these teams are going to perform late game, I just think the late game gets worse and worse for Bunny with Clock relative to the Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, I feel like almost it's pretty much everyone but the Mo is going to scale into a carry. And if Mo gets something like an unstoppable this game and just like hard commits on one person in the team fight, I feel like that's just good enough for Mo. And then, I mean, even hydration, he's going to get harder and harder to bring down as the game progresses. I mean, there's a lot of powerful items you can get. The healing tempo is a little bit ridiculous on Abrams, right? In terms of the ability to go extremely deep into these fights and stay alive despite things like, a Warden on top of you or Mirage pumping in the damage.
I think Mirage is the key here, though. For Bunny with Clock, you need to give Arctic enough room that he stays alive, but also has enough uptime to get max value off Jin's mark, off the ricochet. And arguably, I mean, positioning-wise for Sneaky Golem, you can't have people be so close together that ricochet is getting max value. Ideally, you need a dive onto the Mirage, or even better, I mean, imagine a Doorman play where you just open up with a combo on the Mirage and kill him mid-combo. Like, that is the ultimate opening for Sneaky Golem, where Bunny with Clock would effectively have no outs left in the team fight if it started that way.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, if this Mirage goes down, I think Warden is not going to be able to solo carry the team fight. Conversely, I feel like if AVG goes down, it's not the end of the world. I think Sneaky Golem have better options down the carries. Leech is going to, allow Arctic to sustain longer into the fights, and if you fail to get the kill on him, he's going to be right back into it with no downtime. But I think both teams recognize this next team fight, mid-boss respawning, could be decisive, could be the entire game riding on it. And Sneaky Golem, for the lead they've developed, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game. It comes down to the execution out. It comes down to who can find each other first. And so the game of cat and mouse here in the Deadlock late game begins.
I don't love this. Going for Earn right now, this is going to be a signal for Bunny with Clock. You engage. You absolutely engage right now. You know the motto is there. You fight. Do they catch anyone, though, is the question. They're chasing on forward. We see Tanner leading the way.
No catch.
Yeah.
Hydration was waiting. Oh, they might just into mid-boss here. I kind of like it. Xeno's not ready for this fight. And Bunny with Clock, they're willing to gamble this still, but if Xeno can get there, this could be problematic.
Jake, you're doing this for Doorman. Like, Zerbzy right now could make the play of his life. Here we go. Doorman coming down off the contest. We got the Doorman cam here on the left. Who's going for a ride in on the luggage cart? The rejuve is down. Tanner and Cool Cheese pick up all three rejuves. But is the punish now going to be here for Sneaky Golem? In here on the fight. One rejuve gone. It's Cool Cheese immediately hitting the ground. Rocker, though, under focus fire. Getting super low as we see the Mirage pumping the damage. But Arctic's nearly low off this damage pump. AVG taken on down. In through the door we go. Sneaky Golem playing around it with care. This door gonna get slammed in the face. He lets Yamato walk through and then just closes off the escape.
They have to back out of this one. There's no fight left to be had. And Rocker now low HP, trying to find some sort of crystal trade, but Cool Cheese is still healthy on the Paradox, not scared to take this fight. And even with the life buff, Shiv surely in the wrong neighborhood right now. Does get that DB, which is actually a nice thing to have, but I still think Shiv, if he could get away, this would be huge. I mean, this would be a big find at the same time. Poshpop is seriously fast, man. Warp speed running him down on this Warden, but it seems like the criminal may have escaped for the moment. Oh, wait, wrong neighborhood?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yo, this has turned into a stealth escape mission game for Rocker right now.
Honestly, the life buff is paying big dividends here. Like, he would have been seriously low without that life buff. And in the end, it's a free earn. It's 2 crystals coming out of the mid fight, and Bunny and the Clock are right back in the driver's seat. Now it's their turn to look to maybe try and close out this last walker, as multiple players already pushing it down.
All right. Last walker in contest here for Sneaky Golem. And, you think back to it, Bunny with Clock was able to defend their walker with 1 rejuve left. And Sneaky Golem here, Jake's decide, we're not doing that. Not doing that. We're just, you can have it. It's not
at this point
worth
in the game.
Bad team fight.
The walker is just like not going to defend you enough, right? The walker is just going to get bursted down, and then you're going to be caught in a compromising position against 2 rejuve crystals. Just such an expensive proposition. Bunny with Clock, though, they're waiting any opportunity to pounce. And the danger now for Sneaky Golem is the lead could really get out of control. I mean, if you let Bunny with Clock just hard farm, did Poshpop just buy Juggernaut and Spellslinger? That is disgusting. He's dropped 10k souls.
Yeah, I think that may have been both the bot. I don't think it was a sell and then a buy, but
it could be. We'll have to check the UI is a little misleading at times in that particular interaction. But he is 50k souls Warden, so maybe we're talking a little bit too much about this Mirage. With 50k souls, Warden might just be back in that conversation where you're not Gun Warden, you're not Spirit Warden, you're everything Warden at this point.
He is everything Warden right now. You look
look at his item. He's got monster in both, right? So.
If anything, it's more spirit vitality than gun. I mean, you got spell slinger at the very end, but it's not as heavy on the gun focus. You're a 5k HP Warden with leech. You're more I exist Warden.
I mean, he is beaming objectives. Like fighting into this looks super scary. Shrine's starting to go down. Sneaky Golem. They need to answer this. They need to find some way back into this game. This is supposed to be their week. This is supposed to be their chance to come back and get its fight in the money match. Bunny with Clock. Shrines dropping. It's just the Patron now standing between them and the money match. And with still a bit more time in the region, here comes the lash. Big old over the top. It's huge. Gets absolutely everybody. What the hell? Sneaky Golem's trying to get out of this. 3 players low, 3 players down. The Warden feasting upon them.
This could be it here, Jake. You got 3 down. The respawn, that's not going to do anything for you. But with Clock, you got a full 6. You got 2 rejuves. You got a ticket to the money match. Ready to go. New and improved they may be. Sneaky Golem still not able to get over the hump. Second stage Patron coming on down. Bunny with Clock, they're absolutely not going to be leaving this time around. The Patron, it's getting melted. And Bunny with Clock, we will see you in the money match once more against melee creeps.
Man, Gibbs with the unstopped Lashel just absolutely collapsed Sneaky Golem in their own house, in their own base. And once again, it's going to be Bunny with Clock going into the money match, taking on the melee creeps. And they're playing with a vengeance today, ZP. They had to work a pretty scary comeback, right? At times, like, there were moments where it really felt like Sneaky Golem were going to close this one out. They had, like, the better advantage, but the team fights, the late games play, and then the willingness to just all in commit there at the end of the game. Bunny with Clock really well played, a well-deserved victory here in our challenger match.
Congratulations to BWC Bunny with Clock, aka Rabbits with Rolexes, taking our challengers matchup. They move on to play a very familiar foe. What is this, 4 matches in a row? Let's take a look though at how they got there. Poshy Pop was the MVP in last week's NA Challenger. Does he get your award this time around, ZP, or who did you have eyes on?
I think it's got to be Arctic. I think you look at some of these team fights where Sneaky Golem started with such an incredible edge, and it's just like, wait, they're losing the fight. Wait, their HP is going down. And then we go to Arctic, is like, oh, I now understand. I think Arctic was really the backbone that kept them in some of these fights. Like, yeah, Gibbs had some good plays, Tanner's had some good moments, but all of it is for naught if you don't have a Mirage just pumping damage. And oh, here's
this play. This play is so good, actually.
Here we go.
It's like Cool Cheese, like, all right, I guess I went to the wrong neighborhood.
And the quick escape, like you delete the evidence after. It's like,
ooh, yeah.
Boom, big slam.
This murder will self-destruct.
That's disgusting, man. They just got, that was a 5-man Lashel. That's crazy. At this level of play, the 5-man Lashel, you can't be letting that happen to you.
Hoot's been telling people it's all about the Lash right now. Well done to our NA brethren. They are keeping pace with our friends from EU. ZP, I gotta think that Sneaky Golem isn't done roster shuffling, or do you think they'll actually give it 2 weeks before making a move?
Look, I wouldn't bet anything. I mean, this is a team that's made roster changes even after winning, and I think they're desperate to beat the slump. So they may make some changes, or maybe they'll be like, this is pretty close. I think the problem is when you look at how this game went, it really was that big mistake where they prioritized earn. And then you had BWC go down the middle. They didn't get a pick there, but they pushed up middle lane, and they still saw the Amato as away, and that they felt gave them the opportunity to go mid. They go mid, and they get 3 rejuves. The contest wasn't there in time for Sneaky Golem. That was the critical mistake that cost them the game. And is that a roster thing? I don't know. I just think it was a bad call made by Sneaky Golem.
Not heads-up gameplay there. Field IQ needs to be stepped up between now and episode 19, by the way, which is just 6 days away. Mark your calendar, because we're hitting you every single Wednesday once we return in January, right, guys? So, Jake, we have a big matchup to go. Do we need to hand out the MVP?
I mean, surely we got to. I think it's honestly kind of a tough conversation. Like, I wouldn't really know who to give it to necessarily. I'm maybe curious to see. I don't know if we have the stat screen
Arctic
yet.
Arctic was a beast. We're trying to get the stats. That's what we're waiting on right now.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
I kind of leave it to Prod because I feel like both the carries had good games. I think Pashi and Arctic both had very solid games throughout the game. Laning phase, maybe a little bit decisively better from the Warden as opposed to AVG on the Wraith on the other side. But yeah, both teams actually played this game really well. I thought some innovative strategies, good execution. And then I think it did come down to like these big team fight choices, like you said in the late game, the choice to go for that Urn. While not terrible in a vacuum, like forcing Urn is good when you have the lead. The fact that Bunny with Clock are saying, hey, you're out of position, I'm just going to call your bluff and immediately int the mid boss was a great play. And that decisive team fight really is what sealed the game for them.
We've got a best of 3 coming up in your NA Grand Finals. It features the Melee Creep, Scout, DMB, Ido, Dude, John, and Saya ready to take the stage next. We're just waiting on a little MVP highlight reel for you, and then we will keep the show rolling. A big shout out to all of the gifted, all of the primers that have come in tonight. We're now up over 800 subs over on twitch.tv, and the YouTube channel continues to pop off. 1,238 people viewing right now over on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. Put an @ in front of the Deadlock Night Shift. It'll take you to the right place. ZP, final thoughts here on our opening matchup.
Final thoughts are that, Sneaky Golem, they've gotten, I think, better in the last few weeks. Like, they had a lot of really good looks here today, a lot of things that went their way. And Bunny with Clock was able to match them every step of the way, including, to me, we talked about the game-winning play. My final thought to look at in terms of Masterclass is Sneaky Golem has one rejuve. They're pushing the right Walker as a team, and they're not able to get it or even really damage it. Bunny with Clock's team play and ability to defend objectives was fantastic, and we'll see if they can channel that versus Melee Creeps in the money match.
Let's take a look here at our bracket where we're at. Congratulations to Abrahams, who walked away with a victory, their 5th in a row for EU. They are clearly head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. Leviathan making it to another grand final. And Melee Creeps will now face off against Bunny with Clock in another NA grand final matchup. Sneaky Golem still looking for answers as they're playing catch up on the most recent patch. One more match to go, and you guys can donate to the prize money. Scroll down right below the Twitch video, hit that donate button, and your money goes directly to the players. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's time to crown an NA champ.
Let's push Greenwich.
Welcome back. It's your favorite Hump Day heroes ready to bring more Deadlock action down your throat. We got Jake, we got ZP, and we've got an NA Grand Finals. There's been a lot of Billies today. Vindicta got banned out and Mina took her place. ZP, what are we going to see in a Grand Final now that we know the melee creeps are involved once again?
I think we're going to see a lot of targeting of comfort picks for both teams. I think when you take a look at what Bunny with Clock has done really good on, I think you don't let them get Geist unless they do what they did last game and they ban Geist first and you don't have to ban it at all, which is probably a mistake. But overall, I think you look at what they're good at. You don't want to give Bunny with Clock Geist. You don't want to give them Vindicta. I mean, technically, you do a lot of what Sneaky Golem did in the draft and, you know, then probably just make some better decisions all in all.
All in all, Jake, in the end, it was BWC with the better teamwork. That's what won them the challenger match. But you need more than teamwork to take down our reigning champs, the 7-time melee creeps. That will be if they win. Thank you, production. They're on a 6-win streak that started back at number 30. They won 31. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Tonight would be number 7, and they have an opportunity to make it 8 if they keep it rolling going into next Wednesday. We take a look at the recent results. So how have they fared against BWC, Jake?
I mean, Bunny with Clock have been able to take maps, right? So they're forcing these series to 3. I think at times melee creeps, actually, they haven't played their best in like closing out this series. But I feel like when it has come down to those like elimination games where melee creeps is facing a potential loss, right? Where Bunny with Clock do have one map, feels like melee creeps have that next gear to step into. And so I think what we need to see from Bunny with Clock is a more of a decisive win. I feel like they're more likely to win in a 2-0 from me than they are to win if this series goes to 3 games. I feel like melee creeps have time to build into the series that way, and they seem to get better and better the more time they have in that match. So definitely eyes on Bunny with Clock to be able to put up numbers. They've had enough chances, enough shots on goal here to know what they're up against in the melee creeps. The question is, can they deliver? And I think it's a great point. You need that monster execution in this kind of a game. I think like the late game team fighting, it's going to be hard to have an edge on melee creeps. The best you could do, to be honest, is kind of to be even with them. For me, it's the early game. Can you come out with that early lead, force yourself your way to some kind of an advantage, and then be willing to make those decisive risky calls like forcing mid-boss down eco, even against the melee creeps?
The Bun Squad. That's what I'm calling them from now on. No more BWC for you guys. The Bun Squad taking on the melee creeps. I'm looking at Aiden and I'm thinking, is he a secret weapon in the meta right now? Do you have to target ban him like he was in the challenger matchup, or is that something that melee creeps can look past, CP?
I don't think you want to go against Aiden Vindicta. We've seen too many times Aiden's Vindicta just take over the game. I think Vindicta in general is a pick worthy of banning early, or at least prioritizing based on what we've seen. So when you have those two things together, you have a player that plays a hero really well and the hero is meta. Yeah, I think you want to get rid of it. Also, I gotta say here, in case I forget, in terms of night shift action this week, we're also doing a full-on watch party of what is going on with the Deathy Death Slam Invitational this weekend. We're gonna be covering all the action here, community-wise, because there's good competitive Deadlock going on. We want to be there to help cover it, even if we're not the ones giving it to you.
That sounds fantastic. What time does that start?
I have to look. It starts when.
Don't you love it when I just put your feet on the coals? My bad, ZP.
No,
we'll put that
I got it.
on the Discord when we have
2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern
Okay,
on Saturday
great.
and Sunday.
I like that.
There you go.
Nailed it. God, ZP's fast. That's why he's our boss, Jake. Let's take a look, though, at our teams and what we expect to see here. Melee Creeps taking on Bunny with Clock once again. Is there an advantage that can be explored here for Melee Creeps that you've seen in the last 2 weeks?
I mean, it's hard because I feel like this is actually a pretty great meta for the melee creeps. You know, for DMB to be able to have like the Wraith and the Mirage as top carries, for me, this is like perfect scenario for him, is exactly what he wants to be playing. John has looked really nice on the Geist, the Warden, any of these like more frontline, tempo carries, I feel. And then the rest of the roster just plays everything, right? You know, I think you look at like Ido and Saya to go in these like heavy playmaker heroes that can just leverage really high individual skill into explosive games, and then Scout and Fishcake, you know, sometimes on support, sometimes on like brawlers, just filling out whatever the team needs. This is a team that I don't know how you draft against this team, frankly. Like I don't know what you're supposed to do to like get you an edge. I feel like you're just trying to survive the draft against melee creeps, and that's a testament to their strength and one of the big reasons they've been champion for over a month now.
They have been the kings of the North American castle. On the other side of this fight, you just saw them. What can they replicate from their win? And if their characters get banned out, how do they pivot here, ZP?
I mean, how they pivot, they do have some good backup options for it. I'd also say, for Iden, we've seen the Mina, right? And it's kind of, you don't really want to spend a ban or an overpick on the Mina, so that's usually pretty safe for Aiden. I actually think, from what we've seen from Arctic, I think you want to put Arctic on anything other than Mirage here. I actually think that is a priority for melee creeps more so than some of the other things, because Arctic has kind of gotten into the Together zone where we saw Together play nothing but Shiv for what felt like 6 months straight. Make Arctic play something other than the Mirage. Way too comfortable on the hero and was the MVP of it in the Challengers match. Change it up a bit.
Here
I like that call out. Take him off his comfort zone. For melee creeps, maybe steal the Mirage away yourself. Even if you give the Wraith up, I feel like it just forces an adaptation, which is not what you want to be doing as Bunny with Clock. They want to be sticking in the comfort zone. They want to be playing as they are. But wherever you go with the first picks in the bans, I mean, like taking a Mirage first pick isn't even that crazy where the meta is right now. So I'm definitely interested to see what melee creeps have cooked up for us. They probably expected this opponent, given that they've gone head to head now week in, week out for the last month. It's been really the same two teams fighting to be the top dog in North America. So it's always interesting to see two teams have this rivalry start to build where, I mean, in as a difference to some of the other rivalries we've had, it's not as dominant, right? Like melee creeps do drop maps, and they haven't been that clean in terms of their ability to get decisive wins here over Bunny with Clock. So definitely a fight to be had, and one that I'm hoping Bunny with Clock still brings their full energy to.
Big shout out to the entire Deadlock community. We are here in episode 18. We are closing in on 52 episodes, a full year of Deadlock content brought to you by the amazing people behind the scenes and your favorite players. If you want to support the players, scroll on down below the live. See a donate button. All donations go directly to the prize pool. We split it 50-50 with EU and NA after we added the initial $1,200. Here we go. North America. It's time to get into draft. Are our players ready to rock out? And how do you see this one playing out after the Lady Geist has been removed, ZP?
Well, again,
Are they going to rip
like
a Warden first pick right now? I'm pretty sure this is a Warden first pick. This is a crazy first ban for me, unless you're going to do that.
I think they're going to try and first pick Shiv, probably. Shiv or Billy would be my guess for Bunny with Clock.
True.
Like,
you can't give Shiv and Billy. That would be too disgusting.
Aiden respect pick is in.
Yeah.
So the ban, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Warden, the stocks have gone up tremendously on Warden in this game. No Vindicta to fly away from you and lock you down. No Geist to ult swap you. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Warden go for either team here in the first lineup of picks here, the first three.
Honestly, Abrams Billy. I think you counter here, you secure your front line. Yes, you're going to give up. Oh, okay. No, they actually just say, we hate Arctic.
They steal the Mirage. I like this, actually. We were talking about this in the draft, right? And now you can follow up with either the Billy or the Abrams. I don't know that there's a wrong choice. I think Billy's probably a little bit more on meta with the damage potential, but Abrams is a little bit more of like fine on low eco. So Billy is a little greedier, but they are still going to go for it.
This makes so much sense. And I think even though you can argue Wraith may be overall better, I don't think Arctic on Wraith is anywhere near the player that Arctic on Mirage is, from what we've seen. Like, I'm not saying Arctic is bad, I'm just saying Arctic is especially good on Mirage. So you go Billy, you give up the Abrams, Bunny with Clock is going to get the stronger front line. But in turn, you've taken away Arctic's favorite hero, you've still gotten a really good frontliner. If you're Bunny with Clock, I think going to what you were talking about here earlier, Jake, is that for Pashi, who's been kind of Warden Geist build, do you go Warden? Okay, you do go Warden.
Yeah, here it goes on the first 3-2, which I actually quite like to get the Warden this early. I think it's actually way higher value than it would typically be in other games with these particular 2 first bans. And it's very comfortable as well. If you're going to run Abrams and Shiv, I think going up against the Warden wouldn't have felt great. Now, Kelvin is picked. So for me, I feel like I think I've seen Saya playing a lot of Kelvin in pubs. Like, clearly still thinks it's good. And maybe now, like, imagine you ban Doorman here. Now, like, how do you contest the Kelvin Dome? It could be top dog again. They go with the Page ban instead, though.
I think the Page ban is smart just because Page has been so good as a lane partner with Abrams, and it, especially with Vindicta off the table, it's what you'd go for. The other ban they could have went for here, though, truthfully, would have been Mina to just get Aiden really out of the normal comfort zone. I actually would have liked that ban too, but it's
Victor. Fine. Okay. I mean, I guess you're going to run like this Giga frontline overload comp, and maybe you're scared of the Victor just tanking everything. Plausibly, but still, Victor, really weird hero to ban since no one has been contesting Victor for a while. They got the Doorman themselves. Oh my god. Dude. Good luck ever doing an urn against melee creeps. Ever. In the entire game. You're just never going to take an urn.
Jake, you urn in Kelvin who drops a dome, and it's turned in before the dome goes away, and he leaves without the same door. Like,
looking to summon a god, right?
Just control an area of like 100-meter radius around the urn so that no Dorns can be dropped. It's simple. It's so easy. Oh, really? No, that's scary. And the lash pick into Kelvin, I don't love that. I mean, that was back in the day. We used to say, okay, like, part of the problem with lash is that the Kelvin dome just kind of counters your ult. You just pop the dome and lash ults, and okay, we're chill. We're sitting in our frozen shelter.
Jake, what Bunny with Clock needs, they need to always be the first mover on the urn. They can never let melee creeps actually get control of the urn with first grab because they have no tools to actually defend it thereafter. So that is the one way Bunny with Clock can play around this a little bit, is that they have to be turbo aggro when urn is about to spawn. You over allocate to that wave, you push up the wave next to urn, and you get first urn control. It doesn't guarantee you the urn, but it gives you a way more of a fighting shot than if you're just like, please, Doorman, turn in the urn with Kelvin in one of 6,201 ways.
I'm a big Pocket fan here, though. Love this pick, actually. I was wondering, there's not really any frontliners left in the pool for melee creeps to grab, but they get Pocket, who for me is actually great into a lot of these heavy frontliners that Bunny with Clock have drafted. Like Warden, it has really no mobility, is essentially a sitting duck to get popped with Affliction, and so could find himself in an awkward spot, in some of these late game team fights. So I think melee creeps have gotten a really sick draft here. I think they're going to dominate on the urns. I think they have great team fight in the late game. I feel like Bunny with Clock, maybe they can tempo the game out fast enough where, some of these heroes just don't quite hit their power peaks, but I really like the melee creeps draft, and I think Bunny with Clock is going to need to play at a really incredible pace. Like Mina, this is one of those games that maybe Mina can just dominate the game so completely that there's not really a chance for the opponent, but falling short of that, I just think melee creeps are strong at every phase of the game.
Melee creeps may have won the draft, but BWC trying to force a game number 3. They've been blown out a few times, but more often than not, we're good for a long one. ZP, give me the prediction. Who is going to earn MVP for game number 1?
We did MVP for game number 1 heading on
it's
in
Aiden
here.
on the Mina.
This is the easiest question of all time, ZP. It's actually cringe you don't have an instant answer for this. It's Ido on the Pocket. Come on now. This is They gave
Okay, if
LeBron
he's
the
still,
ball.
okay,
He's
we
big dog on the pocket on the server. I love a little Ido. Pocket for me, you give a specialist player pocket, just let him take over the game. Let him cook. It's a great pocket game. Let him cook.
All right. Well, we'll see if Ido still has the gas in the tank on that, because Ido's been doing a lot of non-pocket
True.
things
He's
in
been
recent
flexing.
competitive memory. Like you got to keep the hand hot, Jake, for that.
I
And
believe. There's
Okay.
no doubt in my mind, ZP. ZP's a
Muscle
doubter.
memory.
Register it now, chat. I'm a
Muscle
believer.
memory is locked in. Is Ido playing the pocket? Damn, no Sinclair by Ido. The chat is bummed that he's playing his best character. Weird. Let's jump into this one, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as the game is ready, we will be letting this one rip. Thank you all for being here. Once again, this is night shift number 18. We got number 19 next Wednesday, but for now, it's time to crown an NA champions. Melee Creeps, Bunny with Clock, it's ZP and Jake on the mic.
All right, Jake, we're getting on into this. Look, I'm not so much doubting as much as like I need to be reaffirmed here. And
All right, all right.
also, I
Fair
think
enough.
Pocket himself. The problem is that when you didn't give the ball to Ido, Pocket was the destroyer of worlds, and then Ido was also arguably the best Pocket in the world. You may
True.
be the best Pocket in the world right now, and Pocket stocks have fallen a little bit. He's not quite the same hero. His early game's way rougher because he can't do the, his old early laning phase of just like, yeah, I'm gonna sit back and wait some Majestic Leap. The Pocket life has gotten a little bit tougher over time as Pashi Pop leaves the server. Warden bug, Pashi issues, his own team getting in on the flaming.
Yeah, it should be no problem here. Pause for the creeps, no big deal. Opportunity to check out the rollouts. And Lash rolling out in the high ground. This is such a, for Lash players at home, if you're not already doing this, very strong. Just death slamming off the high ground to start the lane is pretty sick. I'm definitely curious to see the build up for Ido on the pocket for me, the creeps, because I've seen more and more pockets building more like normal early game items. Like they build Spirit Vitality, of course, but they aren't just like hardcore saving for only Majestic Leap that we saw for a while. It's like a little bit more of, the Cold Front and the Mystic Vulnerability and an extra Spirit, right? So you actually are building into being a real hero contesting the early laning phase.
You just have to. You cannot be as greedy with the change they made to actually having to pick up the soul urns. The old style Pocket will get you a loss in lane. Although the lane that they're up against is not easy at all, going up against the Abrams Mina lane. It's going to be a lot of pressure there, and also when you go to pick up some of those orbs, you could have an Abrams charge waiting for you. So, survive the right lane is probably test number 1 for Ido on the Pocket.
Yeah, it won't be easy. Mid lane, though, should be strong for melee creeps with this Paradox and Doorman.
Ooh, Paradox is already real low. A little bit of splatter, a little bit of flask, and you're running for the hills. Really nice early pressure here in mid coming in from Bunny with Clock.
That's true. Warden Viscous is actually kind of an old, like, hardcore spam lane. I haven't seen it played in the mid, but it has been pretty good in the side lanes in metas past. So resurrecting it. I feel like Viscous has been a little bit off meta for a couple of weeks now, but whenever we do see it, it does look pretty good and seems to have a lot of impact. So you got to respect this, even with the new school doorman in the lane. It's you get hit with that splatter and things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, and Gibbs himself has been one of the more notorious. I'm not gonna say full one trick, but like semi one trick on Viscous. It is by far his most notable hero that he's had some really good plays on. I mean, he broke Kelvin's ankles a while back, and I've cursed him. I actually just cursed his ass back in the spot. Sorry about that one, Gibbs.
I mean, one of the things about the mid lane, I think this is something that a lot of folks playing Deadlock can maybe utilize more, is the ability to reset HP in the fountain between creep waves. Like, because the mid lane zip is short enough, if you just optimize your pathing to base, you can clear wave and go base without really missing any souls. I mean, you'd rather be doing box runs. There's more efficient things to do, but it does mean that hard pressuring people out with poke is not the easiest thing to do. And what's Warden saving for?
Look at Tanner right now. Look at the map. That's blue territory.
Tanner? He's doing boxes. There's some boxes being accomplished here.
Yeah,
both teams are doing some heavy box running. I mean, especially Bunny with Glock. There's 3 players not in the lanes. There's 3 players solo laning and there's 3 players box running.
Yeah, and also 3 players collapsing onto the right-hand side. That's melee creeps looking to overload the right, and in response, they get Tanner. And what have they given up in turn, Jake? It doesn't appear like they've given up too much. If anything, it's just been a little bit more farm in middle.
That was a little bit greedy, honestly. TP having 3 players box running and 3 solo lane, that's a lot. And now Billy pops the blasted, taking the fight to Lash. I don't know if you want that. Lash just getting absolutely murdered and Billy taking no damage whatsoever. Fishcake making mincemeat here of the side lane, and Billy is just running rampant. This pick looks ridiculous right now.
Nothing feels worse than going for the parry against Billy and not actually landing. You instantly just see Fishcake and death. He's just like, yep, quick melee, quick. He's just like hitting you with love taps from the bat that actually just...
What is this cult sack? Fajrbomb is a cult sack at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. He's going to have the next cult sack for when the 8-minute ancient creep spawn. That's crazy, actually. This is new levels of greed accomplished in the NA mid lane.
Now, does he go Mystic Shot after? Because the thing we saw for NA builds, or rather for EU builds, is that it was a little bit later, but as soon as you got Cult Sack, on a lot of heroes, on both things like Lash even, you would go the Mystic Shot after the Cult Sack because it got you your 4,800. Now, you'd usually do that after you had 4,800 Spirits, so this is a little bit of a different twist.
I mean, he's so early. Affliction, it's good. TP out as well. So Ido putting a lot of pressure on this mid lane. I don't know that Warden's going to be able to stick around for that long with Affliction on him. Is he really going to buy Bullet Lifesteal second? Like, what? This build is crazy work from Fajrbomb. This is like all farm items. I mean, maybe they are in like not the best spot in this game with a couple of K lead here, but this pays off. This could be really nice, but I feel like they're kind of gambling in a huge way right now, especially as losing mid Guardian for free. It's like, how worth is this for Fajrbomb? Is he really going to be that strong coming into the game with some of these items?
Gibbs is paying a little bit of the price, maybe able to stay alive, Curse of the Cuba. Instead, gets a one-way trip to the Baroness Hotel, but you may have wanted to keep that hotel reservation because here comes Warden in off the last stand, a bit ahead as far as farm goes, so you have to respect it. But now he's getting the mind games right now. Door to poke. The last stand is long over, and the damage going in, the shield from Warden long gone. Not much HP left for Viscous to back up, so the doorman plays from John. Pretty good here as the cart. It's a pitting Lash who came in for a moment.
A lot of players coming to the mid lane, but advantage melee creeps, right? The fact that they have that Guardian online means the zip is typically going to be better for them. Cool Cheese absolutely sent packing. Not much to show for this rotation. And Warden, I mean, it's off to the jungle now, I guess. Defending mid lane, jungling, it's okay, but I mean, there's a lot of map control to give up, and the mid lane isn't what it once was in terms of a safe farming location. Like, the way things are more open, I feel like, and especially the way walkers work now, there's more threat to potentially punish him. See if that's actually on the cards, though. In the end, it is still a part of the map that pretty dangerous to bring your whole team to, even if you want to attempt to gank on the enemy most farm hero.
27k to 29k melee creeps a little bit ahead. Guardians, though, what you're really looking at here, and you know the big gain for them was first to get middle Guardian, open the map up a little bit more, but into the right-hand side we go. Fishcake, Chain Gang, looking here for Arctic. Dome coming on out, all ults being dropped here, and it is a full-on assault on to the Shiv.
Big punishing death slam. Yeah, saves, and Shiv still barely alive out of this. Saya maybe won't be so lucky. The frozen shelter wasn't enough for that kill. But with Shiv also incredible. Fishcake's diving this deep. I can't believe it. He still chases down the Shiv after all that. Saya is gonna trade his life for this. The paradox here with Shiv behind tower, or rather Billy behind tower, this is gonna get pretty scary as you really need to get some kind of a parry off here, but Gibbs is wary of the risk there of being counter-dove.
Yep, Paradox in on the swap, so ends up being a 1-for-1. I mean, probably advantage to the team that didn't have to use Frozen Shelter and everything on the attempt, but also onto the right, Jinsmark versus Love Bites into Nox Nostra, into DMB running for his life. Sanguine has been used, and the tornado through the wall, or the floor as it were, and wait.
They just barely had enough damage to pop Ido. I think Ido also, suitcased her from around the corner, but it still just wasn't quite enough to finish off Aiden, and then the counter kill came in. So just barely enough, and Mina Pocket, they're just always playing on a knife's edge considering the low HP on those characters. Now back on board with Billy. Holding on Cult Sec, probably wants to save this pop. Is that a Torment Pulse on Shiv? Okay, Billy has got to be on notice. This is a very early Torment Pulse. A great item to deal with Billy to punish him for being close range.
Meanwhile, looking for targets to join the cult, but yeah, the damage coming in doesn't get hit by that knife.
This is scary, right? Shiv now with the Spirit Power Peak very early, so Shiv's damage is pretty disgusting here.
A little bit of running at low HP here for Gibbs, who is still running a Guardian Ward, not enough to save. DMB a few shots towards the end as get a little bit of an overload here for melee creeps on the right-hand side, looking for the Guardian, and don't think Mina's going to be enough. Yeah, Mina's backing off, so that's going to be Guardian going the way of melee creeps. Second Guardian for them on the game, opening up both middle and right-hand side.
Calvin is just all in spirit investment, has that spirit spike, so is going to provide a lot of value off of his beam, his nukes. Mobility also pretty crazy on the ice path. And 9 minutes, I mean, a lot of sinners being taken off the map right now. Some opportunity to look for punish and contest, but for now, I think both teams just content to do their own objectives, get their own item power peaks on. And I think it's that when most characters are getting that second 4.8k investment spike, that's when I'm really expecting the game to pop off. So probably a couple more minutes of farming, but melee creeps 3k soul lead. It doesn't feel like that much, but it will mean a few seconds where some of their characters are going to have those power spikes on first.
Also, again, you see this itemization that we first noticed in the UTE, the Mystic shot late out of the laning phase, where you get the scaling from the 4.8k spirit into Mystic shot, and then if Aiden buys Cultist thereafter, you're going to get the gun spike too. Although I don't know if Mina cares as much about the gun spike because her actual gun damage is really bad. I mean, yeah, you still take it, I suppose, because you still like Cultist, but the Mystic shot, it's more about the poke here.
I mean, Mina is absolute glass cannon, though. Short of actually buying the 6k item, this is all in. I mean, he has less than 1,000 HP at this phase of the game. Shiv being dove in the mid lane, Billy disrespecting that Torment Pulse, and they just overload him. Arctic, maybe not quite being ready for that. Even with the 4 daggers in Billy, he just shrugs it off. Waits that one out, but Rune being camped by Gibbs is going to secure that for his team.
All right. Also, you speak about urn control, and remember the task we gave Bunny with Clock of don't give up urn control? Like, always be the first ones to earn?
I mean, good luck.
They did not take that advice.
It's so hard to do, right? Like, it's so, like, to always, every time, never let the enemy pick up urn one time. It's a crazy task to be giving to, a team that is actually slightly on the back foot in this game.
Well, Saya has Dome, Saya has the urn, and Saya is just recklessly going directly over to the urn tournament. Okay, maybe taking a few alternate paths here, but
I mean, there's no doorman, so it won't. Like, doorman's not here, so it won't be that free. I mean, once again though, the mid lane being punished, pressured, affliction onto Shiv. He's dead to rights. He's just bleeding out the affliction and just gets overloaded by fish cake. So melee creeps aggressive with the punishes. He's just trying to get away with this. A greedy attempt here. He's not going for he's trying to hold his shelter. Just thinks, hey, we're stronger here, and it's not a max punch from Viscous, so he's not able to drop the urn. The ball, though, is going to accomplish that feat. Solar and pickup disabled, so this one isn't free. Lash all being held by Cool Cheese. He knows that Soul Urn is crucial to contest, but yeah, there's just too many numbers here. I don't know that you can fight this for BWC.
All right. Attempt number 3 of turning in the urn, and this time it's going to be good. As you mentioned, not max level puddle punch, and Viscous may have given up his life for all of this harassment. He had the punches, he had the goo ball, but in the end, the damage is enough to take him out. And I mean, this is kind of what we expected with this comp, Jake. Maybe not in that case where you don't even have to burn the shelter or doorman door, but melee creeps has an enormous edge for urn turn-ins.
Yeah, especially because Cool Cheese relatively behind the game right now. Speaking of the game, right, I think about economy, Pachi Pop is actually disgustingly farmed. However, somehow John is keeping up on the doorman, which I actually think is a pretty big deal considering, the lengths to which Pachi went to go max greed this game. For Doorman to be even souls is not a great sign for him. They are pretty far ahead of the game, though, the two of them.
Yeah, and I mean, John, if we can see John's build, usually he transitions into, like, full gunman at the end, even if he gets a little bit of spirit on. But hold the phone. Engagement here off to left, swap. Into Dome, into Tanner's feeling not so good about the situation. Feeling chilly, charge around the outside. Not enough to survive. And here comes Billy. Fishcake in off the chain gang, pulls in 2. Is the fall through going to be there? Once more Arctic, kind of getting beaten up. Billy taking damage in turn, but Billy's hard to focus down in this mode. You still walk on over the quick melee in the Arctic. That's certainly enough, and off to the other end. Warden not going to escape either.
I need this to work.
It's a 3 for Nils, EP, and then the value of the shelter, getting that secured opening kill into Tanner. I mean, Bunny with Clock, I sympathize. It's like when they pop that shelter and take a kill, it feels like you have to fight back with that ult down. You have to try to come in with the Warden ulti, but it's still not enough to kill Billy, and it wasn't even that close, right? Billy was down like maybe a little below half HP, but still fighting well in that moment. And yeah, this is Gunman. I mean, the farm speed is actually pretty unreal. Not even worried about him. He's got the vitality spike, he's got the gun spike, and believe me, I don't think he's biting. He might not buy another vitality item for like 20 minutes. This is the type of build where you might just build glass cannon next item. I wouldn't be completely shocked.
I feel like you look at John in most characters, you can just assume gun build. Like, you ever watch John stream? He's just like, you know, he's almost identified. He's like, you're not playing the game right if you're not going gun. But okay, fight here towards the end. Revenge as Saya a little bit caught out, taken down by Pashi coming in. 16k on the Warden, relatively farmed up. Back over though by the Walker. The pressure coming in here from melee creeps. You could get mid Walker this early into the game, it would be massive. Even the damage here is good. But now you get the change of focus fire. Looking for the goo ball, forces it out. And now you just see a fish cake on retreat as the ball starts rolling the other way.
Nice defense by Gibbs, like focusing the creeps there. Knows he can't really take the fight to those players sieging mid, but he just keeps the waves cleared and protect his Walker for now. Meanwhile, Pashipov on the other side of the map, he's gonna clean up a Walker for himself. Has stuck around quite a while, but yeah, Saya on the Kelvin alone is not really gonna threaten that chase down.
Well, you look at Bunny with Clock in the game state here. Jake, they got a lot riding on the Warden, and I mean, Pashi's Warden is
glass
was
cannon.
solid. It was solid last game, but I don't know. I just look at the situation. It's like your Shiv is relatively behind, your Warden is ahead, and then you look at how the other team is farming. I don't love this game state right now for Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, especially the Mirage matchup into Warden, I think is pretty hard. Like Tornado is almost a guaranteed counter. As wait, Lash out somewhere? Did you get anything? I heard it, but maybe somebody just slipped away. But I just feel like this Warden or the Mirage Tornado is so insane in this game. It kind of lets you escape everything, and it's yeah, you need to like curse him or something to lock down DMB. But there's so many other threats to worry about with, you know, Fish Cake being in your face the whole time, with John on the Gunman. I mean, this is the guy you really need to find, but who gets found? It's actually Pachipop here on the Warden in the side lane. Swap kind of takes him back where he wants to be, though, and as a consequence, he's just gonna walk it off here.
Bunny with Clock needs to go for a trade. You are going to lose Urn. You have Doorman near the Urn turn in, but also Scout is just getting run over on the right. So, all right, you get a little bit, but look at what you've given up in turn. You get the pick, but it's free low for the Urn turn in right now. No one is in the area at all, and you don't get an objective for it either.
Yeah, like that Scout kill is not worth as much as an Urn, but they're just gonna gamble it. Honestly, I like it. I feel like the game is slipping out of their hands. They're gonna force a roar and actually look for some kind of a team fight. But oh, John is actually just sending in artillery shells down the stairwell. They do not want to push into that.
I mean, the upside here about the timing, if they committed here, Jake, is that you know they just use Door for Urn, so you actually don't have Door for tricky plays. But here we go, up over the top, cool cheese, no death slam, just ground strike into cart, your luggage has arrived. Extra fall through here, but while you're looking at Doorman, you're not looking at Mirage. DMB clutching for the back. It's getting all sorts of chilly with the isolation on the Pachipop. 3 down for Bunny with Clock, and look, PWC, they may have been looking for mid, but instead it's gonna be all melee creeps.
Saya proving that the reports of Kelvin's death have been greatly overstated here, getting great value off of that frozen shelter with a lot of his teammates getting huge heals off of it. Not only do they win the fight decisively, but they also are full resource now coming into mid, cleaning up this mid boss. Damage isn't the best, but it'll just be good enough. I mean, maybe there's a contest to come in, but Gibbs is 1 HP. It doesn't feel realistic. This might just be a triple rejuve, and
there he goes.
Yeah, he tried. I mean, it was close. Honestly, it was kind of close. They're even delaying the 3rd crystal. Okay, no, yeah. They forgot about it for a second. The Scout's like, oh, I'll clean that up.
I think, you know, it's a little bit risky. I mean, I do like the delay to get more time because it's just OP, but also Aiden. Look at that. I think Aiden's almost lucky that Ido didn't have the bloodlust there. I think there's a world where Ido could have gone in. Also, we haven't had the camera on Pocket a lot this game. I feel like we just have not talked about Ido this game one way or another.
I will say it hasn't been an MVP game for Ido. He's been doing fine, doing okay. Nothing game breaking. But I mean, he is getting into a level where, yeah, the late game is gonna be powerful. He's got all his spikes, so he's like a big threat you have to worry about. And also, there's not an easy divine barrier. But speaking of somebody you got to worry about, it's the entire gang here ganking Ido first. He does die, has that crystal to keep the fight going. They're gonna try for a second kill with John out of this fight, but it seems like Ido has already slipped away.
I know, so I was like, guys, I liked it better when you weren't talking about me. You summoned that evil onto me. 2 rejuves down, though. This is such a massive fight. So far for Bunny with Clock, if they could get another rejuve, it'd be
Could be
huge
costly.
without the penalty, though. However, the artillery, as you called it, has arrived. John gunning them down from the back. Doorman, with this level of farm this late in the game, could be a real menace, as John is proving. The chase down in off the zip. Off the other end. Fulci's trying to get away, and turns the tables and then some on the scout.
If they get
All
this
rejuves
kill, I
gone.
think it's gonna feel worth it, though. I mean, you were gonna run out with your rejuves anyway, and with only the last one remaining, it's not the biggest deal. Arctic is, rather, I should say, Aiden is thinking about coming into this, but I think he just wants to clear the creeps. And I'm also curious if we could mouse over the glass cannon and see how many stacks John has built up, because that, I mean, when Doorman, the only problem with Gunman really is you have pretty garbage attack speed, but
That's fast.
shooting this is fair. He has to have like, what, 4 or 5 stacks or something? I mean, this is kind of crazy.
I was wondering the same thing when I saw Glass Cannon at the interim of the fight. He has a bare minimum. I think he has 2 stacks, I for sure, but it may be like 3. What is
3.
it? Yeah, it's
yeah. And so that's giving you 24% fire rate, like forever, constantly. And 24% is, I mean, that's pretty severe. That's like, that's basically your surge of power, but all the time. I mean, yeah, you don't want to mess with this Doorman. Lucky shot online. I feel like John, this is like mode kill John. If you can't kill John, this game is over. Like, he is just going to nuke you down every fight. Literally everyone else could die on melee creeps and he will solo carry the team fight.
Look at Aiden's HP. Aiden got hit once in the head.
It took a
and lost
third of his
25
health. Actually, you're like, oh, bro, my bad. Like, this is your lane. You can have this lane.
That was basically the reaction. I was like, oh shit. Like, all right, we cool, John. See you later, man. Like, that's fine.
There's 5 players contesting one buff and John contesting the other. It's equal threat for Bunny with Clock. There's no chance contesting even the buffs here, so definitely a power moment, especially with Saya and the Kelvin too. Like, the hard support tools here are exactly what you want when you have this level of farm on a gunman. Just somebody to bail them out. Like, they get a divine barrier up or rescue beam, these type of tools that could just save John. I think that really would go a long way to securing this game.
Also, the other really messed up thing about Doorman is just, look, the door is already set at the comeback earn spot. You don't get the benefits of the earn on your side, really, when you're up against Doorman. I mean, there's some benefits, but it's greatly muted. And you're at the point in the game, too, where Doorman probably has, like, max length doors, and it's just tough. Also, Arctic, again, is just getting hit with a crime. This is repeatedly, you see the focus shift of just coordinated ganks on the Shiv that's really kept Arctic behind.
And we were questioning melee. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Oh my god! Blink. Oh my god!
Yo,
what he's
check out
typing?
those
He's typing.
stacks.
What is going on? Dude, that's a viscous ball with like what, 40% bullet resist? That's gross. He's just getting deleted.
The Baron
is just 48% attack speed. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy work. I want to see him shoot towers. Like, this is what we've been waiting for, is to watch the Doorman kill the towers.
I just want Doorman cam at this moment as the Baroness strike. Look at it, just going in and around, in on the card, boom, boom.
Oh, that's
boom,
a warden.
Gone.
Is that your most farm hero? My bad. Oops, my bad. This is crazy. His shots are like 800 or something on the building. Like, that's so crazy. You can't.
Yo, people
you can't
out
just be
there,
doing that.
gun holiday enjoyers, take note. It's back. You just gotta play the Doorman, get a little bit acquainted with some luggage, walk out. It's your pub game. Go full orange. He's eating one vegetable. There's a few vegetables here.
Cringe, green buyer. No, okay,
Yeah.
this is objectively correct. And mobility. He got a debuff remover and a warp stone. I mean, this is the dream items. Divine barrier on Kelvin. As far as I'm concerned, this game might be like sort of. I mean, it's not that close to 40k solo, but this game is wrapped up, man. This is like Doorman can solo the game. I don't know if they realize. I mean, maybe it's just crazy to like force something psychotic, but I feel like you could just walk it down mid on Doorman, and I don't think this is defendable for Bunny with Clock. Maybe the lash ulti into base or something. Yeah, there's threats. There's threats.
The wild part about this build being this farmed here on out is that realistically, he can kill most people on Bunny with Clock within the realm of one luggage cart. Like, you will die while being taken by the luggage. That is, yeah. I mean, he's ascended, and you know Mirage is pretty good too. But I'm just good for the Doorman cam right now.
Yeah, low key. I'm on. I mean, it's like other people just see him. He shoots 2 bullets, and you start running. It's like, oh god. Especially when you see the bullets coming in. They're trying to get a little bit of a split push off here with the Mina, but Ido's dealing with that very well. He's got the door for any kind of potentially threatening exit. But mid boss is up, and I think they're just gonna go wait on the mid boss here and just like ready to pre-fire it. Now this is gonna be a moment. The pre-fire kill on the mid boss. This is gonna be disgusting. I expect more. I mean, at this point, this is actually good advice for folks at home, because instead of buying more gun when he's winning like this, he's just buying all green items. And I think at this point, there's no real reason to buy any more gun damage when you're already just hitting like a truck. All you need is to survive the initial gank burst. And he's very wary. He knows, like, if he comes around a corner, right, and gets like giga ganked by Bunny the Clock, it's not going to be that free.
I just want to say, have confidence that you'll 2-shot people. Go even deeper into the yards, but no,
run it down. ZP's the devil on your shoulder, all right? Oh, and then the fake mid boss into the door outplay. Classic back flank. Oh, beautiful. We've seen it so many times, but they keep falling for it. John beating them down.
Cool Cheese just got crushed. You don't expect that to happen as Lash. Into the dome we go. It's all nice and chilly, but Doorman's here to warm you up. Shots from the key, one by one. Arctic gone, Poshy Pop gone. The stacks are maxed out. They're long max for Glass Cannon, and this mid boss is going to melt under the Doorman's Fury.
This is like a 5-second mid boss or something, right? Like, this is crazy damage. Fury Trance as well. He's got to reload, but oh no, there's mid boss.
Yo, and we got Salty Holiday fans in chat that I don't disagree. As Diplomat Dota comes in and says, oh sure, Doorman's allowed to do this, but not Holiday. That's fair. They didn't say that's fair. I added that in, but like, you know, realistically, a little bit of attitude goes a long way.
DMB just doing God's work out there, sending us to a quick game 2, pushing the base, and a little honest, a little integrity from the carries here. I'm gonna push this base, you know, move this one along, trying to take that objective damage, taking the throne from John, which is pretty difficult in this game. Oh god, that's a gun buff. That's a gun buff on Doorman.
No, he grows in power. You were supposed to hold back your eldritch powers. Like, your entire thing is you're holding back. You just...
Bro is not holding back. Bro is not holding back right now. I just drop the urn, bro. We need to see the gun.
Bro looked at Yelp and someone gave him a 1-star review. He actually woke up pissed today.
Do not review the Baroness Hotel poorly on Yelp. You will be punished. All right, this is gonna be the last chance here. Bunny the Clock are gonna go for it. They're grouping up to contest this urn drop. I mean, if Doorman tries to drop it, that would be bad. Like, surely he's not gonna be the one trying to bring it in, given his carry status in this game. But getting roof control, that would be a nice one. Sees Lash on the other side. Mina as well on the high ground. He's walking it in. I mean, kind of. Wait, he's just gonna do it. Hello. Okay, I guess he's gonna do it. The rest of his team is forcing the fight, and here comes John, the back flank. The team pulled the aggro for him. You can just sack it, just make them look at you, full vision aggro. The carry has arrived. Scout finds one. Doorman looking for another. Just Fury Viscus in the back line. Oh, you were trying to go ball? Were you trying to press your buttons? No, not allowed. Not allowed.
Yeah, we've just entered into a different game right now where we're approaching kill times that are around like your average Call of Duty game at the moment.
This seriously is like Call of Duty. This is Counter-Strike TTK.
Look at me now.
Oh, nice headshot. He's got the AK out. He bought the op this round. It looks pretty good here. The patron. Oh, it dies in 3 seconds. Okay. That's 4,000. That's like some players' objective damage in the whole game is 4,000, and that's what he did to the patron in half a second. So, all right. Little Fed Doorman to open game 1. Not the start you were hoping for Bunny with Clock, but Melee Creeps putting a button on this first map in the series. And I mean, message sent, message received. It's gonna be hard to come back from that one, ZP.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And you know, Puckett, you're the expert on COD. You know, how much did that look like COD to you at the end? Because it was getting pretty close.
Yeah, I think my guy knows how to slide cancel. We'll just say that for the hardcore nerds in the chat. That was next level headshotting. Doorman, how do you get so buffed? Was John cheating? That's what chat seems to think.
No, just got huge, man. Just farmed it up the good old-fashioned way. All right, this is when we knew. This is when we knew there was a problem. And the Viscus.
And that was what, 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, right. He's just gotten more and more explosive from there on out. The glass cannon early buy really pays off this game, and I mean, no one's really been playing Gunman, right? Like, it's been a lot of like more conventional Spirit assist Doorman, but John shows it is still relevant, still the meta.
I just
Poor cool
love, like,
cheese.
you know, the best part about that, I had called out earlier, is like, you know, he's at the point where he can like kill someone in a luggage cart, right? And Cool Cheese is like, don't tell him that.
That was his 9th. There's the 10 kill streak. Ridiculous performance out of John John. Goober is in the chat. He's singing praises, saying this looks like a pub game. Melee creeps in an NA final establishing their will. I don't even think we need to play an MVP video at the end of this one because John John clearly
John John just needs to breathe in game 2. All right, just breathe.
Don't breathe,
I
John
do feel
John.
like he's
Keep
not getting
sprinting, bro.
Doorman. I feel like you can't get Doorman after this game. Like no matter what, you just can't get it again. So that's what I will say. But it's just an opportunity for John John. Felt slighted, maybe not getting the MVP last week, and he's determined to reclaim his throne this time.
John John. Wow. Ridiculous start here for the melee creeps. But Buddy with Clock are going to wake up. Vindicta's going to get through. You're going to see Aiden flying through the air and sniping people. I'm going to will this one into the ether. Send all of your positive energy to Bunny with Clock because the rabbits are looking outgunned. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's game number 2, potentially the final match of the night.
You guys were supposed to be hard. Ice guy over here.
We may have just witnessed the best looking doorman in the Cursed Apple as we take a look at his stats. Did he do good enough, ZP?
Yeah, he did pretty good. Funny enough is that even though it was a quieter game, I mean, Ido is also pumping out the damage too. The Affliction's doing their job, but you talk about killing damage from John. The back end of the game was all his.
Ridiculous stuff on the other side. One player that was Poshy Pop able to break 20,000. Actually, I see you there, Mina. Aiden able to do what he could, but this was a bit of a blowout. The good news, you can learn from this. And there might not always be a glass cannon taking over the game, right, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe a doorman ban is in order. I also think, hey, the Kelvin looked great this game, right? Saya played it to perfection. The shelters were really decisive, winning team fights more or less on their own, and the team play around it was also rock solid. So just across the board, this is the melee creeps like about as strong as they've ever looked. And honestly, despite the fact that Bunny with Clock have made this matchup close in the past, this time it doesn't look that way. And you know, maybe Melee Creeps gets a little bit like, I guess your best hope is Melee Creeps starts kind of like not taking it as serious in game 2, and maybe they give you a way back into this series. But if Melee Creeps just keep this up, man, this is going to be emotionally a really hard map 1 to come back from. I mean, you just got blown out. There really wasn't any meaningful late game fights once the Doorman hit this kind of power level. Kind of just Melee Creeps taking over.
ZP, I think esports is achieving its goal. We had you saying during the break, man, when I get back on, I'm playing Gunman. What was it that draws you to such an obscene amount of power?
I just like when Mouse 1 heroes are strong, especially from afar. I was a notable abuser of Gun Holiday, and I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I am going back. We're doing some Gunman. Like, I am riding that until it probably gets horrendously nerfed in the next patch, which, you know, based on the Yoshi announcement, may not be until after the holidays. So, Merry Christmas, a Gunman to all. Is what I'm going to say.
3 weeks of Gunman. Oh, what more could you ask for? Shout out to my guy, Average Jonas. We got the Europeans staying up late for this NA battle. It's Bunny with Glock showing up. They're looking strong in this game number 2 because Melee Creeps like to play with their food. We're going to another game 3, right, ZP? If we did a chat prediction, I'd say more often than not, MLC puts on a show in game 2s, yeah?
Yeah, they get a little bit funny with it. I think this was a little bit more decisive to where, like, I could see the 2-0 coming in, but I will say this for Bunny with Clock. They've been a pretty cerebral team. I think they make good adjustments. I don't know if they're able to readjust their draft plan drastically to deal with the emergence of just raid boss Giga Doorman coming in from John. But, you know, if anyone could do it, it's BWC. They've been really well coached overall. They usually make good in-game decisions. So I'm pretty excited to see how they treat this next draft and how they change things up. And, you know, whether or not they go to Doorman and be like, yeah, we ain't giving that to John again.
It's tough because
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, you're also first banning the Geist against him, right? So the Geist is another one of those heroes that honestly is even more straightforward, really dominant frontline gun carry that is really hard to deal with at most stages of the game, like decent laning, and then as she gets stronger later into the game, I mean, John's farming usually puts him in if not on top of the lobby, on par with anybody else on that level. So this is a tough draft to adjust here, and I think I almost feel like you might have to risk letting the Doorman through. Maybe you could snipe it for yourselves, but all in all, this was very much a Melee Creeps playing their own style, kind of making the meta to their own vision, and that's a hard thing to deal with, right? When a team's playing stuff that other people aren't necessarily prioritizing, like Kelvin and Pocket, but it's working really well for them. It's like, do you just give them the meta heroes then, or do you take away their specialty heroes? It doesn't feel good either way. So Bunny with Clock, they're going to need to put up a really strong performance in game 2 to force this series to continue.
We got a draft coming when the players are ready. I think we're just waiting on our NA players to get back to their seats. ZP, is there a hard counter to Doorman? Could I let Doorman through with a secret strategy that I'm going to counter his ass and we're going to make him nullified?
To some extent, you can counter some of this in items. I mean, he did prioritize debuff remover a little bit later in the game, but he did go hard in the orange items before getting some of the defensives. So, I mean, in theory, you could have stopped a good portion of his rampage just by someone investing in disarming Hex a little bit earlier, right? Like, there are item-based things you can do to slow down someone who is so furiously invested in Mouse 1 that you're going Fury Trance Doorman, right? So you have some options. I just don't think they respected the Doorman enough until it was far too late, is part of that.
Jake, according to the chat, your hairline is too perfect. You're wearing a wig. Take it off. I'm disappearing.
No comment. I won't take it off.
Oh.
Big mistake.
Well.
Because I like my wig, all right? My hair piece, my hair system. That's what it's called, guys. Come on, get it right.
New sub goal. First Deadlock land, you get to rip Jake's wig off, only to find out it's actually a real head of hair.
I'm just screaming.
It's like, no, it's my real hair. Stop. Mirage, though, first pick for Bunny with Clock, and I think this is a decent adaptation, Jake, just because Arctic did not look that great on Shiv and has looked godly on the Mirage. So they've secured that as a comfort pick from the get-go.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one that Arctic's going to be happy about. It does put a lot of pressure on him to perform, but you do give up now the Geist as well to John. So Melee keeps saying, hey, look, you first banned it last time. Maybe that was a good move. We're just going to immediately snap pick it this time. It does kind of put some question to me on the Doorman pick in general, because now I wonder, does Melee Creeps also want to consider the Doorman maybe on another player? Because I would be really shocked if it's anybody but John on this Geist, given his experience on the hero. It just feels so comfortable.
I think
it's Geist Billy, I mean, hard to argue with that, right? For an opening two. Surprising that Shiv doesn't go, though.
To an extent, I think it's 2 birds, 1 stone for Bunny with Clock. It's like, okay, you give up the Geist and that hurts, but you also know from hero pools that you're not giving up both Geist and Doorman because of how Melee Creeps usually goes bad. Like, okay, maybe they can still shock you and come out with a Gunman, but I don't think it's going to be the case. I think that when you give up the Geist, you also sort of nullify the Doorman at the same time. Now you're still able to pick up the Shiv, probably. I don't love that. I kind of hate that.
You're kind of picking that into the counter, right? You're kind of picking that into the Geist counter, which Warden, I mean, it's not like a hard counter, but it's a very good matchup for Geist, who Warden likes to be close range, struggles to get away from Geist if she's just turning for the swap. And I love this. The Page comes in, so you've got one lane like locked down. It's Billy Page. I mean, now up to Bunny with Clock to answer, but this has been arguably one of the strongest lanes in the current meta. That feels like, not that it can't lose, but it really does feel like it wins more often than not. And you can still ban away something like Abrams. Wait, Melee Creeps, did they? Or no, is Bunny with Clock first ban?
Bunny with Clock is first ban here. I think your Melee Creeps, you should ban Mina. I actually think it's really good. You put Aiden in a rough spot.
True.
Also, I think Pashi's hero pool is a little bit of a problem right now. The point that you're prioritizing Warden over even grabbing an Abrams here is tough. I mean, for Melee Creeps, maybe you can ban Abrams, but you could also pick Abrams. You could have like the scariest front line ever. Abrams, Billy, still have Geist. And
okay. We had some issues in the draft. This actually makes more sense.
Yes.
In a way. So Melee Creeps opened with Geist Shiv in response to the Mirage. And then Billy Page was the response from Bunny with Clock. So it's actually BWC getting the monster lane. They get Mirage on the very comfort hero. The Warden also makes a ton more sense now on the same team as Shiv and Geist, who feel like, okay, yeah, like you're not worried about that counter matchup anymore. This is kind of shades now of Abraham's in EU, right? Like a triple frontliner carry draft with a lot of tempo. It is Billy ready to meet them on the other side, getting Lash and Mina. So, I mean, I actually like the picks in response from Bunny with Clock, right? Lash and Mina, also pretty sick heroes that like big punishes when these frontliners step up.
This is the We Hate Pashi draft. Also, you take the Geist, which is Pashi's #1 hero. Then you take the Warden, which I think you're probably a little over prioritizing. Where, by the way, John can't play both the Geist and the Warden, so it's gonna be someone else on the.
He's got 2 feet, doesn't he? Come on, you never know. Never say never, ZP.
We just see John and John Jr. Coming on here because that's the in vogue meme. It's like Abrams Jr. And all that. But yeah, I don't know. As I look at this here, I'm really curious as to what you end up putting Pashi on, because I'm not saying Pashi can't play other things, but when you look at even a lot of the scrims that Bunny with Clock has done, recent competitive history, it has almost always been Pashi Pop on Geist and Warden. So you've pushed Pashi out of his comfort zone. And then, oh man, in terms of frontline, you get the Abrams on top of it. I mean, this is beefy coming in from melee creeps here, Jake. Expensive in this economy.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out, little Victor. Little Victor for Bunny with Clock. Thoughts on that?
Ready to do some field
Is
testing.
Victor? Oh my God. Okay, melee creeps are not beating the troll game 2 allegations, but hold up. This could be a good McGinnis game. Hear me out. This could be a legit good McGinnis game. This is the type of draft where you have big, heavy frontliners who do crazy player damage, but maybe not the best siegers and maybe not the best sustain at like keeping it pushed together. That's kind of what McGinnis offers. The pocket in response, though, could be devastating because Affliction is going to just feast on your heavy stack frontliners. And I mean, I just have no idea how it's going to play out. I think McGinnis on the lane is going to be a hero to watch because we have not seen a McGinnis ZP in months. I mean, like 6 months. It honestly feels that way. I think there was like one carry McGinnis game in EU like few months ago, but like truly, this has to be our least picked hero in all of Night Shift. Never on Night Shift. Okay, so that was a Fight Night era. Because I remember there was one McGinnis carry game, and I think that truly was in a past era of Deadlock Esports.
That's wild. That is actually so incredibly wild.
No way, bro.
McGinnis is in the game. We're going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Or do melee creeps know something that Hoot said might happen? He said, McGinnis, you beef her up on the spirit. She keeps everyone healed up. ZP, is there a world? Hoot wasn't lying to us.
I don't know. I mean, Hoot may have been lying. I don't know if this is the proper pick. I think for melee creeps, you dominated game 1. You're feeling good. Why not pull out a little bit of McWinnis? We didn't even get a chance to do the bounty. Like, we were going to consider production ideas to do the McGinnis bounty, and melee creeps out here just give it away for free. Like, that's the people's champions.
For the people here. I'm so rooting for this McGinnis to win. I kind of want to see McGinnis at least play it like here and there in the meta, kind of like a Dynamo level. It comes in, a couple games a week. I think it would just be fun to see. And honestly, I'm curious who's going to be piloting the McGinnis, what build they're going to go. We should definitely spend a lot of time observing and just see how McGinnis does in a pro game.
If anyone would like to match my donation, I will be putting down $15 if McGinnis wins this game number 2. If you would like to build that up to 50 with a small donation of your own, feel free to match me. McGinnis bounty has begun. It's a new era of the Night Shift here. As we get into the game, it's melee creeps up 1-0 over Bunny with Clock. Can the Hares bounce back? ZP, don't think so. Or do you? What's the story, ZP? You look confused.
Honestly, as I'm looking at this here, on draft-wise, I'd say Bunny with Clock bounces back because they didn't pick McGinnis. Melee creeps, though, picking McGinnis, it's a lot of aura. They looked really good in the first game. I'm kind of hoping that Melee creeps wins. I think my brain is saying Bunny with Clock makes it to 3. My heart is saying Melee creeps do it, end it in 2. McWinnis. That's right.
McWinnis.
I want to see this McGinnis win. I want to believe. I choose to believe, Bucket.
Okay, is this the thickest lineup we have seen?
That is, yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Paradox, she's skinny.
What the?
Rest of the gang, though.
What's happened here? No, we're good. That's not me.
You're good.
No, I've done something on my own Discord window. I accidentally zoomed in my Discord window on the me and Pucka. I was like, wait, what is production doing?
Whoa.
But it was all me. It was all me.
Subconsciously, you know what you need, ZP. Just a little bit of you and me time. But for now, I have to hand the mic over to you and Jake. By the way, if you guys are cooking steaks, make sure they're ribeyes. Cook them medium rare. Don't abuse the steak. It's Christmas time. Shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. Take care of a stranger. Do something nice this week. We challenge you. Next week, we're all going to be wearing Christmas-themed sweaters. ZP's mom has been knitting them for the whole crew. Cannot wait to showcase them. For now, it's your North American Grand Final. Melee creeps trying to win it all with the McGinnis in the lineup.
All right, Jake.
It had to come to this, ZP. It had to come to this. McGinnis' first appearance ever on Night Shift. And will McGinnis be 100% win rate hero? Arguably, McGinnis is the best hero if she wins. There's evidence for it. She could also be the worst hero if she has a 0% win rate.
I do have to correct the stats a little bit. I guess not for Night Shift proper, but in the Trolley tournament.
Trolley. Yeah.
We did have one McGinnis get picked at one point.
She lost.
She did, yes.
Well, that's okay. It doesn't count. Doesn't count.
It's on
different.
Wednesdays. We only count Wednesdays here.
All right. Warden McGinnis. I like it. I mean, wall plus trap could be nice. Oh, wait, hold up. McGinnis getting the big melees. Tanner.
She's getting home.
With wrecked, though. Uh-oh. Yikes. Yeah, you don't want any of this. Oh, McGinnis. No. Oh, that's not the start you wanted, Saya.
Okay, well, why is Saya is he just the Grim Reaper of heroes that we don't see all that often? Last time we saw Saya go off the grid hero-wise, it was Saya on Viper. And that was not a pleasant game for Saya. Saya got beaten in that game. And now Saya comes out here on McGinnis and also gets beaten. Like, you know.
This is a McGinnis versus Billy lane. Like, this is not easy. An opening take of Rack, too, so just gets dominated in the early trades. Tanner, happy to take that one to the bank. I mean, Billy is a hero that can absolutely snowball. It's not really conventionally a carry, but if you kind of dominate the early game, I feel you do become one in terms of the amount of damage you can bring and the amount of taking. You're so hard to bring down.
Also hard aggro lane here. It's not Billy Page, which is usually the go-to for Billy. It's Billy Mina.
Kind of curious, actually. Wait, hold on.
Billy.
Getting in there. Parry could change everything. Tanner waits it out, though. Starting to get this wreck passive on. DMB trading melees, holding the parry for now. Tanner's working him in. Ooh, has this blasted passive online. They're getting the melees in. This is an absolute knockdown, drag-out problem. McGinnis is actually giving as good as she's getting. I mean, the damage from the gun is pretty serious when you start scaling up, especially with that close range online. Like, this is getting scary. Mina actually super low as well.
Get a little bit of sustain from the healing station on top of it. As McGinnis looks to fight her way into it. Also, looking elsewhere.
Oh,
Abrams.
parry.
Oh, you saw that parry a mile away too. That
was nice from
the
Gibbs,
muscle
honestly.
memory. It was a good
I
parry, but
respect that
also
from Giz. The vertical parry, like, probably didn't think he would parry like right on top of his head like that. It was well done. And I can't believe he actually lives there even after the parry. I thought shit was gonna get him.
just a little bit of tier 1 camp clearing. Also, Pashi on the pocket.
Billy. Third time's the charm. And that's a kill. McGinnis on the board.
I got the team covered.
Also, you take a look at the build here. Like, let's just pay attention to the build because you don't see this all that often. It's not a 4.8k rush. It starts with close combat and then goes into extra spirit. So a little bit more of a balance at the beginning here for the McWinnis.
Do you think he's been playing McGinnis? Like, do you think even he knows what the build is, or is he just buying items? Like, I somehow doubt that Saya's been playing a lot of McGinnis.
You know, we need the bribe John because I think John may be bribable. Like, he seems like someone that may be a bit corruptible. And we need to be like, John, get us the Saya, get us his Smurf records. And then we need to go through the Smurf records and see just how much McGinnis Saya was playing. Because if Saya wasn't playing it on his main, you know, get the details. That's what we need.
Highly illegal deadlock behavior, playing McGinnis on a Smurf. Truly dastardly behavior.
It is more common than you may think. It's like, yo, this guy has really good fundamentals, but he's on McGinnis. Well, what's going on here?
Oh, Mirage making good use of the Page shields. And Mirage actually kind of a sleeper, nice combo with Page, since he really is kind of a broken hero when he's just blinking away.
We are really grouped up here for Bunny with Clock. We got.
I mean, what is Billy doing here, man? Billy does not have
mid.
ulti. This is crazy. They're so committed. And even Abram was like started to lean over, but they're losing their tower for this. I mean, McGinnis, what a hero to leave an empty lane to. But the counter rotate is coming in. 3 players coming in. Lash comes in with the Death Slam, doesn't have ulti. Tornado comes in as well. So 4 people, huge rotations here from Bunny with Clock in the early game, trying to punish this McGinnis. And Warden is just all inning with his ulti. Okay, DMB is just 1v4'd and got a kill. That's crazy work.
That's wild. I mean, ends up dying at the end, but sure.
Though, right? You did a bunch of tower damage. You got a kill. I mean, he wasn't escaping that, right? 4v1. Getting a kill there is great.
You know, 21k to 22k melee creeps and McGinnis or no. For now, being competitive, and because of that weird rotation Bunny with Clock, they're also leading in the McGinnis lane, likely to take down the Guardian before their counterpart. Is where we're at here and of the moment, but. Looking at rotations, may have a meeting of the minds here between Abrams and Mirage. With Paradox coming in, the action to the right of mid lane as Arctic in a bit of danger. You know, maybe able to tornado out, but you still getting chased down by both the Abrams and the Paradox all the way. Meanwhile, okay, Scout finishes off Arctic, so the Arctic gets caught. Here we go. McGinnis all coming on in. How much damage is it going to do? Instead, get hit by the chain gang. Up close,
Damage is good.
You use it. The damage is still good. Yeah, you're using the train to your advantage as Tanner gets burned on down.
He's owning. McGinnis is OP. The suppressor as well. Mitigating some of these trades. And they have to bring numbers to the McGinnis lane. Oh, this could be the beginning of something here, ZP. I mean, the rotations are really active from Bunny with Clock. I think they're maybe a little bit overactive at this phase of the game. Gibbs is absolutely broke. Does not even have his ultimate online yet. Pretty painful, especially as the Lash. And oh, DMB, he's coming in to bail this one out. Mirage used Tornado. There's still so many players in this lane. I mean, this is an absolute party lane.
It's 6 minutes in. You're not supposed to have this many players in a lane 6 minutes in. That is absurd. As Billy right now trying to get away. Arctic dies in some of the melee.
Ido came for the assist, slammed down on the Page. Wants to get more, trying to bait out these parries, just shotgunning away. Blasting this Page out of the air. So nice faked melee there. That's good. From Tanner gets some free counter melees in now. And Gibbs finally has his ultimate online, putting that damage down. Tanner with 2. Great fake heavy melee there to bait the parries. That was crucial for that turn.
Also, Cool Cheese surviving with a really well-placed captivating read. Makes enough space to actually get away. You know, took just enough damage to lure Ido in, but not enough damage to make it so Ido didn't die on the way out. A little bit of rotation, though, in here from Aiden. Looking 5 HP Paradox does finish it off in the end. And I mean, this is just devolved into a bit of chaos here, Jake. And it's not stopping.
He's going it, ripping in the ult as well. Finishing off this Guardian. Lash ulti over the top is good, but is it enough? I mean, Warden's life stealing up through this, getting a decent amount. Does just enough. Take the Guardian. The kills come in. I mean, and now it's Saya just surely caught dead to rights. Paradox comes in though, and the party lane continues, man. It is an absolute bar brawl here. Paradox is still healthy, and Scout really making the difference here with this rotation. Captivating read is good. Great parry onto 2. Beautiful. Insane from Scout. Knocks out the Page. And another one back to back. Oh my God. Scout just put that work in on the side lane. Says, I can join in the party lane too. Goodness gracious,
Jake,
CP.
This man presses his F key. Like,
That was too clean, man.
Oh, God.
That was too clean. And now he's just getting active again, roaming for more. This man, he can do no wrong. In 8 minutes, the Sinners are spawning, man. The fights are continuing.
The aura coming on up over where Mina's just like, no, I don't want any of that. Like, I might want to throw a melee in the next 3 minutes. I know it's going to happen there. I heard the reports. But all in all, Jake, as the chaos has quieted down ever so slightly, it's melee creeps up about 5k, up on Guardians too. They have left and mid Guardian, whereas Bunny with Clock still searching for their first.
I mean, that's 2 Sinners stolen on the Bunny with Clock side of the map. Melee creeps. It's a pretty significant objective to be able to take 2 of early game, and especially if there's no counter. Guardians all up versus all down. I mean, this is starting to work, man. McGinnis has survived a huge team fight party lane, which in theory should be like when she's her weakest, right? When like she's being team fought and like stunned down, she can't really like build the turrets and pump damage. She survived that admirably well, and now can start to farm up a little bit more. I'm really curious to see. It looks like a Spirit McGinnis build. Maybe
Jake,
playing on just the turrets being incredibly annoying. Like, imagine Mystic Slow plus Suppressor. Like, there's a vision here.
You know the trope where, you know, modern people delve into something and it awakens the ancient powers? Well, on cue, Saya plays McGinnis and Naked shows up in chat. The one and only original McGinnis player, but hold the phone.
Speaking
McGinnis,
of a curse.
maybe caught here. Healing station, is it going to be enough? No, not quite. And the turret's going to chunk at Billy, but not enough to protect
It only took
Saya from
4
Tanner at the
players to
moment.
gank the McGinnis at 9 minutes into the game. I mean, this is expensive, right? There's a lot of farm being given over to melee creeps in exchange for some of these kills. And I mean, McGinnis just isn't that important of a hero at this stage in the game. Big heavy melee connects on the Pachi Pop in the pocket, and he is down. Ido knows exactly the limits on that character. Happy to tank an affliction and get a quick reset after that kill.
Someone knows about getting dunked with frogs or dunking people with frogs. It'd be Ido at this point. A lot of hours of his life spent giving frogs and sometimes receiving, as it were. 59k though for melee creeps. Earn still in the play, and you know the team comps you have this time around here, Jake, with no Doorman, no Kelvin. The Earn has been lower priority for melee creeps here so far, but now it does look like they're going to change that up a little bit and grab the urn.
I mean, Lash historically has been one of the best heroes for me at like dealing with urn drops because it's just such a great spot for the Lash ulti. There's a lot of open space. But I wonder, I mean, the McGinnis wall is also not bad. Like LOSing some of these key ultimates, especially the Lash ult. You still have the Page ult to worry about, but she is on the other side of the map. And Pocket has no affliction, so this feels like
Gibbs
a pretty challenging contest. Yeah, Gibbs is going to run it in, and I don't blame him. I mean, it's... Wait, oh.
Well,
Watch out. And maybe Pocket can get some soul denies, but gets like one, literally nothing there. So yeah, just a free urn essentially. You do take a counter tower on the other side of the map, so it's not completely free. A little bit of a price charge there. Shiv starting to get a little bit real here. I mean, Shiv has gone for first spike on green and orange, so gun, and there's a lot of farm and tanking potential. And when he gets this spirit spike, it's going to become really scary, especially with that torment pulse. And I mean, Mina's trying to put some damage on. The Page ult is just too late. Doesn't make a difference. The slam is good, but it's not going to pull him deep under the walker. And yeah, even this Lash barely survives with the help of the big. Oh, but there comes Ido from behind. Just absolute gank Slash. I thought he was out there scot-free.
yeah, you look at Lash like he's going to escape. He's going to escape, and then you look, it's like, wait, what's the sound of that noise? It's like, it's the meme where you just see Abrams with the punch. It's like, oh, God. Yeah, well, he ends up dying. But melee creeps opening up a healthy 10k lead here, Jake, and you take a look at the game state. All three Guardians down. They're still maintaining both their mid Guardian, most crucially, and their right Guardian at full HP. It's Bunny with Clock on the back foot, and you kind of think about how they were able to bring things back previously. Part of this is that they got to be looking to Arctic to get farmed up, be the threat on the Mirage, but you know, maybe a longer path than they may like.
All right, fighting into the Saya turrets is low-key really rough right now. I mean, he's got Mystic Slow Suppressor and the Heroic Aura. So he's got insane buff ups for this. Scout does get caught in the mid lane, ganked for now. The follow-up is good, but they're not able to kill that Scout. No way, how does Scout get out of that? He looked like he was completely dead, and Tanner now feels the weight of an Ido slam, shoulder charge straight on him. Melee creeps though low on many players, just trying to live out of this one. Some cheeky LOS as well from Ido keeps him alive for a little bit longer.
Fight turned into more of a brawl. Arctic getting hit with the charge towards the M Tornado away. DMB meanwhile finds the open angle, gets another 2. And that's big here for melee creeps. You know, maybe a little bit too early to turn into something like a mid boss, but it is going to give them more map control and even more of a lead. 2 minutes away from buffs and Urn spawning again, and you know, DMB not sated here yet, going for a little bit more, and oh, doesn't quite hit the jump pad.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up. He's just gonna fall back off the play from that. I mean, Ido did God's work in that fight, man. So many pins like throughout the fight. Takes down the Billy and then roams away, puts pressure on the Mirage, finds more. I mean, just really doing the job of the frontliner immaculately well. John getting decently farmed here as well, quietly onto the side lanes. And I mean, Tanner's trying to contest this. He doesn't want to give up the Sinners for free, but he doesn't have much choice in the matter. They're just watching on helplessly. And I mean, without the ultis, yeah, I don't think you really can stop it. And Melee Creep's just eking out a bigger and bigger advantage here. Not afraid to push for these smaller objectives, willing to take the risk. Oh, and the burst is so good, man. I mean, once again, Ido just knows, man. He just smells it. You make one misstep on Pocket, he knows exactly what to do.
I also think draft strategy-wise, getting both Geist and Morden, I'm not saying Pashi's playing Pocket bad or anything per se, but Bunny with Clock has a certain style, and that is usually Pashi being a strong frontliner, and he wasn't able to do that in this game because of how they played the draft and taking Pashi's normal go-to heroes. And I don't think the Pashi on the Pocket is giving them the same impact as that's a real healthy McGinnis going in, laying down the damage, Sai with the 2-piece.
I mean, at this point, they're tilted, right? Tanner's trying to, like, kill McGinnis turrets, and he just gets completely smoked by the gank. Paradox potentially caught in the mid lane. Raj has some big stacks on her. The Death Slam, not even needed. The Ground Slam enough to just pump that damage in. So Scout does go down this time, getting a little bit frisky in the mid lane, and they do defend the Walker as well in the side lane. But there's a lot of jungle on the melee creep side of the map. I mean, I don't think they really need to be in a huge hurry as quick heal from McGinnis. And I mean, who was right? Wait, this heal is legit. Like, how much is he gonna heal? There's like 1,000 heal.
More. I think
AOE?
it's like 1,200, 1,300.
Wait, this is a lot. He doesn't. I mean, he has heal booster, but like, he doesn't really have items to support this. The turrets are owning. Billy biting off way more than he can chew. There's more players coming in, but the barriers are good. They're keeping Billy alive. They're keeping him into this fight. Now DMB on the run. The Warden ulti just barely healing enough. Oh my god, on a sliver of HP and nothing more. DMB surely can't get away with this one, but he does. Oh no, this is brutal. Bunny with Clock routed across the map, and just Aiden on the retreat. Slam from above, the Mystic slow, the turrets. Oh no.
Bunny with Clock has looked more discombobulated than I've ever seen before, and it's time for mid-boss. 15 minutes in, no worry, no problem. All that fight took place in the middle. You're there for the instant pickup, and guess what? McGinnis also does some pretty damn good damage to the mid-boss on top of it. You take a look on the map in terms of contest angles. I mean, it's taken a while for it to go down, but even still, I don't think anyone's going to drop on in. Jake, this is a clean 3 rejuves. 4 melee creeps into now a 20,000 soul lead. Things for the bunnies are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's you could say that again. ZP is now an offensive earn turn in at 16 minutes. This is obscene. Bunny with Clock trying to bring the numbers, trying to bring this contest. Captivating Reed is good. The Page ult as well. The cavalry charge does get that knockdown. Page just hitting everything here. Yeah, punishing this attempt. 4 melee creeps, but they're kind of still stepping up. McGinnis is willing to put her body on the line. It's not a hero you want to go on. And big lash all over the top does slam people away, but the McGinnis is still
murdered by
quick in this room. The turns are carrying.
Gibbs lost. Okay, we got caught. Pause. I don't know if we could instantly do the replay there, but the damage Gibbs took from the turrets was unreal. Like, he was sitting there mid death slam, he's just like, boop, 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 boop. It's like, where's his HP?
I mean,
his HP is gone.
With like the like heroic aura and the McGinnis heal. I mean, that's a pretty serious buff on the turrets. We check out your replay. Look at this health bar on lat. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, he's just dead. Oh, he's just dead. Oh.
Oh god.
Oh, that's sad for Aiden getting the DC. Gets clapped by Ido. But look, you got to take him when you get the chance. And melee creeps. So you get the reconnect back in. I mean, this game could be over real quick, ZP. I mean, I know there's still a couple walkers up, but McGinnis is starting to take over, and the front line is starting to reach this point where you just can't stand toe-to-toe anymore. Like, melee creeps can do whatever they want on the map, as evidenced by their last few fights. I mean, pushing into enemy territory with reckless abandon.
Kind of cinema for that shot of Ido over Aiden's dead body, as John also just takes down Pashi at the very end.
And John does lose a reju, but if Tanner dies for this, it is not worth. As John is running him down, he has to slip away. Ooh, risks it with a zip. That might have been enough. But look, John's on the case. He does not have wave for this. Oh, and
he's
a little
found.
bit of a misstep. Yeah, I think he's just dead to rights here. And that's a nice kill for John, right? A little something to write home about. Stealing the jungle camp. The wave is way behind you, sir. You just no cares. As Mirage just full sacking for this kill, or this tower kill. It might be worth it, but it's a pretty high price to pay for, you know, a key farm hero. If Scout dies, that would be amazing though. And Arctic showing why they proud this hero pick for him. No, it does pop the rejuve on Scout, so that actually is pretty sick from Arctic.
I thought he lived for a second. I was gonna be like, there's no way he lived with like 1 HP there, but yeah, I mean, you get the rejuve, and I mean, for Arctic going down, that's still pretty nice Mirage mastery. The problem is that your team's 30k behind, so this is there's limits to the heroics you can pull off.
DMB, he's all in here. Billy could catch this one if he wants to pop the ultimate. Pops blasted for now, chasing him down. DMB does have that one more reju, just wants to take down that final walker. No, the barrage from McGinnis, the affliction, anything you can do to stop her, but will it be enough? She even has the heal. She's gonna keep this one going. Chain gang pulling people deep under the walker. Where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? The walker now falls, but DMB dead with no crystal. Spite could be getting a little bit scary, but in his pocket's a 4v5 though. Melee creeps bringing everyone. John just farming up a storm elsewhere on the map. They don't even need him. Oh no, not the 5v6.
They're still going. This is brutal.
Oh, the parry.
Into the parry, and Ido's still alive, by the way. Like, in all this fight here, I was just hanging out. I was like, 20 HP is like, no, it's fine. Like, I got this.
I don't want to 10 streak, by the way. Yeah, like, actually crushing here. And John, all right, he's pushing. And a little glass cannon purchase from DMB. Okay, we're in that type of game now. We're in a glass cannon stacks type of situation here. You can't criticize it, given how this game is going. And oh no, Aiden caught after the fact. No saving retreat now. Yeah, surely Ido. Ooh, maybe an escape. Oh, the slow is good. Yeah, that point blank is just so broken at this phase. And
anyone
Fish
knows
gonna
me
get out, get the reset.
Jake, if anyone knows Mina and knows like the way to chase a Mina, it's gotta be I know. It's like, yo, come over here. Like, I know how this goes. All right, Death Slam into a very
him away.
healthy McGinnis.
They can't even kill him. And oh god, this is just a bloodbath, ZP. This one, just let it end, man. Let it end. Really keeps Wing down these lanes.
Jake, we got a real problem.
The hero to push the base. Wait, DMB? Knockdown? Oh. Billy's on his face. DMB's getting low. They need a parry to stay alive.
A little bit of a statement there. I don't think it changes much here as Ido just continues to walk forward. His W key is never not held down for the last like 2 minutes of this game.
Oh,
looking for Mina once more. The parry? It's Noxdoster.
Oh my God.
No. Surely Ido doesn't live. Okay.
Yeah, the Toxic does burn him down eventually. But I mean, this is getting gross. I mean, Butterfly, those are some nice late kills. And Arctic's full HP. Could get some cleanups here. Misses the parry just by a hair's breadth there. Oh no, here's McGinnis behind. McGinnis is here. The hero of the story. They're all coming through. They need this McGinnis skill. They're going to go all in for the solo.
She has no heal. No heals up.
Whatever it takes to kill the McGinnis. This is just an absolute death match, though. Neither team backing down from these fights. Still more players coming into the engagement. John is still farming, bro. John.
I must get big. I must get huge. I don't know why that suddenly turned a Tennessee man into a
bro is enormous.
Bad Russian accent, but it is what it is. Here's the real scary part here, Jake, in terms of us in production. If melee creeps hold on to their lead, which they're trying to limit the throw. Now, actually down 3. Like, hang on. It may have been a little bit too much silly here. Tanner and Pashi on the fall through and the earned pickup on top of it. I mean, this is throwable, Jake. Like, it went from 50k lead down to 30k lead, and melee creeps may have gotten a little bit silly with it. I don't think it's thrown or anything yet, but this is more than what should be happening for the amount of lead that melee creeps had.
I gotta say, I'm pretty sure if John comes to these fights, it's gonna be a different story. But the question is, will he? I mean, he is, to be fair, farming up the complete other side of the map on the enemy jungle. So there's like nothing for them to get in terms of a comeback here. And now he's solo zoning the earn drop. And so it's time to get active here. He says, like, you've come to my domain. I live on this side of the map. I will not leave it. But if you come here, you poke the bear. And he's healthy. I mean, oh god, he's looking for the death slam. He's gonna die before he gets it off, just barely. Yeah, doesn't even throw them down. The turrets from Sai are good. Affliction, though, does catch on to this guy, so she will start to tick down in this fight. But Billy just doesn't have the health to stand tall. The Colossus, she walks, she goes for the swap. No, she can't quite get the connection. And the Toxic ticks her down. They're able to finish her off. Kulchi is on the page, but it's a 3-for-1, and I believe they're gonna lose earn control as well here, so it's gonna be a really brutal soul exchange.
The stat difference is just too much right now. I mean, Butterclock are making smart tactical decisions, but you're also down so much in farm that it is brutal. And now it's just going to be an easy turn in for Fishcake. Comeback earn fully denied as lead grows ever greater. Also, Jake, our big problem here is that should melee creeps win this game, I know we were saying, yeah, John all he has to do is breathe to get MVP, but Saya played McGinnis, and they're about to win.
That is true. You shouldn't have played with this game. We have a McGinnis pick on the cards. I feel like we almost have to give Saya the MVP.
Yeah.
It's still a close race. It's still a very close race. It's going to come down to some of these last team fights. Can we see if McGinnis has some crazy pop-ups in the last team fights? She is winning MVP. There can be no doubt.
Yeah.
The preset turrets, it's OP. Look at them. Look at the beam. Oh my god, the damage is crazy. The wall is insane.
You don't want to fight this. You don't want to fight into the turrets. You have to, but it sucks. Like, going in here is so brutal. You have to contest into the turrets. Page Hulk comes on out for Bunny with Quack. As they look to contest, they lose Arctic, though, early. Their main source of damage is gone. Iden, soon the join Mirage. Back at spot is Fishcake. Gets to walk through with the dash. Picks up 2. Scout may go down, but the rest of the kills all go in the way of melee creeps. Only Pashi survives as a clean rejuve heading on down. Maybe Pashi can steal one. He's going to try. He's in the air. I think he's, like, right above. No, he's not
so hard. Nope. What, 5v1? It's just, you're gonna get chain CC'd, right? There's just no way. And yeah, okay, Spellslinger gas cannon on DMB. DMB is hustling. DMB is an honest lane pushing carry. He's not jungling. He's in there shoving waves, taking the bases. Also, Saya, look at this, just Wing it down mid. Rapid recharge. This is getting problematic right now. Well, a couple shrines left. He's gonna build the nest. The nest in the center of the center lane.
Yo, that patron existed for
Affliction.
2 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good affliction. I think it's on a couple players. And that's gonna stabilize things a little bit, but I mean the heal is out DPSing Affliction right now. That like is McGinnis legit? This is starting to look kind of not so bad.
Well, now they go in for the patron, knocks Nostras out, but melee creeps. Looking to be champion once more. Tanner executing where he stands by the shiv. And here comes McGinnis, the victory pummel onto the patron. The minigun goes burr, the patron goes down, and melee creeps win the championship and win the hearts of the people with the McGinnis play.
Dude, the McGinnis heal is the entire patron pit. That's so nasty. Like, how do you fight this, man? An unbelievable performance from the absolute party lane in the early game to like a crazy tempo snowball, wild throws from both sides. I mean, this was truly a game that did not disappoint for the fans out there. We saw McGinnis for the first time in Deadlock Night Shift.
They don't just play with their food, they eat it too. A 2-0 for the melee creeps tonight with Saya setting a night shift world record, the first McGinnis win. Kieran's $15 for that fantastic
McGinnis 100% win rate.
Please send me your Venmo. For now, we take a look back at how it all started. Countering the Billy. Going on to devastate. I hope this is just all McGinnis highlights. Walk me through it, Zeeps.
All right, now, Barrage, if you don't get stopped, does quite a bit of damage. Use the train to get a little bit more melee Barrage damage out, and it just keeps going. The damage keeps on going up until finally Tanner, Billy or no, just gets burned on down. And, of course, you got some Shiv highlights in here, too.
Yeah, we got some more friends in here. Jake, who do you think outside of Saya's McGinnis deserves some love tonight?
Ooh, I mean, we do got to give love to John. That Doorman game was pure cinema of the last game, and this series did not disappoint. Ido looked amazing on the Abrams in particular. This game actually looked amazing, better on the Abrams than they did on the Pocket the last game. I mean, not that it was a bad Pocket game, but it was much flashier, I think, the Abrams this game, much more active and getting a bunch of key catches and plays on the fight. DMB looking rock solid on the carry. I mean, this is Melee Creeps. This is a tour de force, man. They're on top of NA with a bullet, and right now it just doesn't feel like anyone's able to give them a real contest.
Look at the turrets go. Look at him do that thing. Look at him do it.
Thunk, 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 thunk. Dead. Also, we've had so many storylines here that's easy to forget, but Ido also just was a force of nature this game. I feel like we watched like 10 straight minutes of Ido just holding W, just punching people and living on a 10 kill streak. I mean, Ido got to do whatever the hell he wanted for way too long in this game.
I don't know how we don't pick John as our MVP tonight. Saya is in the running as well. ZP, Jake, take your opinions to the Discord. Let June know who we want as our official MVP. The Melee Creeps, though, this is their 7th win in a row. Who can stop this squad, ZP? Where is their weakness?
They don't have a weakness. I mean, I think they used to be thought that, hey, maybe John's hero pool is too weak. Nope, his hero pool is beefed up just enough. They're really good in lane phase. They have great depth for the draft phase, and they make good decisions all throughout the game. This is a complete team. They are the #1 team in NA for a reason, and while Bunny with Clock has looked good in previous weeks, while Sneaky Golem, of course, has held the throne before, in the last month or so of gameplay, the Melee Creeps have just been the best in the business, and it's really hard to argue.
Jake, if I want to play McGinnis tonight, I've been inspired. I don't want to go play that gunman that everyone's run through the ringer multiple times. What did I learn from Saya that I can bring into my own game?
I do think the support McGinnis does look the best, where you're playing for your spirit damage, since your spirit damage buffs up your turrets, and then also all these debuffs like the suppressor, the mystic slow. So all your turrets, they're slowing the enemy fire rate, they're slowing the enemy movement speed, and then you're buffing your turrets with heroic aura. So it's like a ton of buffs, a ton of aura, a ton of heal, a ton of sustain. And then the hard thing about McGinnis is I think it actually is a hero that in theory should benefit a lot from team play, because you kind of want to coordinate, like, oh, we're going to fight in this location, so I'll set up ready for that type of fight. Whereas I think in solo play, you might end up being, struggling to have your team be on the same page and fighting using your heal, using your turrets. But I think that maybe to play with a duo to like set up for those like big fights around your turrets, maybe that could help making the McGinnis look as good as Saya did in this game.
Well, we are going to be showcasing the MVP here in just a moment. ZP, you put your vote in just a few moments ago. Who did you select, and why do they deserve honors of most valuable player tonight?
Saya won with McGinnis, brought McGinnis back to competitive Deadlock, 100% win rate. John, sorry, you were the guy back in map 1, but you weren't McGinnis in map number 2, and you just got to give it to McGinnis. Haven't seen it in a long time, may not see it much in the future, but I don't know. I'm with Jake here. I think the support build and the amount of heals I was pumping out, there's some real potential there, and we saw it here tonight.
Yeah, no offense to the Icy Bro, but this is so much more entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it's great to see some McGinnis, and honestly, this game, I almost liked what Bunny the Clock was doing in terms of bringing a ton of numbers, trying to overwhelm the McGinnis with early team fights. The fact that Saya could kind of hold his own into that was really impressive to me, because honestly, I felt like that is probably a good way to deal with McGinnis, just run her over in a team fight. She shouldn't be that strong in this situation, but at some point, I think the execution started to get sloppy. I think Bunny the Clock, the pressure got to them, and Melee Creeps was actually, despite the pick, we're playing this really well.
On behalf of Killer Konat over on YouTube, Saya, thank you for playing McGinnis. They dreamed of this moment. It took 18 episodes, but McGinnis is in, and she walks away with a win. 100% success here on Deadlock Night Shift. We're going to keep it rolling next Wednesday. We'll find out, will more teams bring out the McGinnis? Is who going to bust it out for EU? We got a lot to wrap up here, gentlemen, as we walk through the numbers. We highlighted your MVP. Jake, what's your takeaway as you compare both EU and NA tonight?
I think my biggest takeaway is probably, Geist looks amazing right now. People playing these sort of hybrid frontliner carries look really good, but so too do Wraith and Mirage. So I think it's a really interesting meta. I think this patch is actually really shaking things up in a fun way, and I'm just really excited to see next week and in especially as we come back from our New Year's break, what the meta is looking like in Deadlock. I think this is shaping up to be one of the more interesting patches we've had.
ZP, do you think we could get some more bounties from Santa, aka you, the CEO, going into our Christmas week next week?
We'll see. I mean, we got McGinnis finally played, so we got to go a little bit deeper and get some heroes in that we haven't seen in a while. Get some 7 back in the lineup, maybe. It's been long enough. He's been in exile. Get a little bit of electricity back in your life, because McGinnis can do it. What more have we been sleeping on?
Yeah, I feel like we should get a little bit weird for the final episode of the year. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you all for supporting episode number 18. We've got an interview coming up with our winner before we go. Reminder, we're going live 4 p.m. Eastern next Wednesday, so don't bounce quite yet. We got to talk with the champions. Who's on the other side of the phone, Solomon? It's going to be the one and only MVP! Congratulations, Saya! Saya, you guys not only walked away with a 55K lead, you also had 3 in the back pocket. How's it feel to just be this far above the rest of the competition here in North America?
I think it feels pretty good, because we do put a lot of thought process into strategies, and also character pools, make sure that we never run into a character issue.
Was McGinnis not a troll pick tonight?
No. I think based off of how high my character's HP boons are on my team, I think McGinnis was probably our best pick.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, here's my question. Were you practicing this on your main account, or was there a stealth McGinnis grind account? What was the process here of first being hey, this hero has potential, and then how'd you prep for it without giving it away?
Yeah, there was a lot of frustration in matchmaking with McGinnis on my main, I'm be honest. But I think it's the difference is I'll think about what my teammates enable me to do and what I enable them to do compared to matchmaking, just noticing how well it can work in theory and being able to just communicate that to my teammates. It always just works out super well.
Yeah, I mean, my only question is, you guys have won back-to-back, 6 or 7 in a row now? I mean, clearly a hugely dominant run from your team. Are you guys going to be able to win one more time going into our last show of the year, of course, our next Wednesday? Is that going to be an easy locked up championship for the Melee Creeps?
Yeah. Fishkick's probably going to miss his Christmas, but it's okay. If you don't know, he missed Thanksgiving to play, so that's why I said that.
Respect.
Fish cakes, hang out with your family, enjoy them while they're there. Saya, can I ask you about that room? I see this beautiful sign behind you, and like my mansion, it looks like you got quite the compound there.
Yeah, I have a lot of computers.
What do you do when you're not playing? Is this all streaming gear? Is this work stuff?
A lot of my family and friends, like, it's kind of originally just a gaming room where friends would come over. So if they want to if we want to play like Terraria or Minecraft or something, they would just hop on one of those computers and we'd start playing that all right next to each other.
Bro's got a LAN center in his house. I fucking love it. Saya, send me your Venmo for the McGinnis win. You earned all 3 of these Abraham Lincolns, America's finest president. 3 of them sent your way. Congrats on the win tonight. Anything you want to say to everyone who's been supporting you in the Melee Creeps run?
Shout out to our managers, Thurgic, Yodi. I love those guys, and shout out to all my teammates. They're all always very good, and they make everyone's life easy, and they also are just fantastic players with an amazing personality.
You guys are entertaining as hell. Saya, are you streaming between now and the next time we see you on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Where?
Twitch.tv/HSaya.
We'll put that in the chat. Saya, ladies and gentlemen, he is your winner alongside the Melee Creep 7 in a row. They do it with the McGinnis, something we didn't think possible. Congrats again.
Thank you, guys.
We look at the numbers. We walk through the highlights. 32,000 souls, 9 kills, 3 deaths, 26 assists. ZP. If I want to play his McGinnis, what's my build of choice?
Well, we're going to be going over and redoing some of the builds. Like, we've had Deadlock Night Shift builds up, but they've been a little bit since we recovered them, and we're going to go back. We're going to get the build here. It's going to be up. You're going to be able to search for it in-game in the next few days, and that'd be a good start. But you take a look at it here. I mean, the key that you see is that it's not only spirit items, but spirit items that make turrets really annoying to get hit by. When you go for things like Suppressor, when you go for things like Mystic Slow, it's basically disabling you just for being near the McGinnis, and then you get the healing support on out. You get a really strong heal, and look, it was support that really worked out in this game that Melee Creeps is able to use to their advantage. And I mean, look, Ido's not going ridiculous without getting the heals that he was getting in this game. So, everything you saw from the Abrams going up front, it's because he had the McGinnis healing in the back.
Are they the smartest team in North America? You said Saya may be one of the smarter players in the game, Jake. How do you rate them right now?
I mean, they're top dogs in North America. I feel like this is a team that's kind of waiting for an international champion, and hopefully some future Deadlock lands that could come in time. I think this is about as dominant a run as we've seen in North America. I mean, this is kind of starting to rival Hydra Nation. I mean, you gotta kind of build up to that in terms of like how many times in a row did they win, like months and months in a row. But Melee Creeps have made a statement with this win. I mean, this was about as solid as they've ever looked. And so the trend line is actually strong for them so far.
Episodes 12 through 18, they have been on a run, only dropping 3 games along the way, making that 4. Congratulations on your 7th win, Melee Creeps. We expect you to be back and all of the competition to be even more ferocious as everyone gets 6 more days to get their hands on the game. And I know, ZP, you're going to go and do a special watch party this week, and our man Deathy is going to be throwing something down. What do you got for me?
That's right. Death Slam Invitational number 2 is going on this weekend for North America. $5,000 is going to be on the line. And again, while on this channel, normally we do a lot of competitive Deadlock and usually stuff we're throwing down. If there's a big tournament going on, we still want to cover it. So I'm going to be here. I think, Jake, you're going to be dropping in here and there. And, some other people from the Night Shift crew. Also, invite some of the community members on. See if we can get Crayon for a little bit. It's going to be fun. We're going to be watching the games all weekend long. And, shout out to Deathy and them for putting on another great community event.
And that's going to be right here on this channel.
Correct.
At 2 p.m. Eastern on Saturday and 2 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
Yes.
And I could hang out with ZP for the whole weekend.
That's right.
Sounds fucking incredible. I don't know what you guys are doing if you're not doing that. Unfortunately, I'll be working on the Call of Duty League. In the meantime, thank you all for tuning in. Behind the scenes, we had Solomon, the great Lotu, June, Knock, all of the amazing people that helped this show be what it is. Shout out to Ben. Shout out to Jake, our PR and CFO. Shout out to ZP, our tournament organizer. Shout out to Jason Kaplan, who I'm told is eventually done shopping for new houses in Italy and might return to the broadcast on Wednesday as a multi-millionaire. Congratulations, Saya. Congratulations, McGinnis. You got a dub tonight, and unfortunately, Aiden didn't get to play with blue feet. We hope he's back and we see a closer match in NA. On the EU side of things, there's no one better than the best. We'll find out. Can a new challenger arise, or is it Leviathan going round 3? Ding ding. We'll see you next time.